I appreciate very much your taking your weekend to spend with us and investigating the vicissitudes of libido, psychic and spiritual. And I hope it's going to be enjoyable for you and beneficial for you. I want to just say a couple of things about what I want us to do, what my interest in this are, and then we'll jump in. What I propose to you is this. This morning before the break, I'm going to give you about 3 years worth of survey of human spirituality in relationship to the energies of life. After our morning break, I'm going to talk about early psychoanalysis with regard to this issue of energy and transformation. This afternoon, I will bring us up to date with more recent theory relating to energy and psychotherapy. Some of the more recent psychoanalytic views. I want to comment some about recent research in Bowen family systems theory, and then I want to spend the rest of the afternoon on my integrative Neo-Jungian structural psychoanalysis and integrative psychotherapy in terms of how I think we have to put a lot more attention into archetypal energy and our relationship to it. And I think you will see as we go today that our involvement today is one our species has been involved in ever since it has been a species. There has never been a time in human history in which human beings were not absolutely fascinated, worried, you might say obsessed about this topic, because it is the existential importance of this topic which really is the intersection point where human beings find themselves in relationship to their environment, in relationship to their relationships, in their struggle to relate to themselves, to have some sort of contact with their own meaningful sense of self, and their struggle not to become demonic. So I hope that our intellectual work together today will be an integrative experience for you, because in spite of what some contemporary trends among some intellectuals, things do make a lot more sense than some folks want to have you believe. There's a lot more integration across disciplines and between religion, spirituality, and science than some people would have you believe today. In fact, what I want to suggest to you through all my work is that we are really approaching now capacities for very important bridges that promise a really a movement forward in integration in terms of the cooperation of scientific perspectives on the human and human spiritual practice. So I think this is a topic of tremendous intellectual interest, and I'm going to work you out. You're going to need to go out partying tonight because I'm going to work you out intellectually today. Tomorrow, however, we're going to shift gears, and if you decide to come back tomorrow, come back and bring your existential struggle with energy, and come back ready to dialogue with each other about what you need to do in terms of assessing your relationship to energy, and what the shape of your struggle with energy is, your existential struggle. We'll get out of the theoretical realms and start applying theory to our existential struggle. To access, to understand, we're going to try to understand today. Tomorrow we're going to be focusing on accessing and regulating energy. And so tomorrow, come prepared to try to use some of this insight to assess where you are. Are you running low on energy? Are you in a kind of a slough of despond, depression, in which case your energy access is not what it needs to be? Or are you a little bit more on the manic-y side of things? You can't sleep because you're so excited about your creative projects, you know? Or do you oscillate from one to the other? I'll be giving you some more questions to think about, and then we'll come back. And tomorrow we will work more experientially, trying to engage these issues. The goal in all my work is trying to help people optimize their personal and spiritual integration so that they can move forward in creativity in their lives, in relationships, and in their leadership. So that's my agenda. And so let me just take a few moments now. Bridget told you something about me. I have been working for many years now in comparative psychoanalytic theory and comparative systems of transformation, teaching both in the universities and the graduate schools of theology and relationship between spirituality and psychology. And in my work as an analyst, I'm constantly engaged existentially in the struggle to help people access archetypal energies without having them burn them up. So this stuff is not just of intellectual interest to me. We're all existentially involved in this. Those of you who are working in a healing role see these energy waxing and wanings a great deal every day in your work, not just in yourself, but you see it in others. So we bring our existential interest. Well, let's jump in here. I'm going to work on giving you the kind of overview here about the centrality of this issue for human spiritual experience. And let me just say that those of you that have some familiarity with my work know that I have been working. My work is really a pretty integrated project with a capital P. It has been an overview of many different topics through the years, many of which are available here through the Jung Institute bookstore in lecture form. And this particular workshop this weekend is building on other workshops I've done. I just finished a book which I'll be talking about later on today called Facing the Dragon, which really is a book about the power of archetypal energies in the human experience and how dangerous they are when they are not adequately understood, contained, and channeled into creativity and not destruction. September 11th was a manifestation of how badly we're doing on the planet right now in terms of understanding, containing, and regulating grandiose energies. That is, what we need to understand, in my view, is, and you will find very quickly, those of you who have not studied with me, I'm not a romantic Jungian. I don't romanticize archetypal energies. Archetypal energies are fire, and they burn you up if you don't have respect for them. Of course, you freeze to death if you don't have them, have access to them. But if you just jump in, without thoughtfulness and respect, and I think, as you'll see today, ritual. You have no ritual process, no ritual containment. And I include, based in my work, my recent Archetype of Initiation book is about the ritual dimensions of psychotherapy and analysis. And the book, The Magician and the Analyst, that's coming out soon, is a further elaboration of that for you professional healers. But in any case, September 11th is a testament to the way in which human beings struggle with grandiose energies. And it's not just Islamic fundamentalists that struggle with grandiose psychic and spiritual energies. It's arrogant Western secularist capitalists that have the idea that no conscious regulation is necessary. If you just get out of the way, the market will do the right thing. Well, that's sort of like the idea, if you get out of the way, the id will do the right thing. And so I'll say more about that later. But this workshop and some others that I've recently done here, the ones that I want to point you to, or that I will speak to later in a minute, is the Courage to be Transformed presentations that I did on Tillich and Jungian thought. The lectures I did on Edward Edinger, the legacy of Edward Edinger's work called The Genius, the Ego and Archetype, the Genius of Edward Edinger. And then the other works I've done recently on the collective unconscious and psychopathology. These works all are related and have to do with my attempt to understand the dynamics of the collective unconscious in a more clear way than we've been able to understand before. This work now, I hope to eventually, in my spare time, go into a book which will be Riding the Dragon, which will be about the optimization process in psychological and spiritual functioning. So we have to face the dragon of archetypal energy and know that when it's not conscious and respected, it destroys worlds. It's Shiva, destroyer of worlds. But if it is related to with respect and consciousness, which is the Jungian way, Jung's way, Edinger's way, my way, then tremendous creativity and optimization of life and leadership is possible. And so I'm not in despair, folks, about things. But what I'm trying to do here is to give us some idea about why consciousness and spiritual and psychological work is so important. Let me start out with someone that I think is today even more underappreciated, and that is the work of Mircea Eliade. If you're not familiar with his work, in my view, he was the greatest of the historians and phenomenologists of religions in terms of understanding the experience of archaic humanity. That is, pre-modern humanity before the development of the axial religions, before the rise of the great city-states and the developments in culture that came later. This was an era that Eliade describes in which human beings had tremendous focus on living in myth and ritual. And Eliade's whole corpus, all of the books are really about this process. The one that I would recommend to you is the book The Sacred and the Profane. If you haven't read that, you want to get that and read that. The Sacred and the Profane. And the Patterns in Comparative Religion. His little book, The Cosmos and History. It's all about the human struggle for the energies of life. And in Eliade's view, you can see the struggle of human beings to access spiritual energy most clearly through the concept that he called the axis mundi, the center of the world. Human beings are always searching for the center of the world, the navel of the universe, the place where the energy comes in, the place where the nutriments come in. So that the place where if you find that, you can find orientation. So, according to Eliade, and I believe he was right about this, the archaic religions used to be called primitive religion, but early human religion, when we were still in smaller groups, this is probably very, very, very old, much older than we might think, these types of practices. It is a quest for creativity, energy, and orientation. And I have done a sacred mountain here to give you a little sense of this. All this imagery around sacred mountains that you find throughout the history of the world's spiritual practice, and all of the fascination with pilgrimage. Pilgrimage in every religion, in every tribe, in every group, has been pilgrimage to a center where contact with the agencies of the other world, the greater world, the world of the ancestors, the world of the gods, the world of the spirits. But you go there out of your need. You go there in fear and trembling. This is Mount Sinai. It is the sacred mountains of Japan. It's Mount Shasta. It's wherever human beings have sought to go on pilgrimage to bring their disorganization, their pain, their struggle, their depression, and to find renewal. Now, according to Eliade, and this is a frame I think that applies a great deal to contemporary human beings. I disagree with Eliade about that. He tended to think that human beings, only in archaic human beings did you have this kind of quest for sacred space and sacred time and the axis mundi. He thought that that had sort of disappeared in the modern world. Well, it had not disappeared as much as Eliade thought. In fact, if you look at your life, your own life, and the lives of your patients, you will find people on a quest. And they're either on the quest or they've gotten discouraged and they're camped out by the side of the road somewhere. They don't have the energy to go on. You know, that's what we'll get to a little bit later this morning. They're discouraged, you know, on their quest. But anyway, I have put out this little diagram here to give you a little overall sense of this thing. Human beings are aware that when you get away from that center of orientation, and that you can read that orientation, containment, creative ordering. When you get away from that, you got chaos on all sides. And this chaos can be a hot chaos, such as you have when you're in your manic states, or it can be a cold chaos, such as you have when you're in your depression, or your sense of alienation, your sense of despair. I'm going to talk a little bit more about despair later. But in any case, your experience at that time is that life is a wasteland. It's either a wasteland of a war zone, such as we're seeing now in the Mideast, where archetypal energies are flying about with not too many human beings present containing them. Folks are in an acting out mode, freely discharging archetypal energies in the grandiosity of self-righteous justification. This is what humans do when they get overwhelmed by instinctual or archetypal energies. They always are right when they're doing it in their minds. So if you're in that kind of place, you really are living in this is kind of hell, because you don't really see the good. You can't really see the good. All you see is either emptiness or hate, aggression, so on. And some people live and die there. In fact, all too many people live and die there. If you get out of our privileged enclaves, you'll find that vast numbers of people right here in River City live there. But according to the history of human religious experience, there does come for some an epiphany, and that epiphany is a breaking in of a sense of hope and the light somewhere. There's a sense that there might be a center point. When you're out here in this chaos, you don't have a sense that there's a center point. You can't find it. So there's no place to stand to reorient. You therapists need to realize that when your clients come in chaotic places, they're looking for the center point, and they are trying to recruit you to be a surrogate center point. And all the discussion about transference, countertransference, and all that stuff is related to that issue. Are you going to be able to be accessible to someone who is in a chaotic mode for them to organize around or not? And are they so chaotic they can't let you be the center? So there's something that you got to think about. But anyway, if the epiphany breaks through, then the experience of energy in a directional sense, an organized energy, will break through then. In the Christian narrative, you see this in the story of the Magi. That is to say, a light, a star. There's a star that shows new potential for creative ordering in this world, and it comes from a contact with the relationship between that star, that light, and the representative of the center, the true center. That is the mythic motif in that story. So the attempt is made to find and connect with that center point. And all these Christian stories of the Nativity, or the Buddhist stories of the birth of the Buddha, or the Muslim stories around the birth and lives of the great caliphs, so forth. That's all about this quest for the center and the search for connection with it, so that you can deal with the threat of chaos, that you can find the point where you can move toward creative organization. Now notice, when you're connecting with that point, that center point, the source point, if you've ever studied Kleinian psychology, the good breast, you see the archetypal the idea that you got to find the good breast because you are going to be frustrated, angry, in chaos until you can find a connection with a good breast. And if you're really very upset psychologically, you may despair of finding that connection. Well, the Kleinians are quite right to relate that to the breast, but they are wrong in kind of making the breast into the sole experience of the axis mundi. There are other manifestations of the sacred mountain other than the breast. I won't go into the discussions of the phallus, but that's related. So in any case, it is out there. The center is out there. And this is a consistent phenomenon that you will see in psychological and spiritual development issues. At early levels of development, when consciousness comes on, the center will be experienced in early times as out there. And the whole problem is, how are you going to get it in here? See, how do you move that center, creative center, from out there to an existential reality in your personality? If you understand that, then you understand the work of psychoanalysis and integrative psychotherapy. That's the task. Okay, but if you have located that center point outside of you, whether it's in a therapist, in a spiritual director, even in a relationship with another person, can be in a love relationship, actually, in its beginning, there will be an arcing. I like to use the metaphor of electroplating. You know, if there's no arcing, there's not any energy. Usually there has to be some sort of arcing, some sort of connection for there to be a flow. It's parallel to what you see in electricity. So initially, in any case, you've got to have a connection. You've got to see the light if you're going to have hope. This is that whole dialectic between despair and hope. When you're in despair, you can't see any light. If you can see the light out there and you are not in terminal despair, you will start experiencing hope. And then you'll start having access to more energy to try to move toward the center. Okay. So if you make that connection, creative energies will flow. It's very interesting to notice in the people you work with, when they're feeling very isolated, their energy levels will usually be very low. It's very interesting. But if they can experience a connection with the missing parts of themselves, even in projection, a woman on a man, or a man and a woman, any kind of erotic, alive attraction, suddenly energy flows and creative energies begin to be present. And this is where you get that connection with the muse. And if you're a writer and you've lost your connection with the muse, then your energy levels go away and you don't work. It's very interesting. But if you connect to that energy, the good news is you've connected to the energy. That's the good news. What's the bad news? Well, the bad news is when you connect to the energy, usually it's a pretty new experience and you're not too good at regulating the energy. And so the energy really gets you to work. And then you work and you work and you work and you work 24 hours, 36 hours straight. You can't put your pen down, or your word processor down, so on. And so the next challenge is containment of the energy. Now, ancient peoples understood how important containment was. That's contrary to the views that pathologize the ancient peoples of the world. Their interest in ritual process and in taboos and all of those practices were not simply obsessional neurosis. They were actually respectful awarenesses of the power of these huge energies that human beings access, whether you call them instinctual or archetypal. And so all of the development of ritual process in human history has been related to the challenge of accessing, containing, and channeling these spiritual energies. If you can contain them in a good enough way, and relationality usually has to be a part of that containment, then community is possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. That is to say, what is the greatest enemy of community? It's grandiose energies in human personalities that are not regulated. Because I bring my grandiose energy to the party unregulated, you bring your grandiose energy to the party unregulated, and we have Götterdammer wrong because there can only be one God or goddess, and it's me. And so the divisive forces that you see so much in human organizations and in human community are really related, whether it's a corporation or a church or a religious order. It is this problem of adequate containment and channeling and regulation has not occurred, so there's not going to be community. But it's not enough for human beings to develop local communities as we're seeing today. The mythic idea of cosmos that Eliade talked about was the idea of a creative order in the world. That is, human beings have experienced history as terror. That's Eliade's discussion, the terror of history. And what does Eliade say human beings experience? Well, he says that they have experienced the ease with which chaos can reassert itself against creative ordering of human life. Now, in the 90s, when folks were getting rich in their portfolios and so forth, and it was before September 11th, folks could get into an idea that, well, every day and every way things are getting better and better. It wasn't true then, but I mean, you could get into that fantasy. Well, more recently now, we get a little bit more sense of what early human beings experienced a lot. It wasn't the romantic experience that New Age folks think it was. It was an encounter constantly with how easy chaos comes back in and assaults the human reality. And the demonic powers come back in and destroy community, destroy people, steal the soul, and so on. And so the reason I think, and Eliade implied, that the sacred mountain was used so much as an image for spiritual attainment. I don't know whether you ever climbed a mountain, but if you have, then you get it in your body. This is hard, and it's very difficult to get up here. And so think about this as a model of the integrating self. This afternoon I'll be showing you how I think that archetypal image of the sacred mountain really is an externalization of the code for the human self, the great code for the human self. It is, think of it as a Mayan pyramid. And the struggle for integration of the self is really a struggle to get up there to that temple on top of a Mayan pyramid. And it is a tremendous achievement, and one that's very fragile. in personalities and in communities. Yes, back here. You better stand up and speak loudly so that the
with Kundalini, okay, being present in the body and fire, and this is phenomenal. I have these images, or back to whatever you want to call it, Mexico.
Thank you. She's raising the question of how this issue relates to the discussions of Kundalini or serpent power. I'm going to speak about that depending on my time here. Let me see how I'm doing. I'm going to get to Kundalini and Chi in just a few minutes, Asian concepts around this. But it is in the Mayan experience, it's here that the shamanic royal figure engages in ritual sacrificial activities connecting to the dragon energies, to the great serpent energies, the great divine energies, and does it in terms of the Mayan mythology on behalf of the world of the people. And so there's a sacrificial motif that you need to remind me to come back to at the heart of human spiritual experience. There's an intuition that human beings have that something has got to be sacrificed. Now, sometimes they can't get it clear what it is. Sometimes I think it's you that has to be sacrificed. And if you will notice the kind of unconscious dynamics of human beings kind of are willing to sacrifice other people. Serious. There's a lot of a willing human sacrifice now. It's not called that. Yeah, it is not called human sacrifice. But if you look at the work of René Girard in Sacred Violence, and if you look, I think that there's a lot of unconscious rituals of death that go on that are related to an unconscious intuition that something needs to be sacrificed. Well, we'll get, as we go, what needs to be sacrificed consciously is an unconscious relationship to our grandiose archetypal energies. That is, yes. In a lot of this ancient mythology, there is an intuition that there's a great leviathan, a great sea monster, a great snake, something that has to be dismembered for a human world, to emerge. And that is in multiple traditions. And where I'm going, I'll just anticipate where I'm going. The weight of spiritual and psychological research, I think, points us to the fact that what is it that's got to be offered up consciously in a parallel to this sacrifice at the top of the Mayan pyramid, is our unconscious grandiosity, is our unconscious merger with archetypal energies. We'll get to that this afternoon. My sense is that no matter who we are in very close contact intrapsychically to a lot of energy. Even if you're really depressed. In fact, I would argue that if you're really depressed, the reason you're really depressed is because you're using your depression to keep this fire damped down. It is your wet blanket solution to this fire. Now think about it. You got this transforming creative fire in your soul, and it is scary. Nobody ever really helped you figure out how to relate to that stuff without starting that wildfire in Arizona or whatever it is. Remember, I'm just going to burn this letter from my husband or my whoever, just one little match here, and then, well, that's a wonderful psychological metaphor. And my opinion is that if you have a battle with depression, that's what you're afraid of. And if you're going to be safe, you hose down the entire environment all the time with depressive energies. By God, I'm not going to be psychotic. I'm not going to act out. So we're going to keep everything wet. We'll get more into that later. But, so anyway, let me just get to this is a modeling that you can get in Eliade of the human terror of history. What can happen? Well, two things can happen. You can run out of the energy you need to fuel creativity and generativity, whether it's of your tribe or of your ability to have babies, your ability to find food. But your fear is on the one hand of running out of this energy you need for life. The other fear is that you're going to connect with that energy and you're not going to relate to it right, and you're afraid that you won't know. Think about this now. You're afraid that you will sort of put your finger in the wrong socket without realizing it. In other words, you don't even have to be disrespectful intentionally. It works like electrical transformer or a nuclear plant or something. You're in there with all those human levers and in your life, and you don't know if you pull this one, what's going to happen. And so human beings have been afraid of doing the wrong thing and having all hell break loose when they connect to the God energies or the spiritual energies. You've heard of, I didn't write this down, but you've heard of mana, a Polynesian concept, mana, orenda. These concepts of psychic energy, and they're impersonal, and you sure don't want to relate to them without care. And Native Americans had the concept of Wakan and other concepts of this impersonal energy. So this energy in these early days of conceiving it was really conceived of as a energy that it's not really seen as a god in the early days. It is an impersonal energy that you need for life, and you either have it or you don't. And if you have it in a bad way, you fry, and if you don't have it, you freeze. Now that is not unlike what we find today in the human struggle. Now, she asked about Kundalini. I recommend that you look at this book, Jung's Lectures on the Psychology of Kundalini Yoga, in that he is talking about the Hindu understanding of the rise of the serpent power up the spine, and the idea you can see this image of the serpent power rising, and Jung says that in the really unconscious human being, or in the Hindu view, the person who is not spiritually awake, they're not aware of all that power that is there waiting to be awakened. So the great serpent is asleep. In my view, that's wrong. I don't think the serpent ever sleeps. But at least the human ego can think the serpent is asleep. We don't know it's doing anything. But anyway, and the Hindu view in Kundalini is that it can be, with yoga techniques, it can be brought to a higher and higher, more and more conscious level in which you're aware of the divine powers that are available for human life. There it is. Connecting consciously to the divine powers needed for human life. In Hinduism, the tendency is to, in Buddhism as well, in the past, it's been a desire to use that illumination to detach from the world. But if you look at that, you can see the sense that there are great powers in the psyche, in the body, that have to be awakened and brought to higher levels. We'll see how that relates to Freud in a minute. Yes.
Is the pilgrimage a way of detaching from the world?
Say that again?
Is going off on a pilgrimage also a way of detaching from the world when you're searching for?
Right. She's asking about pilgrimage, and is pilgrimage a way of detaching from the world? The way to think about pilgrimage is people go on a pilgrimage when they're trying to detach from the world they're in now. You know, it's a quest for a renewal of the world, and this is Iliadi. People go to the axis mundi because the world that they're in now is deteriorating. So you've got to find the transformative energy which can then fuel your quest for renewal of your world so that you can have a new world. That's what this whole book on the archetype of initiation that I brought out recently is about. It's that process of journeying to the center, deconstruction of the old world and the old self when you're there, and then getting the energy and the power you need and the reflection and the practice you need to create a new world. That's what transformation is about. You have to face the question of what needs to die. It's death and rebirth. The old world is going to have to die. You're going to have the creative energies to fuel the courage you need to build a new world, have the vision you need to build a new world. Yeah.
How does the notion of sacrifice you talked about earlier relates to the initiation rites of, like in male, the boy becoming a man inflicting pain? Relates to that in any way?
Yes. The question is about initiation rites. Again, in initiation rites from childhood to adulthood, you can think about this as very interesting and subtle topic. A child has got to sacrifice regressive ties to the parents and to the family of origin. We're going to get more into that later today. And see, when you're in a regressive tie with your family of origin and your parents, there's a hidden grandiosity in that. That's the key to Freud's whole understanding of the Oedipal conflicts. That is, a child is really not up to being the partner of the parent, what we call spousification today. There's a built-in grandiosity in a child's attempt to be the partner of the parent. Of course, it's unconscious. And you see that in myths and operas. You see that in the opera Tannhauser, where Tannhauser is caught up in being the love partner of Venus. Well, there's in the mythology when a human is a consort of a god or goddess, there's dangers involved in that. And usually you get the old Greek hubris nemesis thing. You get to sleep with a god or goddess, but somewhere a nemesis is coming to punish you. And that's related to Freud's idea of the punishing superego and all that sort of thing. I mean, so in initiation rites, it is really an attempt to break down regressive, grandiose unions, what we call in family systems theory, fusions. And so the scarification that we see, or the changes, the tattooing of the skin, or the changes in the hair, or the knocking out of a tooth, all those symbols have to do with flawing, breaking pretensions of perfection. See, it's the same idea between indigenous peoples. When they will make a pot, often they will build in a flaw. And that is a brilliant intuition that you've got to, if you're going to be human, you're not going to be perfect. And we'll get to that more in a minute.
Is it also to show leaders that, to prevent them from abusing power?
Yeah. Well, the question is about, is this an attempt to keep these folks from abusing power later? I think personally that is the case. I recommend that you look at this book on African religion by Evan Zois called Ritual Cosmos, The Sanctification of Life in African Religions. And in there, he discusses the process of initiation very much in the way you're talking about there, and that the tribal people know that if you're going to be an adult in the tribe, they have to be able to count on you. And they have to be able to count on you not to be, in a grandiose way, doing your own thing. So the ritual processes are attempts to regulate your grandiosity, get you separated from your parents, and have you be stepping up into adult responsibility. You know, what is now deteriorating all over the world? Well, we're not doing it today. And in this book, I discuss the collapse of eldership, or ritual eldership and initiation around the world. We're in a global transition state. The real question is what we're transitioning to. And without adequate leadership, spiritual and ethical and leadership in all of our institutions, then we are really, and we're not getting it in any institution now. There's no human institution in the world right now that has enough generativity in terms of capital C, caring for the world. And you know, it's from accounting to law to medicine to the so-called mental health system. I don't know how it is in Australia, but it's a disaster here. And this is very related to what we're talking about, because you see, when you connect with archetypal, say, instinctual energy, say you're Freudian, you're talking about the id. You know, you got that id energy. That id energy doesn't go away. It's there. And so civilization is under threat from that great instinctual energy. Well, folks, Jungians tend to kind of not want to talk about, you know, things like that. We want to talk about spiritual development, things like that. Well, this is about spiritual development. It's like archetypal energy, unregulated, uncontained, consciously through ritual process. Let's face it, psychotherapy is a ritual process. And it's either an effective one or it's not. And if it is effective enough, then people's energies can be turned into creativity, and then that creativity can be turned into all sorts of cultural creativity, civilizational creativity, and leadership in business. I mean, this is not unrelated to the crisis in corporations now. In corporations, the leadership is not regulating their grandiosity. I mean, the grandiosity in corporate leadership is completely in a runaway mode. And you know, I work a lot with very, very high-powered corporate leaders and other folks that fly very close to the fire. And it's not easy. I mean, we're not talking about something that's easy. If you're a creative person, whether you're an artist or whether you're a businessman or whatever walk of life, if you're in touch with this fire, we're going to get that this afternoon. This stuff is seductive. You start believing your own press. You become a legend in your own mind. And pretty soon, you know, your balance sheet is what you say it is. Why is it? Because I said it. Well, do we need any documentation? No. I mean, MCI, for God's sake, WorldCom. But I'm really serious about that. It's massive grandiosity, and so the need for insight into this regulation of spiritual and psychic energy. I mean, there's nothing that's more at the heart of our contemporary world crisis than this. So let me just say a little bit about Qi. Qi energy. One of the things the reasons I think that Jung was so interested in Asian religions was Asian religions have a real interest in kind of an introverted approach to energy. Western religions and a lot of this ancient religion exist a lot more in projection. It's like I have said that this is a developmental process. Everybody's going to experience the energy out there first, usually in parents. You know, first you're in a merger with a parent. There is no I and you. And there has to be an arcing for the infant to the parent before, and see the face of the parent. There's a lot of research on the face now. There's some fascinating research now on the neurobiology of the perception of the face. And so when you're looking at an infant, hey, you're doing something really important, because that infant is coded to scan for a face. And if it really gets a face and locks in there, then the arcing can begin, that starts the development of a nuclear self, we call it in psychoanalysis today. You follow that? Okay. So, but the issue is, you got all this experience of the goal, I like to call it, out here. Well, Asian religions, this is true, every religion has got the proponents of the interior path. So it's not either or. But Asian religions have put a tremendous amount of energy into cultivating the sense of the interior path, and getting this sense of the Kundalini within in Chinese religion, the Qi, C-H-I, Qi energy. In Chinese religion, it's something that if I had more time we'd go into more, but it's absolutely fascinating. In Chinese religion and cultural contexts such as Korea and others, which have been influenced in this way, there's tremendous interest in this energy of life and the balancing of the energy. We're going to be talking about the balancing of the opposites when we get to Jung and then later to my work. But there is a sense that the energy that you need for life is present and accessible, but it waxes and it wanes. And the hexagrams in the I Ching can be read as about the waxing and waning of Qi. And the question of whether in a given moment your energy is being expressed in a yin mode, more passive receptive mode, or whether your energy is being expressed in a yang mode, a more assertive, outgoing, extroverted kind of expression of energy. And they have made this into an absolute fine art and physical science of medicine. I mean, they really believe that not only do you have to think about the balancing of Qi and the opposites of your body, you have to balance the Qi in the opposites in your mind, and you have to balance the Qi in your relational world. And if you're a leader, you have to balance the chi in terms of what you're trying to do in diplomacy. And you've got to be in a dance which does not set up unnecessary oppositions and conflicts. You've got to be able to get into what we would call today, following Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi's work, flow. You got to be able to get into a creative flow, which we would say in business today, in corporate settings, into a win-win mode. And so if you look at the Chinese stuff, they believe that if you don't balance these energies, you are going to be having illness. It's either going to be physical illness, psychic illness, or social illness. And I find it very interesting now, the resistance in China to attempts by millions of Chinese to try to put energy into balancing these chi energies. The government sees it as a threat. You know what? It is a threat to totalitarianism. It is a threat. Okay. Now, let me say a little bit about Christianity and just end up with a word or two about Paul Tillich and the lectures I recently gave on this. In Christianity, the main energy concept is grace. But it's interesting how theologians that don't know too much about this existentially, but they've written a lot of books on it, have gotten that to where that's a term that is not seen by many Christians as a dynamic energy term. But in fact, the grace has been, in earlier periods in Christianity, a sense of the flow of the energies of life. And the grace which made possible the renewal of the world came in through the manger, of course. And it came in through sacrificial process, where the great God, get this archetypally and mythically now, the great God who conceivably is the creator of the world, comes in, empties himself, takes on broken humanity, offers up the godhood on the cross, and thereby makes possible in the Christian myth a renewal of the world. So the contrary to current theologies, which try to make that into a sort of a child abuse, ritual violence against Jesus, they have absolutely no understanding. These contemporary theologians have no understanding of all the mythology of sacrifice and kingship. Because if you study the mythology of the sacrificial royal, it's always about you kill the king is sacrificed that there might be a renewed world. And so the energy necessary for the renewal of the world comes through the willing offering up of the godhood that there be a human world. Now, I don't know what you think about theology in our current context. I don't care. But if you look at that mythologically and in terms of the spiritual plumbing, what that is about is a capacity consciously to offer up grandiose, read that, archetypal energies for creative and healing purposes. That's what that image is trying to communicate. So Tillich, however, and grace in later theology, Protestant scholasticism, and so on, it became a sort of a concept, and there was not much of a sense of it being something that flowed like a river of golden energy. But it's very interesting. in African American religion, there is still a sense of the power in the blood. You know, the soul cleansing, life giving power in the blood, and how wonderful that is. And so they still have, it's not accidental that it is the continuing intuitive capacities of the African mind that makes it possible for them to sense the mythic power in that Christian story. So in any case, Paul Tillich, probably the greatest theologian of the 20th century, came back to this understanding of grace as power for living, energy for living in his thought. And if you are interested in that, you can get my lectures on the courage to be transformed. In very simple sketch, in his view, you have to have the power of being mediated to you if you're going to survive. Being is radiant with power. All being is radiant with power. The question for humans is, can you connect with it? Yes, right. He's right on target. Tillich studied a lot of this stuff we've been talking about. Can you connect with it so that your life is not flat and full of despair? But can you avoid the tendency to make your ego into a god, therefore acting out idolatry and becoming demonic? And so Tillich saw everything, and this is something that is consistent with all that we've said. On the one hand, there is the danger of what he called profanization, becoming profane. And he didn't mean curse words. He meant losing your energy. So on the one hand, on one pole, you got the danger of losing your energy, profanization. On the other pole, you've got the danger of what he called the demonic, demonization, which is being so flooded with energy that it breaks the forms that can express the human. And so you become a monster that has a huge amount of energy. And so there is your sweep. Okay, so now we've done the history of human spiritual experience in about an hour. So that's pretty good. Let me open it up for a few minutes for questions and comment. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back and look at Freud, Adler, and Jung. Yes, back here.
In terms of the Christian story...
Oh, stand up, please, and say your name and speak loudly so the mic can pick you up.
Okay, I'm Linda. In terms of the Christian story, could you comment on the crucifixion, resurrection, descent into hell, and ascension into heaven, that sequence? Could you sort of...
Well,
within this...
I'll hum a few bars.
Oh, thank you. Within this transformation.
Sure. Yeah, she's just asking about that mythic, the narrative cycle about crucifixion, resurrection, descent into hell, and so on. Well, I mean, there's a whole lot that could be said about that, but if you view it in the context we're talking about, in the crucifixion, you've got the offering up of any God claim. You've got it. You're offering that up so that you can become fully human. It's a lot easier for human beings to be gods than it is for them to be humans. That's what we got to get. If you're grandiose, you're an unconscious God. That's what you've got to get. And human beings without adequate nurture, and I mean good enough, I'm not talking about perfect, without adequate, good enough nurturance in their development, human beings are unconscious gods. And they expect to be treated like it. And so this capacity to offer up the God claim in order to fully express the human. That's at the heart of that Chalcedonian formula. It's like for the Christian, in the Christian myth, the only way you can be fully human and to really contain as much God as you can is to offer that grandiose part up. If you offer, we're going to come back to this time and again, because that is a fundamental principle in creativity. You have to offer up consciously your grandiosity if you're going to be as creative and wonderful as you want to be. You can't hold on to your unconscious grandiosity and be great. You can make a close encounter with greatness, but then you're going to be, what's that guy that was the head of Enron? Yeah. I mean, you know, you get to where you get up there and you get to testify to government committees and you get to be preened by everyone and everybody comes along and like primate behavior, everybody grooms you, you know, and then the other shoe drops. Because if you're not regulating your grandiosity, there is a smart bomb, a guided missile headed your way to puncture your grandiosity. So in any case, in that Christian myth, you get the offering up, and then the huge blast of transformation in the myth. So such a blast of transformation that it goes against all of the understanding of the ego. The ego cannot understand how this much of a blast of renewing, transformative energy could possibly be. It is an insult to the ego-dominated mind, how this could possibly be. Well, of course, anytime you really get in touch with archetypal energy, it's an insult to the ego-dominated mind, what's going to happen. And then, of course, that image of the descent into hell, you see, if you're really inflated and you achieve enlightenment, then none of those idiots down there deserve any of my help. You know, I mean, I have now become the great guru, the bodhisattva, you know, the incarnate Buddha, Maitreya, and I am so wonderful now. Why would I want to waste my time with those evil people in the prison of hell? Well, in the Christian story, you at least get this piece right, because when the realized one, and I just make this cross-cultural, when you're really an arhat, when you are really a bodhisattva, you will not go to nirvana before ever suffering demon has received compassion. So the image in Christianity of that descent into hell to release the captives is an image of the transformative power of someone who has actually confronted their grandiosity and been able to ride the dragon, I call it. If you can ride the dragon, that's what Rumi calls a saint. And when someone can really relate to their great energies in a conscious way and not have them, you know, generate a nemesis and generate a kind of a sense of superiority. See, if your spirituality leads you to feel superior, then it's phony. And that's the whole message of that. The true spirituality, when one really gets it regulated, one doesn't claim the greatness for oneself. One realizes it's shared, and then you want to share it. It becomes a banquet. And the whole Jewish Christian imagery of the Messianic banquet, it's based on the idea that when the Messiah comes, the great dragon is fed to all the people. And now look at that archetypal image. Is that an image or not? It's like, if you look at that psychoanalytically, when human beings get to where they can sacrifice their the dragon of their grandiose energy, there will be enough generativity to transform the world. And so that's what's in that mythic image, that when you really regulate your grandiosity, you're not willing to write anybody off. You're not so willing to have triage. You're not willing to just have medical care for the few or mental health care for the handful that can pay for it. You have a sense of the necessity for care. Okay, yeah. And then one more comment and question, then we're going to take a short break.
My name's Bridget. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that if there's a missile headed your way to puncture you.
Say it again.
You mentioned a missile could be headed your way and puncture you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that were to occur, how does that person then find the strength to connect in order to renew if they're on knees?
Well, the missile I was talking about this is the idea of this is the old Greek mythical idea of hubris and nemesis. If you have if you're unconscious of these great energies, or if you're identifying with them, and you're really, as Jung we'll see later this morning, as Jung would say, you're inflated. Jung believed, and Edward Edinger believed, that the archetypal self, through the transcendent function, is going to organize something to come your way to puncture your inflation. And, you're going to make one too many, you're going to overstep one too many times, and you're not going to know it. You're going to bully someone one too many times, and you're not going to know when you overstepped. But it's the Jungian concept of enantiodromia. That is, there is something in the larger psyche, not your ego, but in the larger psyche, which is seeking to correct imbalances. And so if you are into a grandiose yang position, there may well be something constellating somewhere to put you into a very, very unmasterly yin position. And there are a lot of people that think that that's what happens at the onset of illnesses and so on. A lot of the time, the idea that we set ourselves up for those things. So in other words, you got to think about that idea of the invitation to have your grandiosity punctured. It's not a conscious invitation. You're not like, I don't think Saddam Hussein is conscious at a conscious level, seeking to have a nemesis come his way to try to puncture his o'erweening grandiosity. But if you look at events in the world, it looks like it's shaping up that way. Yeah. Right. So anyway, let's take about 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes. Let's come back. What time is it right now? 5 after? Is that about right? Come back at 15 after, and let's go on till noon. We'll look at the early psychoanalytic thinkers on energy. This morning I want to talk just briefly about psychic energy in Freud, Adler, and Jung. And this afternoon, again, I will talk a little bit about Koha, a little bit about Bowen systems energy and Bowen systems theory, and then I will spend the rest of the afternoon on my Neo-Jungian structural psychoanalysis and integrative psychotherapy perspectives on energy there, which will really be about what I talked about earlier about facing the dragon. This is a book that's in press right now. So, and then tomorrow we're going to have writing lessons. Riding the dragon. So you got to bring your problems with the dragon tomorrow. Whether you can't find it, you got a harness but no dragon that you can find, or whether or not you're, you're still learning. Like if you get a chance to watch the movie Dune, if you haven't seen the movie Dune, and if you don't have anything to do tonight, watch the movie Dune and look at the issue of learning to ride the worm, and the 300-foot worm, and yeah, D-U-N-E. There are two versions. Either one of them will suffice, because that movie is about the initiatory process of a young person learning the wisdom needed, doing what's necessary to learn how to harness the great worm, the power of the great worm. And oh yeah, they come from Frank Herbert's Dune series. So there are a lot of different movies you can look at about that, but I always get a kick out of that one. Let me jump in now to it's interesting to me always, as I've taught the history of psychoanalytic theory and comparative systems in relationship to religion and spiritual traditions. It's always fascinating to me that someone who believed himself to be such a secularist and atheist, Sigmund Freud, actually is one of the great revolutionary minds who enabled us unwittingly, I might add, to reappropriate some of the ancient insights into energy that the spiritual traditions of the human species had carried for aeons, but in the course of the increasing rise of orthodoxy in all traditions, orthodoxy, whether it's Jewish, Islamic, Christian, whatever, even now Hindu, they're more interested in the status quo and surfaces and control issues, and they're really very frightened by the dragon. And orthodoxies, if they had their way, they would kill the dragon. Of course, they would kill your dragon. But so they really, the Orthodox traditions really turned away from any sense of energy flows. I just challenge you to find an orthodoxy that's very interested in helping you access creative energy, because that's not on their docket for you. But Freud, it's like this is an example of an antiodromia. If the pendulum goes far enough in one direction, it will start coming back. And so Freud, the great enemy of Victorian romantic spirituality and so forth, comes back in and starts talking about energy, talks about instinctual energy. And the first thing, there's a huge amount I have realized in recent years, a lot more about the profundity of Freud's intuitions. And first to just talk about the id, the id and his sense of the drives, which a lot of people poo-poo today. But Freud had this apprehension based on clinical experience, watching people, and he began to notice that there was something in people that he was seeing that was a pressure from within, a relentless pressure from within. He came to call that the it, badly translated in English as the id, but he called that the it. It is pressing human beings from within, and it is relentless, and it is seeking discharge. And Freud interpreted this as sexual energy. And of course, as we go further now, we're going to get into any time you've got opposites anytime you've got splits, you're going to have an erotic longing for union. And so Freud wasn't really wrong about the erotic arcing of energy, which occurs whenever there is a kind of a opposites. And the opposites in his case that he was fascinated with were the sexual opposites, and the opposites that appear in what he called object relationships. He was saying this energy, this thing in people is wanting to discharge, and it will scan for an object. And now we're going to anticipate this afternoon when I talk a little bit about systems theory, family therapy. But Freud was fascinated by the way in which this thing within, this sexual urge to discharge toward an object, let me read that person, was inhibited by incestual regressive ties to the family of origin. And one of the big themes in Freud's work, I mean, Freud, he was thinking like a plumber. And he wasn't wrong to think that way if you're really taking energy seriously. If you're taking energy seriously, you're going to stop depreciating plumbers, because you're going to think, ooh, this is about flow. This is about blockages, flows, flooding, backups, valves. Boy, when I got into that, I started taking my plumber more seriously. I got one of the best plumbers in Chicago, and with my old house, I need it. But I'm not really serious about this. Once you begin to think energy, then you start thinking flow patterns. Is there flow? Where is it going? If it's not going where it's supposed to go, where is it going? Where is it backing up? Well, that's the way you can understand Freud's original early insights. Because he was saying, in the family of origin, there is a tendency in our species, according to Freud, for this energy, this sexual energy, to have a difficult time making it beyond the family of origin system. It tends to get locked up in regressive ties to the parents. Now, have we outgrown Freud? I don't think so. Not on that. Otherwise, why are all these Freudian patients coming to me, a Jungian analyst? They come to me with Freudian problems, you see. And they come to you with Freudian problems, even if you're not a Freudian. That is to say, he saw the difficulty of this energy coming up into consciousness, detaching itself from objects which are not in favor of helping it out into the world. That is to say, there are people in your family of origin that would like to keep your energy in the family and not let it be out of the family. I want to ask for a raise of hands. We'll talk about that more this afternoon. But so Freud had this fascinating sense as he watched patients, and he watched the way in which the energy seeking to escape the sphere of Oedipal ties and to find a way to love and work in the world would be blocked. And with some people, they had never got past a fixation with oral issues. I spoke of the breast earlier. Well, my longing to have an adequate dwelling in the sector of a connection, a fundamental connection with the maternal. And if my mother was too anxious, then I'm having a hard time really working that issue through so that my energy can go to another level. And so if I have had a tenuous tie to that maternal arcing, then my energy may be tied up in orality, and all of my energy may go into eating. If you're a therapist, you have dealt with people whose energy is preoccupied with food. It's either preoccupied with not eating food or eating food, or dependency dynamics, which is a form of orality, according to Freud, and so on. Then there are people who made it through the preoccupation with the oral, and they get into fixation at the anal level. And the anal level meaning the issues of control. I have something, I don't know whether you're going to be able to have it. I may not let you have it because I'm not sure I have it. And as long as I'm not sure that I have it, I'm not going to be able to turn loose of it. Writer's block, according to a Freudian view of energy, is a fixation of energy at the anal level. Or it can move to the phallic level. And that was in Freud's early theory, the idea that finally the energy can get to a place where one is celebrating one's exhibitionism. I'm here now. Finally, it's like the little boy that you've heard me speak of, some of you before, who I was sitting with a friend, and this little boy came into the room and said, "Dad," said, "I'm going to have a BM so big it's going to go down the Mississippi River and it's going to knock down all the bridges all the way to the ocean." Well, that may sound anal to you, but it's really phallic. It's really a my power going into the world. You're all supposed to admire it. And, when you get so-called narcissistic personality disorder today, these days, that's our contemporary way of talking about that kind of energy. It's all about me. It's not about you. So it's really not relating in a loving way, see, to some real person out there. Your role is an audience for my wonderfulness. And then he talked about maturity, which was when this energy can really come out into the world, expressing itself in love and work, and can find appropriate places to be expressed. We'd think about creativity. A lot of the early work in the psychology of creativity was done by the Freudians. And in my early work, I had a Freudian psychoanalytic phase, and my first book was a Freudian book in which I was writing about the Freudian insights into creativity. So the whole early Freudian thing was about the pressure of psychic energy. They talked about drive theory, and the whole thing was this sense of this thing that had to get out. And Freud had this real sense that it was bigger than people could stand, that you couldn't finally just sit on this thing. It's going to come out where the repressed, if you try to repress your psychic energy, good luck. It's coming out somewhere. That is the fundamental insight of Freudian psychoanalytic theory. That energy is coming out somewhere. So if it apparently isn't, you haven't looked carefully enough. You haven't done enough analysis, because that energy is going somewhere. Now, that insight is as true today as it was when Freud had it. And the only way we're going to improve on Freud is to get a lot more specific about the flow patterns there and the way the blockages work, and get a little more subtle and nuanced in the form psychic energy takes. It's not all sexual in a literal sense. And we come to Jung in a minute. We'll see Jung's huge contribution that moves beyond Freud, but it's not as far beyond Freud as a lot of people that like to depreciate Freud would like to think. Just a few words on Adler. Before I became a Jungian analyst, I received an Adlerian diplomate, and so I've been fascinated with the things that Jung took from both Freud and Adler. And you'll see in a moment something that I think Jung got from Adler. But for Adler, Adler was not as much of an intellectual as Freud or Jung. He was an eminently practical man. He was the person that really started what we would call today as school psychology. And he's really sort of the founder of family therapy. And he was the one that would really was interested in what we would call, or what we called when the government still cared, quote unquote, community mental health. He was interested in practical results for people that couldn't afford to see Freud or Jung. Tailors, poor tailors. He was worried about the mental health of poor tailors. But one thing that he tried to simplify things. And the thing that he came to, and those of you that studied Nietzsche recognize a little sense there. Adler is associated by people with the idea of power. So if you were to think about an Adlerian energetics, it's all about the energy to overcome obstacles. So if you're looking at Adlerian theory, you're going to look a long time to find any clear upfront theory of libido. But if you look at what they do clinically, what they're concerned about clinically, they are concerned about, does the person have the energy they need to fuel the will to overcome obstacles in their adaptive process in facing their life task. So what an Adlerian is going to focus on is the issue of courage and discouragement. And there you go. You can see that tie, the existential tie. Adler's psychology is very much an existential psychology, phenomenological psychology, existential psychology, and it looks at that organism that you are, and it says, okay, is this person feeling, do they have what they need to face their task? And for an Adlerian, what is psychopathology? It's what occurs when a person becomes discouraged. They don't feel they have the energy to fuel their struggle for overcoming the obstacles. So all psychopathology, from an Adlerian point of view, is the phenomenology of discouragement. Or if you were more philosophically sophisticated, you would say it's all about the phenomenology of despair. So if you see a form of so-called psychopathology, what you're seeing is a person who just doesn't feel like they have the courage they need to face a life task and seek to overcome it. Now, a very interesting thing that is a practical contribution of Adler that I didn't put up there, but right in here you ought to write sideshows. This is really what Jung took from Adler. Sideshows. What will happen when an individual doesn't feel that they have the energy they need to fuel the courage they need to face their task they're facing? Well, they will find something to do which they can rationalize is a good thing to do and get very involved in, but which takes them away from their life task. So one of the things you want to do tomorrow, remind me of this, is we want to say, is your energy diverting into any sideshows? That is to say, if your courage is failing a little bit because you don't have the energy you need to fuel your courage. In my Courage to be Transformed lectures, I pointed out You have to have courage if you're going to face either your problems or your possibilities. And clinically, you can look, if a person doesn't have enough courage, they're not going to let themselves know what's wrong with them, and they're not going to let themselves, they're especially not going to let themselves know what they could be. Because if you lack courage, knowing about your possibilities or your problems is overwhelming. So, what is required to have courage? You have to have energy to have courage. Not enough energy, no courage. That is a rule psychotherapeutically. So if you have clients, or if you or your clients are having a hard time facing task, you got an energy problem. Because if you had more energy, you would have fuel to fuel your courage, that then you could begin to look at the problem and also even more brave heart, look at your potential. It's a lot more scary to look at your potential than to look at your problems. Problems can become sideshows. You understand that? You can use your problems to avoid your creativity. See? So Adler's real contribution here is something about the plumbing. Always pay attention to where the energy is going. If it's not going toward the creative task, where is it going? It's probably going into a sideshow where you can feel good about being busy, but through a rationalization, which keeps you away from the real job. Okay, now let's turn now to Jung, his contribution. Well, he took from Freud a sense of libido. So, you know, he was one of the early persons that learned a lot from, really appreciated Freud's early work. He was impatient, though, with Freud's sort of monolithic emphasis on sexual energy. The key change that Jung made was to broaden the concept of psychic energy so that it was not limited to sexual energy. Jung knew more myths and had more sense of the transformations of libido and the different forms it can take. Now that anticipates the rest of our weekend, because energy takes many different forms. And so Jung's breakthrough in thinking about the transformations of libido, it's not all just sexual. Certainly there are, what we will see this afternoon, there are forms of libido that come out through the lover sector of the psyche. And certainly anytime they're opposites, there is an attraction between the opposites that could be called erotic. But Jung knew that this energy can take many, many forms. And it was probably his study not only of acute mental illness, but of world mythology and spirituality that gave him that wider sense of energy. Now, what he took from Adler, though, is here. Jung emphasized that you get this movement of progression and retrogression of libido. So that's what you want to flag there. Progression, libido progresses into life tasks. See, he was borrowing this from Adler. When you're in an adaptive mode in your life, your energy is flowing into the world. You are dealing with your adaptive problems. If you're a young person, you're doing those first half of life tasks that Jung talked about. And if you are a person past midlife, you're able to shift gears You're able to change the object of your energy flow away from things that are appropriate for a 25-year-old or a 35-year-old. And you're able to, without dishonoring those things, you're able to shift your energy flow toward other tasks that are more appropriate to someone past midlife. And as you age, you're able to turn your energy flow into things which have to do more with the challenges of aging and of the end of life. But Jung said, when a person gets in a situation where they are not able to make progress in adaptation in an appropriate way for the life cycle, what happens to the energy is that it will retrogress. And instead of going into the outer world, it will start coming back into the intrapsychic reservoirs. And what happens? It will begin to activate all sorts of contents in the deeper levels of the unconscious. Now, as you know, with Jung, the unconscious was not merely personal. There were, of course, he knew that there was a personal unconscious and issues from the family of origin, but he also knew that in the unconscious is what he would call the levels of the collective unconscious, the objective psyche. When you hit an obstacle, the energy backs up into the deeper levels of the unconscious and will activate images, themes, processes in the collective unconscious. The archetype of initiation is one of the first things that's activated when you hit an adaptive bump in the road, whether that is an illness, some kind of trauma, or whether it's a life cycle change. Whenever you hit a really difficult challenge in adaptation, the archetype of initiation is not a personal content of the psyche. It is a system in the collective unconscious or the objective psyche. The archetype of initiation, as I describe in this book, will be constellated by the energy going into the unconscious. And it will put you in the section of your hard drive that is about death and rebirth. Now, if you know about that part of your hard drive, then you can say, aha, it's time to download some new stuff here, to get on the internet and download some new material for this new phase. But if you don't know about this, and suddenly this impersonal stuff starts to come up in your dreams and you start finding yourself having longing. I have got to find the right religious group. Suddenly I'm religious. I haven't been religious at all. Suddenly I'm having mystical experiences. Well, I thought I was supposed to be an accountant. But now I'm having a religious experience. And so I must have been wrong. Well, this is where you have career shifts, midlife changes, so forth. But see, if you have a sense of what it is that got started, you know that when that archetypal energy, when your energy that's been out relating to the world, when it starts to go down into the unconscious, it will connect with the archetypal self, and it will connect with all the programs, all the what we know as biograms. There are instinctually inherited systems which are there in the psyche for your transformative process. And if you can find adequate containment, remember we talked about ritual containment. Well, whenever that energy goes down and kicks off that archetype of initiation, then you need containment, because you're getting ready to have a big dose of archetypal energy come in to your psyche. And so one of the things you need to ask yourself is, have you been going through any things like that? What's been happening to the relationship between you and archetypal energy in the course of life changes? And are you aware that it is the archetype of initiation? And just because you're hearing voices and seeing visions doesn't necessarily mean you're psychotic. It means that your energy has retrogressed into the collective unconscious, and it's picking up material that is demanding that you take some time to reflect upon to become more whole when you rebuild your life. That's what's going on. So Jung had a sense that not only is the energy going to come back, and when you regress, quote unquote, it's not all bad. Freudians tend to think if you regress, it's really bad. Jungians have more of a sense that if you regress in containment in the alchemical vessel, that's what you're supposed to be doing in a controlled regression, so that you can get rid of some of the deformity of your ego and your personality that existed up to now. And you can rebuild your ego and your self-structure in a more optimized, integrated, appropriate way for the phase of life that you're now facing. So it's an ongoing adaptive task. But Jung saw that down here in the depths of the unconscious are resources for your transformation. And when that energy backs up, goes back down, it awakens tremendous power which needs containment as you go through a renewal process. Remember Eliade? You know, things deteriorate. You got to go get in touch with the energy. Go to the top of the mountain. Well, you go down into the unconscious, but it's the same fundamental metaphor. You go into a vertical axis to go deeper, to connect with the energies of transformation in a contained way to rebuild yourself for a new phase of your pilgrimage from your life. So now Jung, being a Victorian male, tended to, he talked about the anima is the source of animation. And of course he's very male-oriented there. That's the sense of the inner feminine for a man. If a male is not connected with the inner feminine, then there's not much arcing going on. So he doesn't have much energy to relate to himself, to the world, to others at all. However, if a man projects the inner feminine, the female opposite of his personality, if he projects that on the outer woman, he may find himself totally enthralled by the outer woman, totally losing his selfhood in the projection with the outer woman. And you and I know that while Jung tended not to put the same emphasis on the animus as he did the anima, that's a Victorian kind of asymmetry. I think that the important thing that you see there in Jung is our tendency to project the rest of ourself onto the other sex, or the other gender, or to the lover, and to see ourselves, the rest of ourselves that we need for being complete in the other of our love relationship. We can talk more about that later. But the important thing there is not that it's simply in the relationship with the other sex. The key thing is Jung's emphasis on the mystery of the opposites. healers throughout the centuries have known that if you're going to be healed, you got to balance the opposites. And that if you lose one end of an opposite, you're going to lose energy and you're going to be disoriented. So Jung brought this emphasis on the opposites more into consciousness. I didn't know until recently. I'm working on a integrated theory book on my theory, and I was doing work looking at some of the research Theodore Milan has done on the history of thinking about opposites in personality. And he was pointing out that Freud began early in his work in believing that the psyche operates in terms of opposites, although that's been suppressed. But even Freud had a sense that opposites are behind the functioning of the personality. But Jung was the person that really put a lot of emphasis on this. And so in your own inner work, you've got to ask yourself if you're keeping the opposites in your life in consciousness up where you can see them. Because if you don't keep the opposites up where you can see them and seek to balance them, you will tend to lose a lot of energy into the unconscious, where you may have trouble getting in touch with it. Finally, Jung's emphasis on the power in the archetypal self and in the collective unconscious, the huge energies in there, very close to Freud's sense of the id, closer than people have emphasized. Jung was concerned that when you contact archetypal energy in your psyche, you're going to get inflated. And so Jungians have put a lot of emphasis on the dangers of inflation. And of course, as we've seen the history of spiritual concerns with that issue, we know that is an issue. But I think that it's also important to talk about the dangers of deflation. You know, and so the whole issue of profanization is not having enough contact with the energy and a conscious contact with the energy. And of course, inflation would be a parallel to what Tillich talked about as demonization. So there's a little sweep of early theory on energy. All of them are preoccupied with looking at how the energy is flowing in relation to life adaptation, and concerns about the way in which energy can get trapped and not flow toward appropriate objects at appropriate times. I think all of them are very aware of the difficulty of getting psychic energy out of the family and into life. And this afternoon we'll talk a little bit more about Bowen theory. Now I've got a few minutes here before we're going to take a break in about 10 minutes for lunch. Let me open the floor up for any comments or questions about these earlier views of psychic energy. And you can see from what we've talked about how they parallel the concerns of spiritual traditions. Let me open it up. Any comments or questions? Yes.
So Jung sees regression as a natural process and
inevitable
and triggered by sort of imbalance in one's contact with the collective unconscious or the archetypal images in his life.
Yeah, he's saying that Jung sees regression as the result of imbalance in connection to the archetypal energies, and it is a natural process. I think it's quite accurate to say that. I recommend that if you haven't read this introduction by Jacobi, The Psychology of C.G. Jung, you look at that classic book, and it lays this out. We all go through this succession of processes. All the old people to the earth knew this. They had rituals for it, and they expected you to deconstruct periodically. And they knew you were going to do it, and when you started to deconstruct, they had a ritual for you. They had a shaman for you to go see, or a medicine person, and they didn't think that you were having a biochemical failure. or that you had some biochemical flaw in your being, they said, oh, well, it's time for a transformation. So we got to get them in touch with the spirits again and find out what the next agenda is. And so they had ways of having the community gather around and be what we would call self-object supports and help them rethink things. Moderns lost that, much to our sorrow, and Jung is coming back to depathologize symptoms, because in Jung he sees symptoms and regressions as a timely thing. It's you haven't been suffering the things that you're supposed to suffer. And so you're going to have to start, you will suffer things that you're not supposed to suffer until you face the things you're supposed to suffer in life. You can see that's like Adler. You got to face up to the things that you need to face up to in life. And so it's not really a failure of a machine. It's really a regenerative process. And it's seeking the appropriate alchemical vessel, which is the analytical relationship in Jung's eyes, for your individuation. And the whole idea is that you are on a journey, and at different points in your journey, the libido is going to need to detach from the outer world and come back inside, lift up connection with the collective psyche. And what we would say, I didn't mention the transcendent function, but the idea is that the libido goes down, it stimulates the presence, it activates the transcendent function, which is an attempt to bridge the opposites that have been kind of inappropriately separated. So you're right. Absolutely right. Other yes back here.
Can you give an example of keeping the opposites up where you can see them?
Yeah, she says, what is an example of keeping the opposites where you can see them? Well, take, for example, and we'll get into this a lot more this afternoon, there's a tendency, we have a tendency to identify with one pole of archetypal splits. And I'll be going into some different archetypal splits. But some in classical Jungian thought, for example, you would have the puer and the synax, the eternal boy and the dried up old man, the cynical old man. And that's an archetypal continuum. It's like two ends of a stick. And so what you'll see in young men, you'll see them identifying with the puer end of the archetype. And they will be they get really sick of finding all these cynical old men in their lives that are trying to tell them, why don't you grow up? Why don't you get grounded? Why don't you get a job? See? Now, what that young male needs to do is to get in touch with the synax in himself, which is the more mature, wise, old man part of the personality, which can say, hey, you know what, I should get a job. I don't need to split off all that onto some demonized, cynical Scrooge character, or bad father, or a bullying boss, or whatever. I can deal with the necessity to be grounded and mature in my own personality. I don't need to act this dance out with a series of older men. By the same token, men, and particularly when they get past 50, tend to identify with the synax archetype. The synax end of that. Now, unconsciously, men become very childish after midlife. I mean, it's embarrassing the way men get after midlife. I spent a lot of time trying to get them to face up to this. Come on, stop whining, for God's sake. Let's build a world, guys, quit whining. Put up those golf clubs. The work to be done. There's a brave new world out here. But there's a tendency for men when they start getting into that retirement fantasy. You know, retirement can be an opportunity for, you know, I hate the word retirement because it sounds like, you know, you can abdicate life. And I recommend that particularly men eliminate that word from their vocabulary and say, I'm going to invest my energies differently in this phase of my life, but I'm still going to be creative. But in any case, so a man that gets older, and there's a parallel for this with women, needs to be in touch with that puer part of himself, which says, hey, you know, there are new things to do. Maybe things don't have to be the way they are. You know, maybe I could make a difference, even though I'm 65. Maybe I could make a difference in the world. Maybe there might be a brave new world. And so there again, the connection with that puer in an older man. I mean, but there are many, many different of these archetypal splits, and the ego tends to just fall in love with one end. And then you've got a tremendously one-sided ego that's just going to be flypaper for people that are carrying the other end of that archetype. And there's going to be all these unconscious fusion relationships happening with people that carry the other end of the archetypes that you're excluding from your ego. You follow that? So when I say structural psychoanalysis and integrative psychotherapy for me is not a throwaway term. I really mean that you have to keep aware of what these different aspects of the psyche are, and all of them have to be related to consciously. Because if you're not relating to them consciously, you're relating to them unconsciously. And they are having inordinate power in your life and relationships to the extent that they're not on they're not on your screen. If they're not on your screen, something mischievous is going on with that archetypal energy. Okay, one more, and then we're going to take our break. Any other? Yeah, back here.
If I may go back to grandiosity.
Yeah.
It's difficult, lifelong battle. Let's say grandiosity is a spectrum. Okay, so one end of it, you have people really acting on the line of something very extreme. And then at the other end of it is just mere thought. There is no more acting out. The person is ostensibly whole. They're not acting out. They're progressing normal. So and it's a good direction. The person's heading in a good direction. But it's still the grandiosity is bubbling out of the thought itself. Random times, any time, it still comes out and says, oh, maybe the CIA is not. Or maybe you really are. How does one drive? Does that explain?
That happens a lot. That happens a lot. And you have just made a point that I will get around to a lot more this afternoon. And that is the great contribution of Jung, and it's one that Jung was really clear about. Edward Edinger was tremendously clear about it in his work, but a lot of Jungians since then have kind of lost touch with it. A lot of contemporary Jungians have I think, lost the most profound aspects of Jung's theory. And that is that this archetypal self is enormous. It's huge. It is never analyzed away. You never get enough analysis not to have a threat of inflation. It wouldn't matter if you were analyzed with the greatest analyst, male and female in the world, for 20 years. Your temptation, the seduction of grandiosity, would not go away. And so, and when you're tired, sick, or in a transition state because of life cycle or some trauma in your life, the archetypal energy is going to flood. And suddenly you're going to stop being, as you say, you're going to be going down the street, and suddenly, hey, maybe I'm an angel.
So it's something operational that needs to be at heart. Something operational that you cannot explain.
You cannot solve it. This is not a problem to be solved. It is a condition to be regulated. You follow? Freudians think you can solve it. Other theories, this is what my Facing the Dragon book is about. In my Facing the Dragon book, I point out essentially, look, there has been a human apprehension of this dragon all over the traditions. Some people think you can kill it. Beowulf traditions. You're going to search this thing down and you're going to kill it. It's usually in the other religion or the other race or in the other community or it's in the other sex, but it's out there and it's not me and I'm going to kill it. And of course that's an incredible historic failure of the human species because it doesn't work. And then there is the Chinese tradition, the Western traditions, Jonah, Ahab, I call it the Ahab solution, the Ahab non-solution of Moby Dick. You're not going to kill Moby Dick. If you think you are, you're going to sink your boat. So the other solution, which Jung and Edinger and I are trying to promulgate, is you better face up to the fact that this dragon exists. You aren't going to kill it. Any thought that you have that you healed it, you analyzed it away, you cured the narcissism, is a total pipe dream, and is simply a trickster. It's a trickster fantasy that you get into, or you and your therapist get into. You are never going to heal this thing. The only choice that works, potentially can work, Jung thought it would work, Edinger thought it could work, I think it can work, is to learn how to first acknowledge it, respect it, relate to it carefully, know it never sleeps. It never sleeps. and learn how to be creative in relating to it. Make it a partner.
So you're talking about the shadow, really?
I'm talking about the shadow, but see if you say shadow. We've domesticated that where all these people doing shadow work, I'm going to do shadow work, and the way in which this stuff has gone in recent years in Jungian psychology and the way in which people who've appropriated Jung's psychology have popularized it, it's all about, shadow work. Come on, we're going to do a weekend, we're going to have shadow work, and we're going to deal with your shadow, and then you're going to be fine. Well, that's not my message. My message is, you've got this enormous thing in the living room with you. Wake up. See it. It's here. Some people call it God. Some people call it the Kundalini. There are all kinds of names for this thing. But it is huge, and it's not you. And it is in your psyche, and it is behind all of your compulsions, and it's behind all of your self-destructive symptoms, and it's behind all of your creativity, and it's behind all of your ambition. And so the task is to get clear that this is a lifelong relationship. And this is what Edward Edinger meant, and you listen to my Edinger lectures, this is what Edinger meant about building the ego self-axis. But see, I like to say, be careful when you say that. I'm going to build my ego self-axis. Because that can sound a lot as domesticated as, well, I'm going to work with my shadow. That's why I titled this book Facing the Dragon. Well, if you're clear that this is a great dragon, and it's golden, and this is not a relationship between equals. You got to get clear about this and work on this consciously. Then enormous, tremendous creative things can happen. We'll get more into that this afternoon. I'll go into that a lot more. Yes?
I mentioned Shiva earlier. That's just curious. It's our creative side and we don't do this in our Trinity. One is the creator, one is the sustainer, and one is the destroyer.
Right.
And that's within us.
Yes.
So the key to that is to be aware of the inner destroyer aspect.
Yeah.
And are we using that destruction positive or negative?
That's right. That's right.
Or just destruction for destruction's sake, which becomes the divine and satanic and evil.
Right. That's right.
We can be the sustainer, which can be destructive, that will need to let go of something.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
That's
right. That's right.
So there's different ways to use those archetypes, all three ways, so positive and negative.
Well, the thing is, though, the thing you got to realize is that Shiva energy is not your ego, and it is always present and closer than you think, and so the conscious relationship, and this is where you could say, if you wanted to do a spiritual thing here and just really talk about the spirituality of it, I've come to believe that all spirituality, regardless of what religious form or tradition, is a form of yoga. In that yoga is the attempt to become aware of these great energies and to find ways to relate to it in ways that are healing and life-enhancing. And whether it's Chinese yoga or Hindu yoga or Christian yoga or whatever, the whole idea of trying to find ways to optimize the relationship to that energy, that's the spiritual task. Accessing it, but not letting it possess you. And it's a huge thing. I mean, that's why it's honored so much in the breach. Let's take a lunch break, and I'll see you we'll start at 1:30 sharp. Okay, this afternoon, I want to deal with more recent theoretical development and in relationship to energy issues and continuing building on the foundation of the early psychoanalytic work we talked about this morning. I'd like to start out with, there are a lot of other traditions that I don't have time to deal with today, but I just want to focus on ones that I think are relevant for a attempt at theoretical integration these days. There's been a tendency, sort of a fragmenting tendency in psychoanalysis in general and in Jungian circles in particular. Let me spend just a couple of minutes on some of that to give you a little background. The institute that Margaret Shanahan and I work with, we've called the Institute for the Science of Psychoanalysis. It is a Neo-Jungian oriented institute, but we're hoping to get beyond the kind of tribalism that exists in psychoanalytic theory today, and to have and to facilitate the kind of vision that the National Organization for the National Association for the Advancement of Psychoanalysis has tried to begin envisioning, and that is to get beyond this malignant tribalism where people learn only one language and don't really take other systems seriously in a contribution to the furthering of psychoanalysis as a human science. There have been tendencies, various tendencies to try to turn, classical Jungians have tended to kind of turn Jungian psychology into a religion. In fact, in my work on trying to decode the deep structures of the self, I've had people, quote, accuse me of knowing too much about the archetypal self. And it's like that's an odd thing to say about somebody who's doing scientific inquiry. It's like you know too much. If you're a brain surgeon, you know too much about the structure of the brain. So, in other words, I think we don't want psychoanalysis to be of any kind to be turned into a religion, though they tend to operate like a religious tribe in their dogmatism and the mutual sort of hatred. And we don't want psychoanalysis to be turned into literary criticism, where it turns aside from all other scientific data. That is to say that, in my view, and the kind of point of view represented in what I'm trying to work on, is that you really have, if psychoanalysis is not going to be just a sort of a cult like Knoll and some other critics of psychoanalysis have made, particularly of Jungians, then we have to try to relate to scientific findings and interdisciplinary findings in all areas. So what I try to do in my work is to try to come up with integrative theory that relates to not only other psychoanalytic theories, but relates to empirical scientific research on the psyche, and relates to evolutionary the evidence of evolutionary psychology and psychiatry, and recent progress in neurobiology. So without losing our connection to the Jungian scientific interest in the structure of myth, as well as its implications for spirituality. This kind of work has tremendous implications for spirituality and spiritual practice. But you can't reduce spirituality and spiritual practice to scientific inquiry in any form of psychoanalysis. And you shouldn't turn a serious psychoanalytic science into a religion, because what I'm trying to do is to come up with a theory, a Neo-Jungian structural theory, which can be related to empirical data. And if I'm wrong, you can show me I'm wrong based on the data. For example, the so-called archetypal psychologist, the Hillmanian wing in Jungian thought, does not have a theory. There's no way to prove them wrong. They're not trying to relate it to the empirical data in any way. And the classical Jungians tend to want to have the collected works be the Black Bible and not learn anything new. So that's why I like to call my work and what I'm trying to do here as Neo-Jungian, not post-Jungian, not classical Jungian, not post-Jungian, but Neo-Jungian, trying to continue Jung's project with new evidence. In terms of what I'm doing right now, I've got about 5 sets of lectures on psychology of mythology that are now being edited, and I'll publish them under the title The Anatomy of Myth, which will be an attempt to show in which, from the framework I'm presenting to you today, that if you really look at the collective unconscious, you can understand a lot more about the reasons that myths are patterned the way they are. It's no accident that they are patterned in recognizable patterns. And I'm working now on, if you know the work of Anthony Stevens is a Jungian analyst in England who has tried to relate Jung's thought to evolutionary psychology and psychiatry, and he's probably closest to my work of any other contemporary Jungians. He does not, I think, though, have a structural theory. He's very interested in myth, and has done some really good work there. But he's sort of reducing Jungian thought to evolutionary psychology. While I think we need to be in dialogue with evolutionary psychology, I don't want to simply collapse Jungian analysis into that. I mean, I think it's important to retain subjectivity in the psychology of subjectivity. So anyway, hence my wanting to talk about a few of these. In this theoretical writing that I'm doing now over the next 2 years to try to get this all integrated out in print, I'm particularly interested in Anthony Stevens' work, who bridges Jung's thought with evolutionary psychology, Bowen family systems theory, which is bridging relationality and systems thinking to neurobiology and evolutionary psychology, and the work of Theodore Milan, who is, in my view, the leading research psychologist on psychopathology and integrative psychotherapy. None of these people have a structural theory of the psyche, which really accounts for the patterns in the structure of the deep self. But their work, if taken together and related to my structural theory, makes possible a kind of a very large and very deep structural integration of theory in scientific psychoanalysis. So that's what I'm into these days, and that's where we're going to go just for a minute here. Now, the reason I've put Kohut up here, Heinz Kohut, and the founder of a school of thought known as psychoanalytic self-psychology, is because he picked up, in a way, he picked up where Adler and Jung left off with regard to looking at closer at energy. And while he was interested in the classical Freudian views of energy flows, and while he was really interested in the phenomenon that Jung had talked about as inflation, he researched a lot about the so-called narcissistic personality disorder. He was very fascinated with narcissistic personality disorder. In looking at the phenomena around people's narcissistic wounds, that is, wounds to their self-esteem, where what really stood out to him was not so much the disturbances of their relationships, although certainly they were there. But what stood out to Kohut was the disturbance in their relationship to their own sense of self and their own sense of self-esteem. And Kohut, in the light of those studies, decided that there was another kind of libido other than the object libido that seeks a beloved object that Freud had discussed. That there's a whole different line of development in psychic energy. And this line of psychic energy had to do with psychic energy, in his view, related to the ability to love the self. In other words, sure, loving the other is an important developmental capacity, and to be able to direct your energy toward another in a way that really leads to attachment, where I can really get excited about you. You know, if I could really the word, the Freudian word was cathect. I could really cathect you. Wow, you're really interesting. I would be willing to work to relate to you, you know. That's one line. But Kohut said, you know, there's another line of development on this, and another kind of libido, and it is a kind of libido related to narcissism, healthy narcissism. And in this line, in this area of the psyche, he came up with this idea that there is grandiose, get this now, grandiose exhibitionistic libido. Now, how did he get that idea? Well, clinically. Because what he noticed was that he would be working with someone who, for example, had such a problem with attending to themselves that they were very bored with themselves. Those of you who are therapists will observe this phenomenon. You will notice that some people are so bored with themselves that they have a tremendous amount of time, difficulty, just standing your attention. That is, for you to pay attention to them is very uncomfortable for them. Now, Kohut began to look at that. He found that clinically very fascinating, and he began to study the phenomenology of boredom. And he began to realize that people who are bored with other people and with themselves have got a disorder in this area of the capacity to integrate this grandiose exhibitionistic libido. That is to say, they can't get that energy working in such a way in the self-organization that it issues an ability to feel celebrative of the self. And so one of the things he would notice that some persons who are bored with themselves are able to idealize others. And that person might come into the relationship and they might have an idealizing transference to the analyst. That is to say, I'm very interested in you because you're wonderful, but I am nothing. You are everything and I am nothing. And so remember my thing about arcing? Where is the gold there? The gold is out there in the being experienced by the analysand in the person of the analyst. So the only way that person at that point can relate to grandiose libido is through an idealizing projection. The grandiose libido is there, but it can only be related to out here. Now, does that sound familiar? That's what we were talking about earlier. But Kohut said that in those persons and in other persons who present as more arrogant, the grandiose exhibitionistic libido is really flooding the person's sense of self. And this creates what he called a mirror transference, countertransference field. And what this means is this. Say if there's someone that comes into my consulting room and they are really awash in grandiose exhibitionistic libido, they're paying me a lot of money to help them through my skills. But if I try to say anything, the message that they will communicate to me is shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. This was Kohut's discovery. He called it the formation of a mirror transference, and it meant that the grandiose exhibitionistic libido was so powerful that all that is wanted of the analyst observer is an audience. And if you try to be more than an audience, first you get a rage response, and then you get termination. They leave therapy. Now, this whole work that Kohut did is very fascinating, very, very interesting, very fascinating. And one of the things he did was to make a revolutionary breakthrough in cultivating empathy for people with this kind of disorder, because he helped us understand that a person who is coming on in a very narcissistic, arrogant way is not really choosing to do that. They're awash in a certain kind of psychic energy. And that psychic energy is really dominating them. And the appropriate attitude of a therapist toward that is not hate, which is what therapists often experience toward it. How dare you come in here and not use my brilliant skills? But the appropriate attitude is tremendous empathy, because this person is possessed, is dominated, being overwhelmed by these grandiose energies in the psyche. Now, this enables those of us that are willing to learn from other schools, it enables those of us who are Jungians to look back at this idea of the archetypal self and the idea of inflation and the Jungian tendency to really pathologize inflation, and help us look at that in a fresh way. Say, oh, wait a minute. When someone is presenting that demand to be mirrored, they're presenting a developmental flaw that never got worked out with their family of origin. They were never seen and celebrated in an adequate way, or they were fused with in a sort of a predatory way by a narcissistic parent, so that the child could fulfill the aspirations of the parent. And therefore they were never allowed to kind of slowly come down off of the high chair into a human body, because they had to be great for the parent. The parent's dreams had not been realized, so the child had to be great. So in any way, the upshot of this work that Kohut did, for those that could let themselves learn from him, is to make us a lot more empathic with people who are struggling with this arrogant form of libido that gets set up in the psyche. Now, from my point of view, when I started thinking about Jungian psychology through the lens of Kohut's work, I began to realize that in my training, no one had ever really talked to me about the way in which archetypal energy is, in fact, grandiose energy. But if you once understand that, then a lot of Jung's discussions make more sense, because it's quite clear that when archetypal energy starts coming in a powerful way, it is very grandiose. And it will push you to grandiose aspirations in whatever archetypal form it's lighting up. That energy is lighting up. So in other words, Kohut saw some new things, helped us to look at this in a fresh way, helped some of us who were trying to revitalize Jungian theory look at this and say, oh wow, this archetypal self is a very, very powerful engine of grandiose energies. And so that's been a tremendous contribution right there in terms of understanding the powerful expression of libido. It's not all about just wanting to relate to the object or the self-object. I mean, there are tremendous energies in there that need regulation. Bowen systems theory, if you haven't had a chance to look at that, it's really fascinating stuff. They're doing very interesting things with that now. And in Bowen theory, the focus is, now they don't talk about self-integration as a concept, but they do talk about the way in which we are primate creatures who are hardwired to develop in a family system first, and that there's tremendous instinctual energy that we're having to deal with as we struggle to differentiate from that family system. And what they try to get us to do is to think about the way in which all this instinctual energy generates anxiety. And so one of the interesting things here that also relates to Freud, you can see it. Murray Bowen was a Freudian analyst before he became a systems theorist, so you can see the tradition there. When you are struggling to differentiate from your family of origin, there is a lot of instinctual energy trying to find an appropriate place to go. But since family systems have their own inertia, and they want to maintain their homeostasis, read that incest dynamics, the family will make it very difficult for you to put your energy outside the family system, of the system of your family of origin. One of the things that you're going to want to do tomorrow is to ask, to what extent is my psychic energy still being poured into my family of origin, family system, in a way I'm not really conscious enough of? Is there some way in which I'm still in a fusion? They talk about fusion. That is to say, as you're trying to differentiate from your family of origin, you have to overcome all of these regressive fusions with the family. In Jungian terms, what would we call a regressive fusion with the family? We would call it an archetypal projective field with the family. Your father is not simply another guy that tried to do his best in living a life. He is the tyrant king who never gave you his blessing. And I'm going to hang around the family until I get it. That's what happens a lot. Or the mother. The mother's not just a woman that was struggling to deal with her life. She is the snow queen, the archetypal snow queen, who withheld her blessing. And I'm going to stick around till I get it. That sort of thing we see a lot as we look at family system stuff. But the fusion language in Bowen theory is related to an archetypal projection which has still not been regulated. Become conscious and regular. Yes. Yes. Question, she says, can there be a fusion with regard to the family of origin if the family is not around anymore? Yeah, because it's we take our family of origin with us intrapsychically. Of course, you want to, a lot of us have families of origins that are still around, in the outer world. It's important to scan that and really ask yourself what's really going on with that now. But it's also important to look at the way in terms of the inner, what is known as the object world, the inner object world. That is, well, how many archetypal projections are still operating with regard to the family of origin? In what way am I still expecting my parents to be other than they were? And I'm waiting to live my life until they change and relate to me differently, or change their behavior, or see me for who I am. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands of those who are waiting for their parents to see them as who they are. We're going to all be waiting a long time. But in any case, one of the things that Bowen theory has helped us see, and other systems theories, is that anxiety is huge in a family system. They are now relating that to simply instinctual energies that we come with. Huge instinctual energies that are in a family system and are always present. Interestingly enough, energies which natural primate energies which force you away from other people, which we Jungians would call an archetypal agenda there. I call that the warrior archetypal agenda. And you can see the forces for differentiation in the psyche. And they say there's an energy, an instinctual energy in the personality and in the system to be close to people. And those things are eternally in conflict in Bowen family systems theory. Never resolved, cannot be in principle resolved. And they say that when the anxiety of that conflict builds up to a certain degree, then we have to triangulate. We will triangulate with somebody, another person. We will triangulate with a dog. We will triangulate with a job. We'll triangulate with whatever we can bring into our life to diversify the containers for our energy so that we can stand the anxiety. I suggest to you today that you start monitoring your life, and when you see anxiety, you read that energy. And you read it energy that is not being adequately contained and channeled. In Bowen theory, they point out how we use relationships to provide vessels, temporary vessels, to help us contain all this energy that is not being regulated adequately. And so now the current cutting-edge theorists in Bowen family systems theory it's amazing. They have done so much work now on the relationship between neurophysiology, the neurophysiology of anxiety, and family dynamics, and how they all turn on anxiety. The struggle against fusion and the parallel struggle against abandonment, and all of the energy that's in that, wanting me to go this way and then to go the other way. The tendency to triangulate to help me deal with all this confusion, and the struggle to self-differentiate from the relationships in the family of origin in order that you can relate in a more mature way. In my work, what I'm trying to do is to show that if you take Bowen theory in terms of self-differentiation from the family of origin and their self-differentiation scale, you can take that here and right side by side with it, you can put a self-integration scale, and they're really talking about the same phenomenon. That is to say, as you get more differentiated from your family of origin and all of the archetypal expectations you had of your parents and siblings, for that matter. You become more centered and more mature as a self, and you can actually have more adequate connection to those human beings in your family. One of the things that the Bowen theory has pointed out is if you're completely cut off from your family of origin, you're really fused with them. So in other words, you need to pick up the phone, call up your cousins, make contact with no demand and no expectations. And the Bowen theorists now believe that to the extent that you're able to maintain contact, more frequent than not, with your extended family, guess what? In today's context, we would say, you're regulating better. In fact, not only are you regulating better if you can do that, it will help you regulate your energies better to do that. It's like through expanding the web of familial contact beyond your immediate nuclear family of origin, you don't have that abandonment fear. Well, I can always pick up the phone and call Aunt so-and-so. I don't have to be in close relationship with Mom, but I can talk to her sister. You follow that? So it's a kind of a diversification of containment. And so I think we all need to look more. We've tended in psychoanalysis to make things just too intrapsychic. Certainly there's that intrapsychic way of thinking about it, but it's also related to the relationality. And the Bowen family systems people help us to understand about getting beyond these archetypal fusions in relationality and how it relates to self-integration. Yes, back here.
Just to raise a quick point. What if you really never knew you said call your cousins. What if you really never knew them that well?
Yeah, well, the problem of say, for example, someone who, he's asking the question, but what if you didn't know your cousins? Or what if you didn't, well, some people didn't know their father or mother. Well, what happens in those cases is that the archetypal imagination fills in, creates an imaginal family, and you'll get all sorts of archetypal kind of family dynamics going on, where your archetypal imagination is trying to come up with candidates to fulfill those roles, and what you got to do is to realize that, for example, if your father wasn't in your life very much, you say, well, some people, you've heard so many people's fathers were really losers. Well, it's one thing to have to deal with a disappointing loser father who really made it difficult for you to access the archetype of the king in a good way. It's another thing to have nothing to help you regulate that expectation of the archetype of the king. In other words, if you never knew a father, then you've got this unchallenged archetypal longing for that. If you had a father, you still got the longing, and you got to get that thing conscious and get it off of human beings. But if you didn't have a father in your life, take it from me, you got one in your psyche. You got an archetypal father longing in the psyche, and it's one that has to be brought up in active imagination and worked with in with imaginal techniques, so you can get it out of the unconscious. I think a lot of depression sometimes will be people having this real sense of emptiness about never having had those eyes of blessing look at them, and that the longing for the eyes of blessing that really recognize you. That's a royal longing, and in a good enough family, mom and dad mediated that good in a good enough way to have you not keep that longing split off into the unconscious. But if you really didn't get good enough parenting, then a lot of the time that longing is split off in the unconscious, and you just have a sort of a chronic depression. Yes?
Well, it seems like there's such an overlap here, and I don't understand it, but what comes to mind is just, if I'm seeing a teenager who says, I never got that blessing from my parents and is longing for it, and then, you see the parents and they totally give the kid that blessing, then it
Yes.
So I don't want to.
Well, she's raising the question. You get a teenager that's feeling they've never been blessed by the parent. Then you see the parents. You're the therapist. You see the parents, and you see the parents have really, really tried very hard and mobilized a lot of resources and everything. Well, there's where it's very helpful to know about the archetypal parents, because no human parent can ever meet the expectations of the archetypal longing. It's in principle impossible to really meet it. So in those cases where the child is really tremendously idealizing the parent, it's a different kind of dynamic. What's going on is the parent is often welcomed that kind of idealization and has never given the child very much attention because of their own grandiosity. And then the child has not been able to form a sense of self because the game between the child and the parent has been, you are to idealize me. I am the wonderful parent. That's a different dynamic. You would be able to see that as a clinician if they came in and were that grandiose. So in any case, it's important for us to bring in this recent work that's being done on anxiety and systems, family systems, and the role of fusions and the way in which they're understanding that people have an ongoing struggle to manage their anxiety and relational systems. What the Bohemians don't have, they don't really have a sense of, they don't give enough attention to the integration of the self system, which would be consistent with their theory of systems. You know, in systems theory, you have all these interlocking systems. What I'm proposing is that we simply understand that the self system is a system that has to have its own structural integrity, and it operates in relational systems. And so in our theoretical development, we have to really be very conscious about looking at how our self system is doing in relationship to our relational systems. To the extent that I am fused, archetypally fused with my different relationships, what does that tell me? That tells me that I am in some kind of archetypal merger in those relationships, and to that extent, I'm not really integrating in my self system. So I raise that because it's important for us to get past this standoff between family systems theory and psychoanalytic theory, because that's ridiculous for us to be in that kind of standoff. I went to one of these systems conferences recently, and bless their hearts, they're still up there talking about how psychoanalysts are not interested in our theory. And I went up to them, I said, well, you know, that's not altogether true. Some of us are interested in what you're doing and how it's related to what we're doing. Well, let me just stop there before I turn to my own decoding of these things, and we can interact a minute. Yes?
In the examples that you mentioned earlier, the young person where the parental figures are not available, they will turn to a gang or that sort of anything that is a substitute of that sort of...
A gang is a kind of, he's asking about when young people don't have a family system as a kind of a developmental container, they turn to gangs or things like that. Often gangs serve as sort of surrogate families, surrogate vessels for all this energy. You know, gangs are very disciplined. If you don't go by the rules in a gang, you get killed. So it's, quote, tough love in gangs. It's very sociopathic in certain senses, but within the system of the gang itself, there's a lot of regulation and discipline of energy. And as young people develop, they're struggling against all these huge energies we're talking about. And hopefully the family can help them kind of learn to regulate as they develop. But again, in terms of institutional failures now, I was just talking this past week with some of the leading scholars of the family, and they were commiserating with me about how much the family as a developmental system is deteriorated. And so it's no accident that we have a lot more acting out now, see. Any other comments or questions related to any of these theories? So I just want to underscore that thing about thinking about anxiety in energy terms. We tend to look at anxiety and just kind of think about it as disconnected from a lot of these libido issues. Actually, one rule that you can depend upon is that when someone is experiencing a lot of anxiety, usually there is energy that's not being channeled into a useful direction. And the Bohemians have looked at this recent neurological research showing that when you are in an anxiety attack, the centers in the brain which have to do with fear are firing, but the centers in the brain which have to do with problem solving are off. And you know, energy is supposed to do creative work. And when the energy is there for adaptation, we've been talking about that all day, when the energy is not being put to work, there's going to be anxiety. There's going to be more anxiety. So all that stuff, some of you mentioned behavioral cognitive theory, all that intuitions that the cognitive therapist had, and the insight they had about panic disorders, that if you have somebody with a panic disorder, you got to get them into problem-solving behaviors, low-level, low-altitude problem-solving behaviors, and it will help them regulate the panic. That's now been substantiated by brain research. When the anxiety is manifesting, I think we have to look at that as unutilized energy, which is lighting up sectors of the brain that are not helpful. When you've got anxiety attacks going on, that's one of the things I want you to think about for tomorrow. What's going on with my anxiety levels, and what does that mean about my deployment of energy? Where do I need to be channeling my energy now that I'm not taking responsibility for channeling that energy towards some creative adaptive involvement? Because now we're getting not only the hypotheses of the cognitive psychologist on that, we've actually got the hard brain science that supports that. Yeah.
And I understand that you would say that a good channeling of the energy would be creative work and also relationships.
Well, sure. I mean, you got to look at where your sideshow is and where the task that's most pressing that you're avoiding is. Usually, my sense of this is that it's consistent with Adler's old insights. That is, if you're having a lot of anxiety, there's some life task that you're avoiding. You don't really have the courage to face it. The energy is not being channeled. If you have the energy, or maybe you're feeling that you don't have adequate energy. But the point of it is, you'd want to look at what it is you're avoiding. You may be dealing with your relationships. That may not be the thing you're avoiding, or you may be doing tremendous creative work and avoiding something with regard to confrontation in a relationship or something like that. So it's really something that's got to be scanned. You've really got to do a scan of your psychic field and see where you're turning away from things that are asking for your attention. We're all doing it. It's just a matter of trying to get more honest about the scan. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Any other questions or comments before we go on? Okay, let me lead you quickly through my development on this issue of energy. What I've tried to do in my work is to get a lot more specific about the coding of these deep structures in the psyche. And you can see in a lot of my lectures and a lot of my writing about this thing that I believe to be the diamond body code. There's a quadration in the human psyche, according to Jung. I agree with him. He tended to think it was intuition, thinking, feeling, and sensation. Tony Wolff, his associate, had a different sense about structural forms. I'm more in her tradition. I believe that there are 4 fundamental archetypal sectors in the psyche that are the basis for the huge human preoccupation with fourfoldness in the world. From the Tibetan monks doing sand paintings of Shambhala to all of the many forms of the quaternio that you see in Jung's collected works. If you look at the 20th volume of Jung's collected works in the index under quaternio, he gives you all of these references in mythology and world literature about the fourfoldness in human symbolism. My sense are that these have to do with 4 different sectors, males and females. They're that's the royal sector, having to do with nurturance, energy for nurturance, energy for mentoring, energy for visioning, energy for mentoring, for visioning, and for centering. It is in this sector that the capacity to get calm and centered lies. And so if it's difficult for you to really get kind of clear and centered in your own vision for where you're going, that's an issue in the royal sector of your psyche. It is the part of you that can say, this is what I want. This is what I'm going to build. This is who I want to come with me. This is my solid self. This is what's related to the Bowen theory. You know, they say that as you get more differentiated from your family, you can be a solid self. You know what your values are. You know who you are in spite of what pleases them. And you're a solid self in spite of whatever pressure the family system puts on you to comply. Well, in my view, that comes out of this royal sector of your psyche. If you do not have that integrated enough consciously, you will be too much of a pleaser for other people. You will give away your power and your sovereignty to others. There is the warrior line of development, I call it. It has to do with aggression, boundaries, assertiveness, what the great Ernest Wolff, self-psychologist, called aversive capacities, the capacity to stand against anything toxic that's sent your way. It's the capacity to be adversarial with those that you need to be adversarial with. It's the capacity to feel effective. It's the inner Stephen Covey part of you. 7 habits of highly effective people. If you don't like Stephen Covey's 7 habits, then you probably got problems in your warrior sector. Because the warrior sector is about effectiveness. It's not about getting mad. If you have to get mad in order to be firm, you've got problems in this area. And if you're a rageaholic, you're really an uninitiated person in it. So there's the effectiveness line. Ernest Wolff calls that efficacy. And the old Robert White and other earlier psychoanalytic theorists called that competence issues, tracing it back to Adler and the capacity to overcome. So in any case, if you've got that, you will not tend to be as codependent if you really have a capacity to form a boundary. If you've got enough capacity to form a boundary, you won't be as easily in fusions with other people. Doesn't mean you won't have certain kinds of fusions, but it won't be as easy. Third line of development is a cognitive line. I call it, it's under the image, the mythic image of the magician. It has to do with transformative processes. It's what I've written about in this archetype of initiation book, and in this book, The Magician and the Analyst, it's coming out. It is the part of your psyche that's got to be invoked if you get in a transition state. That is invoked. Once the world, your life world is torn, that sector of the psyche has to come online. It will either come online unconsciously or it will come online consciously. If it comes online unconsciously, then you will tend to simply detach from your world. This is the archetypal system having to do with a detachment. And if you notice, people that are schizoid are sort of under the guise of this system. These are the detached pathologies. So these are detached pathologies. The warriors are pathologies of aggression or passive aggression or sadistic personality disorders. The royal disorders are the independent pathologies. Narcissistic personality disorder or sociopathic disorders.
What you're saying is when that happens, when your world changes, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's giving you a message to enter into that transformation.
The purpose of the psyche's systems is to have you undergo a metamorphosis. If you're not aware of this because your culture has not taught you about this, other cultures used to teach people about this and create forms for them to go to. In our culture, you say, "Oh my God, I'm having a midlife crisis," and it's like there's not a ritual context that we think of for that. But in any case, this is the death and rebirth sector. It has to do with detachment from the ordinary world of the past. It has to do with contemplation. It has to do with looking at the alternatives. It has to do with studying the various possibilities. To look at the template. In other words, when that line of development is working, you will be able to hit the restart button and be able to see all the alternatives that you have left out of your considerations. It's sort of the inner map reader. Yes, it's the inner alchemist. But the important thing is when that's constellated, you're going to be in a reflective mode, a retreat and reflection. And that, when you're in that, you need to be going to a intensive journal workshop or something. Yes, right. It's like what you're trying to do is get containment and get into the reflective mode. That's what these intensive journal workshops are so wonderful, to provide an actual vessel for that kind of reflection in kind of an intense way, very inexpensive and very useful way to do that. When libido is being brought in through that structure in the psyche, that archetypal structure in the psyche, the libido is going to be expressed in these forms. When the energy in the psyche is being transformed through those structures, there's not going to be energy for attachment. Forget it. When somebody's in that, they're not ready for attachment. The whole process is a process of deconstruction, detachment, withdrawing, reflection, getting my bearings, and that sort of thing. Then the fourth line of development, and the fourth kind of archetypal structure is this, what I call the lover line of development. This has to do with affiliation, embodiment, sexuality, the capacity for intimacy, the capacity for real valuing of the other. This is what Freud was working. See, Freud was working this territory here, this whole eros and aggression dialectic. And Adler and Kohut were really working more on this superiority and social interest, superiority claims, the issue of the issue of power and its criticism. The issue of blessing and being blessed. That's on this axis. So, Jung kind of believed that Freud and Adler had a typological difference, and that's why they had different theories. Actually, I think it's simpler than that. I just think that Freud was working with this axis of dynamics in the psyche, and Adler was working with this other dialectic. They were both working on real things, and it wasn't simply a perceptual conflict. So anyway, following Jung, psychic energy doesn't just come in here. Freud was right. Psychic energy does come in here. In relationship to your capacity to love. It's got to be coming in here if you're going to attach. This is attachment theory. If you're going to attach to other people, some of the energy's got to be coming in here and here. But there's other work that has to be done in the psyche. And so energy has to come in through different structures and be transformed into different forms, different kinds of work. And so to the extent that you need to do your cognitive work, the energy's got to come in here, your reflective work, your inner magician work, your, as Robert Johnson's, if you haven't seen that little book by Robert Johnson, Inner Work. When the libido needs to do inner work, it's got to come in through this sector of the psyche. And I've shown in my work, and will be publishing in these theoretical volumes, there's really an inner phenomenology, inner psychic geography. There is a 4 quarters of psychic geography, and it's very clear. It's very differentiated. The spaces are not at all alike. And once you study them, you will be able to tell when you or someone else is in a certain space. There's the garden space of the lover. There's the transformative space of this magician function. There's the royal city, the cosmos, polis, center, ceremonial space around the royal, the center of the world, a sense there. We're in the throne room, the White House, and all the accoutrements of that. And there's the plane of struggle, where there's us and them. And you can see in any particular personality or organization or community, for example, in the Mideast, which of these spaces is constellated? This is the space of the Mideast right now. It's all warrior space. It's all us and them. There's almost no royal energy in the Mideast now, and almost no one carrying that energy whatsoever. Rabin tried to carry it, and he got killed. Sadat tried to carry the royal energy, and he got killed. And so the point simply being is, when you're looking at energy, you ask, where is the energy going in my psyche? If you're having compulsive involvement with pornography, you are having a kind of flooding of an immature form of energy coming in from this sector. Do you follow that? If you are just dominated by erotic energy, and there are many people out here now with the internet, they are locked into that internet porn, and that is a sort of a captivity of the energy in that sector. Do you see that? Anybody that doesn't see that? If you've got someone who is compulsively studying esoteric religion, and that's all they do, they go to work, they come home, and they study Eckankar, and then they discover it's not really good enough, and then they study something else, and then they get rid of that one, and they study something else. But I had one guy come into my office, and he was glowing. He was just glowing. And he had studied them all. And he was the master, and he was there to tell me the secret to all of them. I mean, he was hot. But I didn't have any trouble figuring out where his libido was. Right? It wasn't going into relating to anybody, including me. It was lighting up the whole neighborhood. I'm sure there was a glow over my house. Close encounter of the fourth kind or something. And I hypothesized, I don't think this guy's going to be able to form a transference to me. Right? Right. Why? Somebody tell me why he couldn't form a transference to me. Why would he need one? Yeah, he wanted a mirror transference. He wanted a mirror transference. But he would not be able to form even a mirror transference, because to do that you have to come. You have to want to come. And the problem is, if you're lighted up too much with archetypal libido, in that form, it will drive you out of connection. it will drive you out of connection. Any sign that you might need anyone, even to mirror you, is simply not available. See? Came to me to manifest his role as
Have an audience.
well, yeah, right, but not a consistent audience. He was not interested in coming back more than seeing me. He just wanted to come manifest. And I'm sure that he's been going around manifesting, no telling. I mean, making appearances. You've heard of Maitreya making appearances around. I'm sure that that a lot of other people got the appearances. The sad thing about that sort of thing is when that energy is that powerful, one is very close to psychosis, extremely close to psychosis. And so that, but see, my point is simply that kind of flooding can occur in any sector. And the energy, what you look for is you don't look for erotic energy everywhere. It's not going to be in every personality. It's not going to be coming, the libido is not going to be coming in erotic energy in every person at every time. But it is still libido, and depending on the way that the structure, the transformer of the libido works, it will come in that form. If it comes in through the warrior sector, you're going to be experiencing a lot of aggression, a lot of aggressive energy coming at you. So if we're trying to think about energy dynamics, what you want to do, if you tend to be putting out a lot of aggression in your environment, you notice that you're a little snappish, putting out a lot of aggression in your environment, then from the point of view of what we're talking about today, you want to be aware your libido is coming in through that warrior sector. And some sectors in your psyche that need some libido are not getting, those valves are not being opened, so you can put it in there. See, you follow that? So in any case, you want to watch for where the libido is coming in. And one of the things, if you get my lectures on collective unconscious and psychopathology and that archetype, compulsion and healing, you ask, where is the compulsivity? Where you scan for the compulsivity. Where am I tending to be a little compulsive about looking at the porn on the internet or studying this particular item or obsessed with that particular person? In other words, where am I feeling a little bit driven, to go back to Freud? That's where your energy is flowing. And so I'm just suggesting that what we want to do is tonight and tomorrow, I want you thinking about doing an energy audit. I want to know where it's going. Where is it flowing?
So the key is obsessed with power. How's that different from the warrior progression?
Yeah. Well, the king and queen are interested in manifesting power, but they don't always do it in an aggressive mode at all. In fact, if I'm a narcissistic personality disorder, I shouldn't have to force you to do anything. You should just adore me, because I am who I am. And if you don't adore me, then I'm not going to waste any time with you. I'm not going to bother to fight for your attention if I'm a narcissistic personality disorder. You're just stupid. If you were really smart, you would be investing in me. A person can be organized when you think about a way a personality is organized, a self-system is organized, you can be organized here, chiefly, or you can be organized here, like Bill Clinton, or you can be organized here, like Pentagon types, lawyers, or you can be organized here. A lot of addicts organized here. So what you do, that's why I passed out that thing. What you want to do when you're trying to do a structural diagnosis with anyone, you're asking, where is their energy going? You're also interested in where it's not going. Because in integration, if you're really into integrating a personality, there's going to be energy flow as appropriate around the four quarters in the psyche. And the tendency is for all of us to be compulsively locked into channeling our energy into one or more of these quadrants, and to have the others in the shadow, more in the shadow, where we project onto other people. So this is the way you think about, if you take this energy issue, you ask, in this system, you look at the different forms of libido, and it's much more specific than Jung was about what the forms are. Jung said there were various forms of libido, right. Kohut helped us start getting a lot more specific, but it's a lot more structured than Kohut thought. And depending on where, how the family system sort of parcel out the archetypal geography to the kids, you can ask, what did the family system and your family of origin want you to occupy? What space did they want you to occupy? And you will notice that very few family systems ever assigned all of the space to each of the children. Different children tend to get socialized into different archetypal arenas. And that's part of the pull of the family of origin and the archetypal fusions of the family of origin. If somebody comes in to see you, you need to ask, well, which one of the siblings got to be the competent one? Which one of the siblings got to be the lovable one? Which one of the siblings was assigned the task of being the assistant mother, the responsible one, nurturing all the rest of the family members, including mom and dad, and so on? Which one was the hostile one that everybody thinks is nasty, but that's the way, if you're going to do a structural analysis of libido and energy flows, you have to have a sense of the structures and the geography, and you've got to have a sense of what the energy looks like when it comes in a compulsive way in that person. So that's the kind of thing that I've tried to add in my theory, getting a lot more specific about a structural diagnosis and a structural sense of where energy has traditionally been directed in the psyche. And the challenge on this kind of thing, we'll come back to this after we take a break, the challenge is to realize that if your family system has socialized you into a certain kind of organization and reinforced you to emphasize that organization and to see that that is what you're supposed to have, they've blessed this energy in you and not that, it takes enormous fierceness on your part and a willingness to take a stand for your solid self to go against the inertia of that family system. The inertia of a family system is enormous. We all have our stories to tell about that. Maybe we'll tell some of them tomorrow. But that's one thing I really learned from Nietzsche. You have to have a fierce commitment to your creative self-expression and your integration as a self, because there are so many that are invested in your maintaining the fusions that you came with. Okay, so let me open it up there, and then after a few minutes, we're going to take a break. Yes?
Would you say a little bit more about why it added tend people just to play on an
Sure.
example of oriented to the lower?
Okay, sure. There are two ordering principles built into the deep structure of the psyche. One of them is an ordering based on royal energy, and that's that's sort of an axis mundi ordering. That is collecting yourself, knowing who I am, getting clear my vision, being able to be ordered because I have a sense of who I am. This is the location of the great I am, and this is really the most important sense of ordering in the psyche, because until you got that kind of ordering, you really don't have what they used to call really a well-integrated and functioning ego if you don't have that. This is the archetype that the ego forms under, the I forms under. And if you don't have that sense of I, you're not going to have a very stable sense of order in the conscious personality. You're going to run with a lot of anxiety a lot of the time. The other sense of order is this warrior line sense of order, and that's the order of discipline and action. And that's what you see in persons that maintain their cohesiveness by work. I'm not going to ask all you workaholics to raise your hands, but I figure I'm not the only one here. But feel that the world is going to fall apart if you don't work harder. You just got to keep on trucking, keep on working. More projects, more programs, more achievements in terms of doing things. This is the being self. This is the one that can really be. I am what I am, get used to it. And not in the sense of comfort, but just in the sense, I am what I am. I'm not changing it for you. This one is ability to order through the 7 habits of highly effective people. Although Covey does touch on all these sectors, really. I'm a very great admirer of Stephen Covey. But so there's where your order comes from. It's an imposed order or an order through centering. So if you meditate and really get yourself centered, you're really not doing a magician thing, you're doing a royal thing. It's Raja Yoga, they call it. It's Raja Yoga. It's a royal yoga, getting yourself centered. Now, neither one of these sectors will really lead to a kind of a creative ordering of a realm. The problem with the magician sector in your psyche, when you turn that on, you're not going to see one vision. What are you going to see? You're going to see all of them, all of the possibilities. And you're going to enter what Søren Kierkegaard called the sickness of infinitude. Oh my God, yeah, well, I could become that, but oh my goodness, look over here, I could become that too. Oh, but wait a minute, I could become that. And I'm feeling more anxious now. I'm feeling more anxious. What if I choose the wrong one? Yes, sir.
But this must also fulfill a planning function for other sectors.
Yes, indeed.
For the warrior.
Yeah.
I don't know about the lover.
Carl is talking about the important role this sector is supposed to play in the total functioning of the self system, because without this capacity to consider alternatives, the part that's ready to go out and do the action doesn't know for sure whether it's looked at the different alternatives. In fact, one of the things you'll notice is people that are dominated by this will tend to fixate on one line of action, and they'll just beat it to death without considering whether or not it's really the optimum action. And then Carl is also saying, well, and if you're going to have an adequate royal function in the psyche, that is really elaborating the vision you want to build, you really have to have a part of your psyche that's really helping you really, in a nuanced way, look at the possibilities of that and the limitations of that, so that you can have an evaluative function going on as you're doing your planning. So that's absolutely right. So we have to distinguish between, as Carl's pointing out, you have to distinguish between when a sector of the psyche, it's doing its part in the teamwork of the psyche, and when you're on full automatic on that sector of the psyche. So if you're lost in this magician thing, you're coming up with all these possibilities, but you can't choose one. So you can't really build a house. You've got all these different programs of architectural programs, but you can't build a house because you can't decide which one you want. And if a person doesn't have enough of this royal thing integrated, they don't know what they want. And if you're a therapist, you sit with people every day who completely have no idea what they want. And no one ever gave them permission to know. And so in their family of origin, they were not supposed to know. It wasn't important for them to know. So that's a really good point. Any other question or comment? Yes.
You said you use the structural diagnostics.
Yes.
Do you do that through a fairly unstructured kind of interview of themes or the kind of language people use, or do you have a more structured approach to make that diagnosis?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I give people. Yes is the answer. I do it through a structured interview. I'm doing a lot of watching for where the energy's coming in, and I give them a Milan multi-axial clinical inventory, which correlates well with this structural theory. I can, if you want me to. What you can do is, in my collective unconscious and psychopathology lectures, I relate my work to Theodore Milan's work. He says that, interestingly, based on empirical research, there are 4 different kinds of pathology: independent pathologies, detached pathologies, dependent pathologies, and ambivalent pathologies. There are a lot more warrior pathologies than ambivalent pathologies, but those folks are in jail or dead.
And have you developed anything to use with organizations as well as in...
Oh yes, well, for those of you that are working with organizations and business, remind me. I'll give you the name of the man that's working with my work in terms of particularly doing a lot of work with executives and consultants around that. In the U.S., yes. There are people around the world that are doing this, but what we're trying to do is to get more people trained in a structural theory, so that people that have actually studied it, they're using it. There are a lot of people that use the stuff that you would think they have studied my work, but they haven't. They got it on the internet and all that sort of thing, but they have not really studied it. The question about the addict, come back to that before we take a break. The addict is flooded with all sorts of appetites and fascination, overwhelming fascination with the object out there, either the substance or the person or the image. And so, anytime you have an addict, you've got someone who's having a tremendous flooding of erotic energies. And they have very little structural elements in their psyche to help them regulate it. I've had a lot of good luck with addicts, having them work with martial arts to bring in that shadow dialectic across the psyche. After a stint of martial arts work, just by virtue of the discipline that's required to do that, their capacity to regulate starts to improve fairly rapidly. You have to figure out. This is where I'm a cognitive behavioral Jungian. I don't believe that there is an approach to integrative psychotherapy that does not include behavioral enactments that are appropriate to wherever the shadow is. So if your shadow is in the lover and you're dominated, as one person I work with, you have a lot of domination by warrior energy, even high-level warrior energy. When the shadow appears, it's something having to do with the erotic, the aesthetic, the appreciative consciousness. And so I might send such a person, if it's an executive, very, very powerful, very, very hard-driving executive that thinks that the arts are not for him. I might assign him the task of taking one of his dates and going to gallery openings and really realizing, and I work with him on realizing that it's going to be very difficult for you to go to that gallery opening, and it's going to be very difficult for you to think that you have any relationship to those pieces of art in that gallery. But what I do with that, I say, but I'm here to tell you that you do have a relationship to those works of art. And I want you to see if you can get a person you're in relationship with that you have a relationship with, preferably an erotic relationship, and go to that temple of the lover, which a gallery is, or a museum, an art museum, and mediated through the erotic relationship you have with a lover, look at this together. Because by virtue of looking at art with somebody that you have an erotic connection to, it will speak to this shadow lover side of that man. And it's amazing to watch what happens in the dreams then, after they begin doing that. Because instead of it all being out there alien, it will start to appear intrapsychically. The lover stuff will begin to appear in the psyche and not simply out here in alien form. Do you follow me? That's the way you've got to work. A lot of the time, if a person's an addict, though, in fact, probably all the time, if you work with people in recovery, you really have to go to stimulating their reflective capacities. So you may have to go to this through here. Anyway, so we can talk more about that later after the break. But let's take about a 10-minute break and come back, and then we will work on some of the questions that I want you to be raising about tomorrow. I'm going to review them, and then we can have a discussion. Let's take about 10 minutes. I want to review just a little bit, and then I want to raise some of the questions that I want you to be reflecting upon. And then we can discuss in the time that we have, raise questions and so on. Now tomorrow, I want you to come prepared to share in dyads around some of these of your own energy audit, about these issues, as well as we're going to try to get a mobile microphone that we can pass around for people to ask questions or are willing to have it be recorded on the tape. You can discuss yourself or a hypothetical person that you know about. And we will discuss that together because I want you to have a sense of a kind of a clinical reflection on this, a kind of a dynamic capacity to reflect on this dynamically together, and to begin to put more energy into thinking about energy and energy flows and energy patterns and energy flooding or energy deficits in yourself and in other people, the people you work with. And then I'm going to, after the break tomorrow, I'm going to focus more clearly on the whole challenge of optimizing in this area. And, basically I feel that what human spirituality is very simple. It is locating and accessing these great golden energies. And secondly, it's being able to put them to work in creative endeavor in such a way and in such with such a tuning that it does not go demonic and begin to be destructive for the person or their relationships or their communities or the world. So whatever your spirituality, you may think your spirituality is one thing, but what it really is where you connect with energy and what you do with it. That's really what your existential spirituality is. And as I'll talk a little bit tomorrow, there's theoretical idolatry and there's existential idolatry. And there are people that are great believers, theoretically, who are idolaters existentially. And that is to say, anytime the ego is not relativized in some way in relationship to this great thing. You have an existential idolatry going on, or an inflation, as Jung would put it. So we're going to talk tomorrow before we leave about what I see as the challenge of riding the dragon. We're going to talk about sort of the vicissitudes of dragon energy in you in the first part. We're going to talk about what you're seeing, what you're intuiting, what you're discerning about energy flows in you and others. And then after a break, we're going to talk about what we ought to be shooting for, which is optimization of this. We ought to really work on trying to do better at this. It's possible to dance these four quarters in a more creative and integrated way than we normally do. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. Now I just want to review a little bit. And I just want to say that there's tremendous evidence from all sorts of sources that the human challenge is the accessing of creative energy and the appropriate and creative regulation and channeling of it. You see it in a variety of theories, religious, spiritual, psychoanalytic, family systems theory. I mean, there's tremendous a sense of the importance of energy. In fact, it's kind of fascinating to me. We've gone through such a long period of alienation between science and the arts, science and spirituality. But if you study widely through a lot of different things, there are a lot of trends that show movement towards some real fruitful communication between these different areas. And creativity and creative energy is just sort of at the core. It's fascinating to think about the Big Bang and all the energetics that we know about through physics, and to begin to realize what the Bowen people are saying was, that the energy that human beings are dealing with is a physical energy. They're saying it's an energy that all primates are dealing with, and all natural systems are dealing with. So we're having a movement now toward bridging some of these splits between physics and psychology and spirituality, and that's kind of exciting. So there's all this focus on energy, and existentially there are very few things more important. If you're not accessing energy consciously enough, you're probably going to be experiencing the psychological equivalent of one of those California brownouts that we've heard about here a while back. What Tillich called profanization. So one of the things you're going to want to ask yourself as you think about this tonight and for tomorrow is, I think about myself or ex-client or patient that I worked with, what is the chronic trajectory of that person with regard to energy? Do they tend to run on the profanization side of the energetic pole? Are they low energy? Do they tend toward depression? Is it hard for them to find the energy to fuel the courage they need to move toward a vision or an engagement with problems? Or is this person just eaten up with energy? Are they more toward the manic pole than the depressed pole? Or is there a wave cycling function? Those Chinese thinkers believe there's a sort of a natural waxing and waning in the qi. And that's one of the things, if you're an adept in study, you watch for. The natural wave effect. The natural wave effect. And you might even use the I Ching in divination to determine, where the energies are right now. Are they moving toward more yin naturally, or are they moving toward more yang? And so that's one of the things you want to be thinking about. I like to tell folks I work with, this is a big tuning project. We need to get beyond problem orientation in psychotherapy. That's simply counseling. And I'm not knocking it. You got to help people address problems, direct their energy toward problem solving, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But really, integrative psychotherapy ought to be about helping a person assess where this psychic organization of theirs, their psychic system, is tuned wrong. And they need to be helped toward working with a treatment plan which is comprehensive toward tuning this thing more optimally. So if they're chronically low in energy, first they've got to know that. I mean, they have to have help. And it doesn't help you to be said, oh, you're depressed. That doesn't tell you anything. It just tells you, it just puts a label. But if you look at if that depression is sort of a chronic dysthymia, we're talking about a person that's having a real difficulty accessing energy in their systems. And then you've got a practical, strategic problem of how the two of you, they're working together, if you're working with yourself, how you are going to strategize to alter the access to energy in that person. Yes?
I just wanted to ask...
Speak up very loud, please.
Does it relate in any way to death instinct? Because death instinct feels like a bout of energy rather than lack of energy, right?
The death instinct, did you say? Thanatos?
Yeah.
See, that whole death instinct thing is very interesting, the Freudian fantasy about that. Very fascinating, and the French Freudians, the Lacanians, have a lot of very interesting elaboration on that. And it's viewed in several different ways. You can think of Freud believed that being a human being is so intense that there's a part of us that just wants to die and get it over with. See? And you know that thing I was talking about Murray Bowen's theory, that way you got this one force that wants to fuse, and it's never turned off, and you got this other force that wants to go away, and it's never turned off. Well, that puts you in a bind, an intense, conflictual bind, and it's very difficult to settle down, how to deal with that. Paul Tillich, in his philosophical work, he saw that too. He saw that before these recent theorists theorized it. And Tillich says that this sort of thirst for infinity, which he got that from Kierkegaard's Sickness of Infinitude, that thirst for more really gives us this, what Tillich called an ontological restlessness. Your teeth are kind of set on edge by this intensity. And Freud believed that that probably fueled the Thanatos. That, let's hurry up and get this over with. I can't stand this any longer. Now, I have a lot of empathy for that because the great self in you is impatient. The archetypal self. And if you haven't cultivated a kind of an alliance with it through really serious active imagination and inner work, where you're sort of partners, then it's going to get into a very attacking mode that is really the basis for Freud's punitive superego. It's going to hate your humanity. And so there's this thing in us that has a lot of contempt for our pitiful attempts at being human. And you know, the Freudians will tie that punitive superego to suicidal kind of longings. So I think that there's something to what you're saying, and I just want to tie it, this thing in us that's huge, it really is a source of our drivenness. And that sense of being driven makes us experience a kind of an ontological anxiety that's not a neurotic anxiety. It's really an anxiety of the creature. We are finite creatures, and this thing is more. And it wants more, and it wants better. And it wants it now. Perfectly. You know. So I think that's how you would kind of want to think about that. And you have empathy for human beings that can't stand it anymore. But I think we need to be able to offer them alternatives to ending it all with suicidal or drug self-medication. And that's where your spiritual practice comes in. And I don't believe you can collapse psychotherapy and spiritual practice. I don't think they're the same thing. I don't think scientific psychoanalysis and spirituality are the same thing. What I'll try to help you do with structural psychoanalysis is understand the plumbing and understanding the energies you're dealing with. Spiritual practice, good psychotherapy helps to get all this stuff up and conscious, and you start doing the basic takeoffs and landings of being human. But the farther reaches of personal integration, you have to have a serious kind of spiritual point of view for that sort of thing, because when we build a self, when you build that basic self structure and get it conscious, that's not as far as you can go. You know, that is a good, solid, cohesive self. At the beginning, you've got the vessel. You're building a personal vessel. You've got the vessel of the self. It's right there that really integrative, optimizing spirituality begins. You know, your spiritual life can go a lot further than simply basic structural integration of the self. And so I think the way to view it is more of a partnership between spiritual insight and practice and the technical scientific aspects of psychological scientific research. So anyway, let me just continue with that for a minute and then go into the questions. So you're looking for energy flow patterns in a particular psyche, your own or others, and you're looking for whether or not they are having trouble making a connection with some source of arcing. You also want to ask the question, what opposites are being lost in that person's ego consciousness? In other words, following up on all these people that work the question of opposites, we could say, in terms of these opposites, which ones tend to be relegated to the unconscious and not present in the ego consciousness? Which ones of these opposites tend to be farmed out in fusions, in relationships, or in archetypal projections onto other people? If you study my work, you'll notice there are only 16 dominant dyads possible for couples. And if you can listen to my 4 couples within lectures. And depending on how a couple forms out of these dominant energies, you know, if a lover personality gets involved with a queen personality, it's a very specific kind of relationship. And the strengths of that relationship are a very specific set of strengths. And the shadow of that relationship is a very specific set of shadow elements. And so you can just see the way in which the end of the opposite will often be farmed out in relationships. And you'll want to be thinking about that, because you can ask, when you're doing an energy audit, where is the energy kind of being isolated and put in a place where I can't claim it as my own? I gave a number of lectures here called Idealization and Evil, in which I was talking about how much we tend to idealize without knowing it and give away parts of ourself that way. And again, another way to ask it is, where is the archetypal energy in this personality invading, colonizing the person, producing compulsivity in a certain form? In other words, you think about that person I mentioned coming into my office who was being colonized in the magician sector of the personality. Is there some kind of compulsivity going on, and where is it manifesting? Yeah. Really important thing to ask in very simple way is, in spite of what I say my spirituality is, or my spiritual life is, where do I really plug into the power of being? Is it through a person? Is it through music? Is it through exercise? I know people for whom their very strenuous exercise program is the source of the gold energy that fuels their entire life. Not very much sense of any kind of spiritual practice outside of that, but that is, I have tried to make them clear that this is right now your spiritual practice. And this is the source of the energy fueling everything in your life right now. So for some people, it's study. That's where they get the energy. For some people, it's sex. But the important thing is to ask, where is that location of the axis mundi for me? Where am I connecting with that gold energy? Where is it coming in? Because I will guarantee you it's not coming in all over the place. There are a few places where you're connecting with it. And it may be in projection. It may be the only sense that you have of being connected to it is through some idealizing projection on someone else or some other thing, maybe an organization. You ask yourself, what is really a life for me? And it may be a job. It may be a job that's really alive. That may be where you get your life force, from that job. So, who or what is fueling my despair? Now remember, despair is a low energy phenomenon. I like to tell people that despair is like you're in the woods surrounded by wolves and the campfire is burning low. And they're coming closer and closer to the tent. That's the way despair is. When the energy gets so low that you are just really beginning to lose interest in staying alive. And you know, what I like to ask you, well, what is fueling that? You know, where are the energies? Are there people in your life that are serving a kind of vampire function, that are sort of taking your energy and not giving you anything? You know, may not be that, but that's something that's important to ask. You know, why is my energy so low? Is there some relationship, maybe with my family of origin, that I'm pouring huge amounts of energy into that's not serving my life at all? And finally, where are the sideshows that are draining my energy or taking it away from my creative adaptation? Are there places that I'm pouring energy that are really not pushing me forward? Those are some of the questions. Somebody had their hand up. Yes?
I was just thinking, how would you conceptualize an agitated depression?
Well, an agitated depression, of course, is very complex. I mean, you're carrying a lot of anxiety there, you know. But if you understand that grandiose energies always generate anxiety, and depression is always an attempt to try to ground grandiose energies, it'd be pretty easy to see that person is not feeling grounded at all. So their depression is really an attempt to maintain a defense. We call it it's sort of a defense against manic energies. And the manic energy itself is very agitated. So I suggest that when you're looking at presentation, and you're seeing a lot of anxiety or you're seeing a lot of depression, you realize that you're in the presence of quite a lot of unconscious grandiosity. See, remember, in the old days, there used to be so much hostility toward people who had grandiose energies. But we have to remember it's unconscious. Almost all grandiose energy is very unconscious. People are not aware of being grandiose. And so, you know, when you're thinking about a treatment plan for that, you know, basically what you've got to be orchestrating is an attempt to help this person get into their body, get grounded in their body, get to work on very, very low altitude, very simple problem-solving behaviors, and if you can form a therapeutic alliance, then gradually you can start helping them deal with some of the unconscious grandiose claims, what Adlerians call claims of entitlement. There are usually a lot of very grandiose sense of entitlement behind that stuff, but it's not conscious, so we can't shame them for that at all. Let's just open it up now. We've got a few minutes here. Those are the kind of questions that I'd like you to think about as you think about yourselves and the vicissitudes of energy in your life and those you work with. So let me just open it up, and you can raise any question about what we've talked about today or make a comment. We've got a few minutes. Yeah.
You talk about in one of your tapes about how if two people are in different energy spaces and trying to have a relationship without a map, they are really in trouble.
Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit about the map and sort of that conceptual idea of a map? I understand that this is it in a way, but
yeah, when I do workshops for couples, I try to help them understand that you know, they need to be able to move through all these spaces, but typically we don't move easily through all these spaces. And in the couple dyads that we form, we usually form a very particular dyad. You know, you get the two hard-driving people in a warrior couple. You know, you get the very competent royal partner and the very beautiful, charming lover partner, and so on. And if they have no idea about what part of psychic geography they are setting up shop in, they just assume that the way they are is just, you know, that's just standard. That's just the way they are. They don't have a sense of occupying a certain psychic space. But the important thing to realize is these inner spaces are very distinct. They are not alike at all. And, you know, if you're in the garden, it doesn't look anything at all like the plane of struggle. And say if you're what the Adlerians call a comfort type, you know, you're into being comfortable and being here now, and you never met a pizza you didn't like, you know, and you're a couch potato, and you know, and you sitting there sipping that brew, you know. It's a certain kind of space, and if a person gets the idea that that is the world, which many people, particularly with addictive personality, they think that is the world. And the idea of a fierce struggle for individuation, that doesn't sound too attractive to them. And so it's really important to kind of get a sense for what space a person is in. If you got somebody in that garden, it's awful hard to make an ally of them in therapy. They will try to recruit you to be the magic person who will make the therapy happen. So, but the important thing is to do a kind of to get more conscious about the kind of mythic geography one typically lives in. Now, if you're really an integrated personality, you live all over the place at will. And that's a wonderful thing when you can see that. But most of the time, that's not the way we are. We're actually, most of us, fairly structured. Other questions or comments? Yes?
Do you think some people are born with this fierce commitment to be all thrive, that their resilience was separate from family origin?
They're born with, I say that again, do I think they're born with a fierce commitment?
We're talking about nature, people are wholeness.
I think temperament plays a part. I think some people are born with a temperament that just, you know, they are not, their arousal states are more accessible for them. If you look at Milan's work, he really pays attention to the temperamental side of, is this person in their physiology, are they capable of attaining a state of arousal and interest pretty easily? Because you got to think about this. People are very different about this. Some people are kind of on the edge of falling asleep a lot of the time. They're not interested in you, and they're not interested in themselves. And they just basically they've got a temperamental low state of arousal. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be helped, but if you're going to help them, you have to raise their arousal capacities. You follow me? And Milan, in his approach to integrative psychotherapy, is very close to mine. He thinks that you've got to know that's related to our energy issue. If they have chronically low arousal states, they're low energy. And sometimes they have to be medicated to get them enough energy to fuel the courage they need to make the changes they need to actually restructuralized. So now, of course, you can play with ideas of destiny and ideas of reincarnation and all those sorts of things, but at the very simplest scientific level, it is quite obvious that some people come in more fierce than others. But it's one thing to be fierce, kind of in a warrior mode, and it's another thing to be fierce for your optimized, integrated, creative selfhood. Because it's a lot easier to be a compulsive warrior than it is to try to be a whole person. Because if you're a compulsive warrior, you're kind of the god Mars. You're really not all that human. You are a divine phenomenon in that warrior mode. And you don't realize how much of a god you are. And of course, that's true in all these sectors. That's where Jean Boland's work is interesting in relationship to mine. It's like she picks out these gods and goddesses that get constellated in people's lives, and it's kind of tend to live the person out. And I think that there's a lot of merit to that. I just think that there's more structural patterning in the way the gods are organized than Boland realized. Yes, thank you.
When you're talking about being integrated from some of your books on like bipolar,
yes.
How's the best way to do that?
Well, again, he says, what is the best way to work toward integration on these different poles? Well, the first thing you got to do is a structural diagnosis. You've got to get a sense of how you are typically configured in your conscious mind. Because once you have a sense about how you're typically configured, we can go into this more tomorrow, then you've got an idea of what your strengths are, and you've got an idea what you're allowing to be farmed out in idealizations to other people. And then you have a chance to become more conscious of this, and you can stop idealizing people and start admiring them. That is, if you idealize someone, you're really giving away a part of yourself. If you can, by becoming more conscious, if you can say, well, now, I know what's going on here. Bill is carrying all of my projection of my X energy. Now, instead of letting that happen unconsciously, in which I don't change and I try to make him not change, I become more conscious of that, and I change my idealization to admiration, a conscious admiration. I'm saying, you know what? I really admire Bill's capacity to manifest that energy. He's no more whole than I am, but he's got a better access of that energy than I do. So I'm going to admire him. I'm going to watch him. I'm going to study him. I'm going to pay attention to what he does. And I'm going to start finding ways to be more like that in the way I live. That works. Now, it is, Kohut talks about transmuting internalization, and I love their phrase, microstructuralization. Now, what does that mean? For those in recovery, they say that's baby steps. Let's don't get grandiose about this big transformation we're going to have. If I am as lousy at the warrior archetype as I am, then if I admire one of my really real warrior friends, and this particular friend, say, is an Olympic quality bicyclist approaching Lance Armstrong, I admire Lance Armstrong, say. Well, that may mean that I might get on my bike and I might ride 2 miles. But that might be a real big improvement for me. And as long as I'm aware that incremental change is the way change really occurs, and microstructuralization, little structural changes, is the way we move toward integration, then I'm making progress toward my integration. this is what you have to do with people you're working with, because perfectionism in transformation is a disaster. Because what will happen is they'll give up. People give up when they get trying to make too huge changes. So you just do that structural diagnosis, and then you figure out where the parts are that you're leaving out, who you're idealizing. Then you start trying to bring them in consciously. It really works. Yeah, back here.
Could you give an example of sideshows? I'm assuming that's where we find the dragon.
Sideshow. Let's keep that simple. Let's say I need to be working on preparing for my fall semester seminar. I'm a professor. And that's something I got to do because I have to order the textbooks at certain dates. Now, if I'm going to be a responsible person, an adult, in my role as a senior professor, I need to get that done. That's something that I got to do. But you'd be surprised at how fascinating other trivial details become when I need to be attending to that task. So I can get lost in all sorts of interesting and important activities, but not pay attention to something that is really one of my important tasks that I have as an adult. And in relationships, say you are a husband that always farms out to your wife, maintaining the relationships of the couple, right? And your wife has been letting you know that this is an unacceptable situation. But rather than putting any energy into trying to assume more activity in nurturing the relationality of the couple that you are, you get more interested in spending your time. You could call up some of your friends and discuss possibilities for recreational activities, but you're going to go clean the garage. Garage needs cleaning. It's an important task. But in that context, it's a sideshow because you put energy into something that can be rationalized, that's important, but it's really avoiding moving the relationship situation forward. That would be another. There are a million examples of these. We all do it. We all do it. It's just important to get a sense about where the sideshow is. Where a lot of people, one main sideshow these days is playing on the computer. It's a big one. I mean, the internet is now giving people tremendous opportunity for sideshows. You can avoid practically anything and have a good reason for doing so on the internet, Other comment, yeah.
Just in a sort of a back to zero thing.
Yeah.
And the reason that I would go on that now, I'm so not inclined to do that, and try to develop that sector would be because I have to assume that creative energies are being developed.
Yep.
But not being in balance.
Yep, that's right. She's just going over why would you try to put energy into something that's in the shadow? Because our goal, and we're going to get into this more tomorrow, our goal is not just Band-Aids. Like some therapists or counselors are interested in Band-Aids. They want to put a Band-Aid or two on and get you out of there. Or, I've had, 3 months or 6 months of therapy and now I'm all fixed. So now we can quit. Boy, what a low vision of the human. The goal is optimizing your personality function. And your optimum is so much better than you ever dreamed. But your optimizing is a structural phenomenon. Optimum personality function and creative personality function is a structural achievement. And the only way to have a psychological vessel which can contain all this radiant energy, we'll get more about radiance tomorrow, is to start bringing in these aspects of the personality which are failing, which have not been adequately, they haven't really been adequately beamed down, you know. So the very fact that you go on your 2-mile bike ride and you think you're the least athletic person at all in the world, but for you, going on a 2-mile bike ride is tremendous achievement in beginning to open up that whole discipline side of the psyche, that whole discipline side, that whole capacity to struggle. You know, Nietzsche says if you are too much into if you're unwilling to struggle, you're never going to really be a self. Very interesting. Jung was influenced by Nietzsche. Jung got some of his understanding of this from Nietzsche. That is, if you're really going to be a creative self, you have a fierce struggle on your hands, because it means going to whatever has been in the shadow and start to mine that prima materia for the gold. And so you're going there not because you're ever going to be Lance Armstrong, but because you are going to be a lot more able to be who you are if you just put a little more energy in there, a little bit more energy in there. We'll focus on that a lot more tomorrow. So we'll start out thinking about places where the energy is not optimized and needs to be, we need to raise our awareness and start getting a lot more conscious, and then we're going to move toward really trying to focus on the task of optimization, which is where your psychology and your spirituality have to bridge. And I'll talk more about my work on ritual process in that context. Thank you very much. It's been a great day. Thank you. We'll start promptly at 10 o'clock. I'm hoping here, we're just going to get a little taste of riding the dragon today after the break. We're spending most of the day on scientific plumbing, but I'm going to focus on the challenge of optimum, of the optimal human, the farther reaches of spiritual and psychological development after the break, and what I believe to be required. But I'm going to do a workshop on that soon. I'm going to do a weekend, a Riding the Dragon weekend. I'm going to start doing those as I work on this book. So this workshop today is one of the initial processes, and you don't know how much it helps me for you to come to these things and dialogue with me. And one of my old teachers used to say, I don't know what I think until I hear myself say it. There's a lot of truth to that. If a question is not formulated, then your imagination can't be creative and try to figure that out, how that does work. So you have helped me a lot by coming and participating in these things, and I hope you'll continue, at least until I can get as much of this stuff out as possible. So we've got 2 tasks today. The first one is to follow up on what we did yesterday and then really get down into some discussion of it, having you think about how this stuff applies to certain people. But let me review what, just quickly now. I was thinking now, what did I emphasize enough and what did I not emphasize enough yesterday? And I think that I touched on it, but I did not emphasize enough that if you really understand this stuff in a way consistent with Jung's thought, Edinger's thought, and in my development of that, you got to understand your ego doesn't have any energy. There was a fantasy when ego psychology got to be developed about independent ego energies. They got into a fantasy that the ego had independent libidinal energies. Well, I really don't think that's right. I think the energy comes from this great solar furnace in your psyche. The energy comes from the id. It's like Freud thought. So I'm closer to Freud than I am to the ego psychologist. And so what I wanted to make sure that I'd emphasize enough to you that when we're talking about energetics, a theory of energy, either if you're framing it scientific psychoanalysis, or if you're framing it in terms of a scanning of spiritual traditions, the energy comes from great things, big things in the psyche. Remember I mentioned the Kundalini. According to Jung in this Psychology of Kundalini book, the unawake person, according to Kundalini Yoga, the ego of that person is acting as if there are no gods that are asleep in their personal world. They act as if they don't even know about it. In other words, they don't have an awareness of the great energies that are lying dormant. And so what does a yogi do in that tradition and in many other powerful yoga traditions, Hindu, Chinese, and others? The yogi knows about the sleeping energies. And it's the intention of the yogi to evoke and wake those things up in their personal experience so that they can draw upon that, you could call it sacred, I just like to say golden energies, so you can draw upon them for development, for optimal human realization. Now that is a yoga vision. But if you come back to scientific psychoanalysis, that is very, very much in keeping with what I'm trying to talk to you about. The energy that's available in your psyche, you can read this with the evolutionary psychologist. This is the energy of natural systems. And it's instinctual energy, the energy that's been driving evolutionary process. If you want to talk philosophy, you could say this is Whitehead's God as the divine creativity coming in through every puff of existence, everywhere in all the worlds. So you can talk about it philosophically, you can talk about it in terms of spiritual traditions, but what I was trying to do yesterday is talk about in terms of a scientific psychoanalysis that yokes what we are now realizing about the pressure, evolutionary pressures. There's a pressure toward creativity and evolution. There are lots of new insights into that scientifically across the whole scientific spectrum. But let's put it this way. The evolutionary process is a real impatient business, and it's pressing forward. And you either cooperate with it or you don't. And if you don't cooperate with it in as conscious a way as possible, it runs over you like a freight train. But see, the question is, if you've got all this, I'm just tying that evolutionary pressure toward creative fertilization in the universe that you can see going on if you study the history of evolutionary process, even if you're bringing those atheistic frameworks. But anyway, there's a huge amount of energy pouring in. The evolutionary psychologists are talking to us about how that's been structured in terms of primate species. And if you have a sense of evolutionary development, the species isn't stopping where it is now. It's not stopping. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to pay attention to what some of my economist friends call the path dependency of development. Now write that word down, path dependency. Because what that means is the history of the evolutionary process of your species matters. And you cannot escape it. You cannot escape taking it seriously. In other words, you can't escape taking seriously your neurobiology. And if you want to understand and deal with stress and anxiety, and I think depression, you have to look at the scientific evidence about what we're learning about the neurobiology and the evolutionary psychological perspectives on this. It doesn't mean you have to do what I believe Anthony Stevens does or Theodore Milan does, and sort of reduce everything to evolutionary process. I don't believe that a person with a very synoptic education that includes more than physical sciences is going to buy a reductionistic view of the human, which has no place for human freedom. See, I just think that's a matter of flawed educations. People who are sort of, shall we say, philosophically and humanistically challenged. They are the ones that sort of reduce everything to evolutionary process. That's on the one hand. But on the other hand, you can't ignore that information. Like so many psychoanalysts of all the different schools are doing today. You can't pretend that doesn't exist. You have to have a serious dialogue with that and try to integrate that into your vision, a larger vision of the human. Jung's vision of the human, the reason it is the once and future psychology, a Jungian tradition, is because it's the largest possible view of the human. It includes everything in the human experience, from the lowest forms of biologically determined acting out to the highest forms of spiritual realization. A Jungian point of view can talk intelligently about that without stopping becoming a science. But I've said to you earlier, we're not collapsing spirituality into science or turning science into spirituality. That's a wrong-headed move. That's a dead end. What you got to do is to work both ends of the stick. You got to take seriously your responsibility as a philosopher and a thinker and a spiritual theologian. All of you have to do that. You either do it well or you don't do it so well. And that includes all the scientists. You don't get out of doing that as a human being. You either do it well or you do it badly. And so when you're doing your scientific task, it has a certain set of criteria, like being testable according to empirical data. So when I'm doing my scientific psychoanalytic work here with you, I'm talking about stuff that can be studied and researched as an interdisciplinary scientific inquiry. And where somebody can prove me wrong based on the empirical data, then I'll change my theory. But until they can do so, you know, they shouldn't be telling me I know too much about the self. Now, let me review what I've said to you about the self in relation to energy, the archetypal self in relation to energy. And I wanted to clarify for you something that's very confusing in psychoanalytic and Jungian circles. That's use of the word big S self, little s self, and ego. So I want to go through that with you right quick. What is the archetypal self, usually now written with a capital S? It is not your personal self system. Be clear about that. It is the great code in your DNA. Now, keep that frame and then we'll put on your philosophical hat. It could be also in Whitehead's Divine Initiative. It could be, the great code may be coming from Tillich's capital S spirit. It may be coming from, from the further regions of the Tao. But you're getting into ontology and metaphysics there. So I'm not saying, if I say it's the great code in your DNA, that doesn't mean I'm saying it's not coming from the Divine Initiative. Those are two different frameworks. You follow me? Everybody with me on that? I can't prove Whitehead's right, but I can deal with a lot of the data we've got now on evolutionary systems. Okay, so what is it, the great code? In my argument, that the great code, it's geometric. Jung was right about that. If you look at the diagrams in my books, Jung intuited that those Buddhist ideas about a diamond body was probably right. That and the Christian idea is imago Dei, an image of God in every soul. That there's some kind of code in the psyche about how to become a human. If you look in the appendix to any of the four volumes, the four advanced volumes on masculine psychology that I wrote, you'll see those diagrams from Jung's collected works. he never could figure out what the faces of the octahedron were. So what I did was to simply be able to put together a huge amount of data. And I was sitting in a restaurant one day with some 3x5 cards, writing on the fronts and backs and trying to figure out how this thing might be put in the geometric format for males and females, knowing what I knew about the empirical research on males and females, about how they're similar and how they're different. And it hit me. It came in and hit me right there. And I've still got the 2 pieces of 3x5 cards that I was working on when it hit me that it was the octahedron. I had not even seen Jung's diagrams on the octahedrons at that time. So I'm just confirming what he was intuiting. So it's an octahedral code, 2 Mayan pyramids, in my view, base to base, carrying both the life cycle codes for males and females and the balancing of the 4 energies. If you look carefully at that, I've got some computer jockeys working on some computer graphics on this so that I can do that 3D on the website and show you how there are only 4 powers, and we color code them so you can see that there are only 4 powers in the human personality, and that according to the path dependence of our evolutionary trajectory in terms of reproduction strategies and all the evolutionary study that's been done into that, there tends to be an asymmetry between males and females on aggression and receptivity in the life cycle. But the only difference between males and females is when they are flooded with lover energy and when they're flooded with aggression. Males are flooded with aggression early in life. Females tend to be compulsively more receptive early in life. Males are flooded with receptivity at midlife. Females are flooded with aggression at midlife. And there's huge amount of cross-cultural empirical data that supports that. Well, this code gives an understanding of why there is a tendency toward that if you're simply operating unconsciously out of your DNA, if you're not developing software to help steer. Do you follow me? Are you with me? So in other words, at midlife, you've got to be very conscious or you will flip over. You will lose what you knew at the first half of life, and you will be compulsively addicted to the energies of the second half of life. That's a recipe for divorce and all sorts of bad things. A woman ought to remember how to have a personal, loving, receptive relationship when she gets into midlife. She shouldn't let it stop her from her ambition, but she should remember how to do that. And a man ought to remember how to walk and chew gum at the same time when he gets to midlife. Sorry, guys, it's the truth and you know it. Guys tend to get pretty ineffectual after midlife. Okay, so there's a code. It is in the DNA, and there is an inherent press toward balancing, but it's through the life cycle, and we don't want to be condemned to being one-sided the first half of life and one-sided the second half of life. We've got to have software to soften the impact of that press, that instinctual press. This great code is impersonal, and if you prefer, because you're a very spiritual person, to say transpersonal, that's okay with me. But it is not personal. This thing is a diamond body code, and it's loaded with energy. It's numinous. That means energy loaded. Energy that is manic energy. The deep self is loaded with the energies of mania. It never gets tired. It is objective. That is to say, this thing manifests everywhere in human experience, and this is why I say it's objective psyche, right, like Jung said, but that means it can be studied scientifically through multidisciplinary scientific inquiry. You can start pasting together data from all sorts of different people that have been studying different parts of the elephant. And pretty soon, we're so advanced in computer imaging now, we can put together a picture of the elephant. So those that want to mystify the self are turning Jungian psychology into religion. The self, the structure of the self, the structures of the deep unconscious shouldn't be a mystery. They should be studied so that we can have a chance to help human beings get over their grandiosity and have the best possible chance of surviving as a species without destroying, without messing in our nest as much as we're doing now. Our grandiosity, our unregulated grandiosity is destroying the world. The task that we have is to get us conscious about what is going on here and why we're eating the world. You can explain it. It can be explained. It's not a mystery why we're destroying the world. This is why we're destroying the world. It has a relentless pressure toward wholeness and radiance. Read that, more. M-O-R-E, it wants more. The archetypal self has no, get this now, and this is a criticism of classical Jungians. They have a romantic fantasy about the archetypal self, that it knows what's best for you. Folks, it doesn't know what's best for you, except in one sense. It knows you need to be balancing the opposites. And it knows that you need to be developing yourself in the fullest possible expression of your talents. Now, right. So, the archetypal self, what does it want? What is its relentless imperative? What does it want from you, that thing inside you? It wants you to not be one-sided. And if it has to kill you to destroy your one-sidedness, it will do it. This is not romance. This is not sentimentality. If your self decides in terms of its pressure that it can't go this way through these blockages, it will go some other way. That's Freud. Remember Freud's thing on that? The repressed shall return. Not it maybe will return. Whatever in the structure of the archetypal code you're not expressing, it is setting up in your organism somewhere. And if it cannot come out consciously, it will come out unconsciously. And it can come out through bodily symptoms and perhaps even illness. So there's where you get the tie between my work and Carolyn, how do you say her last name? Miss work. Mays, okay. So that's what it offers. Now, that's what this archetypal self in you will offer. It will offer a pressure to balance your opposites consciously. It'll offer the pressure to balance them, not consciously. It'll offer the pressure to balance them. And it will offer the pressure to fill you out to the fullness that your talents and your will can contain. Boy, that's a big question mark there. How much can your personal personality stand of that? I'm getting to that now. What does it not offer you? The archetypal self, and here's where I differ from the classical Jungians. I do not believe the archetypal self offers you any limits. The only limit it offers you is it's not going to allow you to be one-sided without bad consequences. But that's not really a limit. That's just it says, well, it is in a way, it says, don't try to be one-sided and think you're going to get away with it. But it does not limit that grandiose energy. There's nothing in the archetypal self itself that limits the grandiose energy. That's why if you get really mainlining the energies of the archetypal self, you're going to be psychotic. Your human self-system cannot stand putting your finger in the socket of the archetypal self. It does not offer containment. It does not offer channeling that energy in appropriate creative ways, and it does not offer regulation of the energy, optimal regulation of the energy. That's your job. This is a construction project. It's not, this is where, Freud was wrong in his view of healing. He thought that you get healed when you dig up all this stuff and you expose it to the light. You know what? If we dug up all the stuff that your archetypal self knows and all the things it thinks, and you looked at it like in Krishna's mouth, you'd be psychotic. You couldn't stand knowing what all your archetypal self knows. Not at one time, at least not now. Not unless you're an arhat in disguise here, see. So, this thing is not human. This is connected to the thing that's been behind the evolutionary process. It's not human. You can say it's subhuman or you can say it's more than human. But it's not human. And so it is not ethical. That's what you got to get clear. And Jung knew that. And that's what that Answer to Job was about. The book Answer to Job is about the fact that the archetypal self, Jung said God, he made that leap. God is not ethical. I think that's a leap. That's what happens when you identify God in the archetypal self. See, I don't think God is the archetypal self. I think the archetypal self is very probably a geometric symbol of the way the divine being operates. That's what I would think as a theologian. That God is able to integrate all these opposites in God's being without becoming psychotic. It's kind of a challenge for us, though. Okay, so what is the little s self? Well, in classical Jungian psychology, you don't have a concept of the little s self. That's where I think we've learned from psychoanalytic self-psychology out of Kohut's tradition. Because the self system is what you have actually done about building a structuralization in your personality. The total structuralization in your personality, which enables you to contain and channel instinctual energies, that's your self system. Is the self system conscious? I don't think so. I could work with you a while and I would be able to assess what your self system is and how it's doing and where it's strong and where it's weak. But it is not conscious. What is conscious? The ego is conscious. The ego consciousness. But I think, and this is where I think Freudians have been right too. The ego knows more about these great forces than the conscious mind. So it's not, see, Jungian, classical Jungians say the ego is synonymous with the conscious mind. I don't think that's so. I think the Freudians are right about that. The ego does have regions of consciousness, but it knows a lot more about the dragon than your conscious mind does. And if the ego decides that you're not doing a very good job regulating your energies, then your ego defenses, this is where ego defenses come in. Ego defenses are not conscious. Your ego defenses come in like a governor on a truck engine. And when it gets to a certain RPM, a certain revolution per minute, the governor kicks in and says, no, you're not going to go over this red line. So thank goodness built into your personality are automatic mechanisms, work sometimes better than others. When you're tired, they don't work so well, or when you're on a substance, they don't work so well, or when you're ill, they don't work so well. But if you're kind of at your optimum benchmark integration as a personality, your defenses are really awake and they're working, and they can tell when you're getting over-revved from too much energy. You follow me? I argue, we were talking about that anxious depression yesterday. I argue that the depression is a part of your defensive systems. Depression is not a failure of your ego defenses. Depression is one of the tools in the toolbox of your defense, your ego defense systems against what would happen to you if it didn't work.
But isn't that illness as well?
Excuse me?
Is an illness another defense system?
You might argue that up to a certain point if the illness is not life-threatening. But if it's life-threatening, it's just fragmentation of the systems. So an illness, we all know about secondary gains in illnesses. Adlerians would say it's not secondary gains, it's really the primary purpose of an illness. And that's what you're talking about. It's like, for example, if you were afraid that you would really get psychotic, I mean, if your ego, your little ego in there, your ego monitors are afraid you would get psychotic if you started really becoming your potential, because you've really been undisciplined, you've been self-indulgent, you've been undisciplined, you haven't done the work you need to build your vessel to contain these energies, and your ego knows it. And so rather than having you get psychotic by getting too far into your potentials and getting flooded with the archetypal energies that would come in, are you with me? Are you with me on this? Then it can arrange for you to have a physical illness, a somatization. When we talk about somatization, you know, and when you look on your DSM-4 scales, if you get a Milan inventory, it's got that somatization line. If a person has a huge amount of somatization, look, they may be actually getting ill, but that illness, following your line of thought, can be preventing them from being psychotic. And you know, a really, really bad psychosis can be terminal for the person. So now, if you were the ego running this show, wouldn't you rather risk an illness that might be cured at a later date and keep the personality intact than to risk a psychosis that might completely destroy the hard drive? Makes sense to me. And so that's why I wanted to get you to say that the personal, the self, the little s self that Coa and these people talk about, see, I think they're right about that. There is a structuralization process. One of the things I want to do through our institute, the Institute for the Science of Psychoanalysis, is to get these different theorists to talk about how they see the personality system structuralizing. Because they're all seeing something right. We need to kind of look at all these different images of how the self structuralizes when it's doing well. But anyway, so your personal little s self is what we're working on developing. That's what we've got. That's your vessel. That's your inner temple. And after the break, we'll talk about what that's got to do with spirituality. Because, see, I think the farther reaches of spirituality, I think your potential for spiritual illumination is huge, enormous. All the evidence of human history shows it. But you know what? If you get too much illumination before you have a temple, before you've got that self-system really kind of foursquare, you're going to be crazy and maybe destroy the vessel. What was that Jesus said? You can't put new wine into old wineskins because it breaks them, destroys them. That's an image of a vessel. So I'm anticipating what we'll talk about in terms of riding the dragon, because if you're really going to ride the dragon spiritually, you got to build this vessel. And the vessel building part is self-psychology. You know. So the real issue here, and this is getting to our clinical discussion, the real issue here is how much pressure of the great self can a person's self-system stand before one of two things happens. How much creativity can you stand? Think it's like sex, folks. Think about it. It is very much like sex. How much erotic arousal can you stand before you can't stand being aware of it anymore and have to shut yourself down sexually? Works very parallel to that. Arousal states, how much arousal can you stand without fragmenting? And so some people, when they are getting to a certain level of arousal, they don't have adequate ego defenses against the arousal of the energy. Are you with me? Are you with me? Anybody not with me? They don't have adequate defenses against the arousal of the energy, and so the energy just keeps on building. And then that structure is going to fragment. And that's when you're going to start getting severe symptomatology and psychotic episodes, even in someone that's not really schizophrenic, or, I mean, they'll have a brief psychotic episode. And all that's going on is they got a crack. And whichever side of that self-structure the crack is on, the symptoms that manifest will manifest in that form. They won't manifest the same way. It'll be wherever the crack is, wherever the weakness in the self-structure is, that's where the psychotic symptom will manifest. Are you with me on that? Okay, but now there's another group of people, and I suspect most of us here, though I don't know, that's just a guess, most of us here have some ego defenses working, and our monitors will come in and shut it down. And it can shut it down either by taking the energy that's coming in and putting it into a tame sideshow, cleaning your desk, say. You can clean your desk forever, and it will never get clean, but you can feel good about doing it, right? Or the defenses. See, actually, a sideshow defense is pretty high level, if you ask me. That's pretty good. It's like having a switchman at the switch on a railroad system. So you can put them into a cul-de-sac if you don't want them going over the cliff, right? Right? I mean, that's the way it works. Okay, but if the defenses are not that sophisticated, then what happens is you just get, okay, folks, it's time for the depression. Won't. And so suddenly I dissociate from that energy. And I'm just not even, you give me a lie detector test and you ask me, well, Robert, do you have any archetypal energy? And I would honestly, and I would pass, I would say, no, I don't have, there's no archetypal energy in me at all. No God energy in me. I'm depressed, I'm flat. I'm nobody. And that, thank God for depression, because, it's one of the great ego defenses of last resort. So anyway, that is kind of the landscape I think you got. So when you're thinking about a personality, you ask, well, how much permission in their self-system, how much does their self-system allow for them to have? And if I have to shut it down, what is the typical pattern of shutting it down? And what does that tell me about what I probably need to do so I can stand the ecstasy a little bit longer before I have to shut it down? That's what we get to a little bit later. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just wondering, if you use the sideshow thing,
yeah,
can you do that forever? Or
yep.
You can just keep doing it.
Well, think of all the people who live their entire lives that way. Why do you think we don't achieve more? Why do you think we don't solve more of these problems we've got as a species? Why do you think we're really not that creative? That's bunk. We are an incredible species. But our promise is our biggest problem, because this creativity requires containment and channeling. Freud was right. It's got to be sublimated. If you don't sublimate it, you rape and kill everybody. And you destroy all the rainforest. And you don't regulate your birth rate. And you don't practice safe sex. See, the AIDS epidemic is not about gay, straight. It's about grandiose energies, unregulated. Unsafe sex is simply, getting into the erotic God form you know, and I'm sure it's blissful in there. You know, I'm sure it's fantastic. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe that self-structures are all created in a relationship?
Yes. She's saying, do I believe, like Heinz Kohut, that little s self-structures, not the big S. The big S self comes in with the hardware. It arrives from Dell. The big S self codes arrive with Dell, the shipment from Dell. But the little s structuralization is always done in relationship. That's Kohut. I totally agree with him about that. In fact, you know, you could take Kohut's theory and really plot it. In mind, the only thing is, Kohut didn't understand that idealizing projections and the mirroring for longing are rooted in the same intrapsychic structure. He thought those were somehow different. He thought there was a different internal structures that are generating that. If you understand this, you can understand all of the phenomenology Kohut talks about without the kind of vagueness of his understanding of the way these things form. Yes.
In a sense, excuse me, he thought both of those functions were necessary for a cohesive self, so in one way.
Yes. Okay. You know, let me just comment on that, and then we need to do a little, for examples. If you study that stuff, you know, about, let's say a child comes into the world, they can't get adequate mirroring from a parental figure. And so Kohut says, but you can get some structuralization from an idealizing kind, a good enough idealization. You know, clinically that's really overrated, in my view, because if you are only getting your structuralization from an idealizing projection, you never really have a consolidated sense of self. It's always a external locus of control. You follow me? So that, I think probably if Kohut were here today and we could sit down and talk about this, I think he would agree with me, because he put so much emphasis on the importance of the mirror transference. So these transferences are not equal finally. You have to be blessed to be a self, and you don't get blessed without eyes of blessing, and mirroring's a kind of an inadequate word for that, but that's what he was talking about, somebody that really sees you, recognizes you, but not just that, but celebrates you. But I mean, we will eternally be indebted to that whole tradition for their detoxification of narcissistic needs, and how much we always will long for that. Clinically, they know they're always, clinically, Arnold Goldberg knows he still needs mirroring, and the greatest of them are very mirror hungry, and most of them would, if you ask them personally, are you still mirror hungry after all of your Kohutian analysis, they'd say yes. And see, the difference between them and me is I can explain that that's not a failed analysis.
But Kohut even said that you need those self-objects until we die.
Yeah, right.
So
sure.
That's kind of...
Yeah, well, you need the self-objects till you die, and that's part of this whole thing about the need for relationship in order to regulate this energy. Because what will happen clinically is the more isolated a person gets, the more their grandiosity is going to overwhelm them. Because you don't have anybody to service your bullshit or cow shit indicator. You know, say, oh, you know that's ridiculous. Come on, let's go jog, or you know, come on, get out of that fixation. Let's go do something. Let's go to Chicago Fest and eat some junk food. You know, let's get grounded in the human, rub shoulders with the folk. You know, for God's sake, you're a Chicagoan. You know, you're not from London. What is this? But what you've got to understand in that self-objects are archetypal fusions. You need to understand that. To be more than optimally dependent on self-objects is to have an archetypal fusion that's parallel to Bowen's fusions, and it is a dead end for the development of the psyche. Differentiation is required. Object relationships are required. And to the extent that yourself, because of the feebleness of its integration as a self-system, are you with me on this? To the extent that your self-system is not optimally integrated, you will be regressively dependent on self-objects to carry the archetypal energies for you that you're unwilling to bring consciously into your self-system. Does that make sense to you? So in other words, let's be realistic. You know, it's going to take us a while to get optimum, right? I mean, it takes effort, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, you're not really going to get there.
Yeah.
You're not going to get to the point where you don't need, I mean, unless, maybe the Dalai Lama, where you don't need a self-object or you have...
Well, you never get to where you don't need self-objects, but study that distinction between self-object and object. Don't collapse those. People that turn objects into self-objects don't understand stuff clinically. A self-object is not a relationship. You have to understand it's narcissism. It's a merger. And it's only a very subtle thing to make a distinction between merger proper, and the kind of self-object relationship you're talking about. You got to keep in mind, fusion is not a good thing. However, you're right. Given the reality of who I am, I'm going to need self-objects to complete where I am not optimized. But hopefully, and we're not talking about stopping a relationship, you have to understand, if I got more optimized, I would have better relationships with real objects, and I would actually love them instead of just use them. You use your self-objects. You don't love self-objects. You use them to complete what you have not completed yourself. This is why you can have husbands and wives treating each other so badly, because they take each other for granted as self-objects, and they cannot love each other as objects. You follow that? So in any case, but I am not proposing the kind of attitude of the contemporary mental health system that your potential for integration is low. I'm suggesting to you your potential for integrating and carrying huge amounts of creative energy is high, but it's not guaranteed. And so that's why you have to have a structural diagnosis of where the weaknesses in the self-system are. And that's why you have to do behavioral cognitive interventions to strengthen the sectors where you are neglecting it and having it carried by a self-object. Are you with me? Okay. So now let's have some for instances. Let's get the, let's get that microphone, and let's have a for instance of a certain personality, and let's see if we can think a little bit about who wants to give us a for instance, a particular personality that you know about. Come on, don't be shy. We all know about more than one. A particular personality in terms of what we're talking about, the way that personality carries and channels energy, and the difficulties that personality has in terms of optimizing their capacity to utilize creative energy. Because we're focusing this weekend on energy, managing energy. So does anybody have an example they want to have us comment and think about? Just describe what you want us to think about.
A very common one that I come across is the workaholic personality, overachievement, having to prove myself, and it's like never ending. I think it gets into that grandiosity you were talking about. So I guess my question somewhat would be that, because in your writings you say that any sense of control is a fantasy. Am I right?
Any what?
Any sense of control is a fantasy.
Any sense of control?
Yeah, I think you say that in some of your writings. So how do you regulate? How do you, if control
Well, what I mean by that, that's not a big technical thing. When I say any sense of control, I mean you got to realize that the challenge coming from your unconscious is huge, and if you think you're really If you think you're really calling all the shots in your personality, think again, because your personality is in a struggle with these great energies, and you're more or less in control. And that is to say, so let's think about the workaholic personality. What would you, in terms of this structure, I recommend that you do this with the couples workshops. I like to have the woman fill out her sense of how she's built her Mayan pyramid, where she's, you build from the base toward the center. And you can have a very interesting image of where one's shadow is if you fill in where you think you have really developed that particular structure of the personality, and then have the person in an intimate relationship fill out the back, and then think about the relationship by doing that, the shadow relationship. But let's take a workaholic. Let's take a workaholic woman. There are those too, increasingly. What part of the personality of a workaholic woman, say, let's just assume this is a very high-performance woman. What part of the personality would that person be having a tremendous amount of energetic contact with? Yes. The warrior and the queen. Absolutely. Now, why would you say that? Why would you say that she is bringing a lot of her, that her libido, her psychic energy is coming in through the warrior sector and the queen sector? Now, why would you say that? I think you're right. Why would you say it?
So, queen sector would be, I think, that I'm the one who's going to make things happen, there's a lot of control.
Yeah.
I'm the one who's the guy. I'm the one who's important to me, and I'll tell you. Sort of that location of power, and the warrior side would be that there's sort of a visual affirmation or a comfort in doing action and confronting.
Yeah, I'm comforted in. I love it the way she says that. I am comfortable in action. Acting comes natural to me. I am not passive aggressive. Get that? This type of woman is not a passive-aggressive person. She thinks she needs to confront you. Guess what? She's going to confront you. She may hurt your feelings, and we'll know why in a minute. But she usually doesn't mean to. She's just being a good warrior, doing her job, fulfilling her mission, and she knows part of her mission is to tell you what you need to know in order to do better. A lot of wives are like this at midlife, talking to their husbands. Just trying to be helpful, honey. I know you're bleeding into your shoes, but don't whine. Don't whine, for God's sake. I'm not kidding. Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of the system, how the system reacts to this. I was bringing back a lunch I had last week where a new client was presented to me for coaching, a woman who falls very much along the lines of what we're talking about here. And the male executive who was her boss, who was talking to me, was saying that she's wonderfully effective. They can throw her at anything and she'll get it done. She puts in the hours, has moved up the ranks. And what they would be coming to me for would be to polish her and help her with her feminine presence. That her appearance does not fit.
Warriors don't care about their look.
Right.
Hell with you.
So there's that. I mean, there's what she's bringing, but also for me, it's the system that she's in, which is a corporate, very male system, I would say.
Sure.
Making its own judgments about not seeing enough of that lover, I think.
Right.
Presentations.
Thank you for that. Now, you also had mentioned something to me yesterday in the consulting role with regard to certain types of men. This would also apply to certain types of women. You got to understand what I'm talking about here now, and you were right about the woman I'm thinking. I'm thinking about a specific woman. Amazing woman. Amazing woman. I admire her so much. She is awesome. You know, I work with a category of people in my consulting work I call lion men and lion women. And these people have a certain organizational structure, and this is what you're talking about. And lion men and lion women, you know, those are the people we love to hate, you know, in our society, because, you know, they're very much the target of envy, and they really kind of ruffle a lot of feathers, but they do get a lot done. But it's hard for a lot of people to have empathy with them, but, you know, they don't have a very easy life. It's not as much as people think. They have a lot of pain in their life, a lot of difficulty, and it's very different from someone who has a different structure. Everybody's got pain and adaptive problems and integration, but they're not the same. They're not shaped the same. And so if you're working with very powerful men and women, very productive in the way we're talking about, you can't come on at that the same way you come on at somebody that has not powered up yet. Totally different therapeutic challenge. But now, what she was raising to me yesterday is the certain men she sees that don't have much of the royal part. The woman you were talking about is a woman that's really got the royal part. But my point is about your workaholism. You can be a workaholic and not have much royal energy. You can just be on your mission. Your boss has assigned you this mission, and you are a good soldier, and you're going to get it done. And so you just really burn up the roads getting your mission accomplished. But you're doing the mission that's been assigned to you. You would not know what to do if you were asked to choose the mission. You follow me? Well, it could be exploited, or, you know, there are people that love this. There are people that don't want to be the CEO. They don't want to be the one in the captain's seat. Now, we can speculate scientifically about why they don't. Because they don't have enough royal energy in their personality to know what they would do if they were boss. But so you can have a workaholic that has got a lot of royal energy and warrior energy, or you can have a workaholic that's just flooded with warrior energy, but the common denominator is they will be having a lot of warrior energy. Any workaholic is not balancing that lover-warrior axis. They are not taking care of the body. They're not really very empathic to the body, and they also are a little bit, more than a little bit, insensitive to people's feelings. The feeling world for them is a very strange world. If you're working with them, just for a word for consultant, if you're working with that type of person, you have to help them understand. See, they tend to have contempt for weakness. You have to help them understand how if they develop more empathy skills, it will make them a better leader. They have to be convinced that developing empathy will make them a better leader. You can't tell them they're too rough on people because they don't compute that. You follow me? Okay, so
You begin to talk to somebody who has not empathy about how to approach that.
Well, you have to do it carefully if you want to continue working with them. Because go ahead.
What I hear you saying, which we often do in business models, is you do this jump from foot or so you start using their vocabulary and connecting to values they are aware. So it becomes you start with it being productivity, that they can get more out of the system where the people are becoming more happy, sort of as empathy.
It is a very simple thing. Don't make it too complicated. That is, any time you're going to work with any person, whether you're a consultant or a psychotherapist, any kind of healer or consultant, you have to have a therapeutic alliance. And just because they're in your office does not mean that you have a therapeutic alliance. And here's where the Kohut stuff comes back in again. Before you start doing loop-the-loop therapy with somebody and consultation with somebody, you have to, very likely will have to move into some sort of twinship place with them where you can affirm them and what they're doing, and you're not the enemy of them and their current adaptation. If a person, and this is true of all the personality types, if they sense that you're the enemy of their current adaptation, that you do not appreciate their strengths in their present structure, are you with me? They are not likely to continue working with you. So you have, well, what I always try to do is to say, look, you're not going to get worse in what you can do now if you flesh out your personality. That's why I use optimization as the goal. People can relate to that. I want to make you better at functioning. You're not going to lose your strengths. A lot of them are afraid they're going to lose their strengths. People are afraid they're going to lose the strengths they already have if they bring in something else. They really fear that. Yes, you were going to say.
Our 22-year-old daughter is out in Hollywood, and she's on her second job within a year. And she's encountering for the second time the same problem. And I think she's in the lover-queen part.
The lover-queen?
Yes. She is an assistant. First, she started in a talent agency, and now she's in a PR agency. And she has had 2 women bosses, currently has a woman boss. And the first one fired her, and Ashley started saying, I want to quit. I hate this place. I don't want to go to work. She's so arrogant. She treats us all like cattle, and she's putting us down all the time. We're all idiots. And Ashley wouldn't take it, but she wouldn't fire back. She would just do her job, do it efficiently, say, well, I put it here. I put it here. Let me tell you what I did. And so the woman fired her. And she started with the PR agency, and she said, this woman is frenetic. She acts crazy. She's always yelling. And right now, Ashley thinks she's got an ulcer. Her stomach is bothering her. She can't eat well. And I said, you don't have to take that. That borders on abuse. You need to let her know that you will do the job, but she doesn't need to come at you like that. But Ashley's afraid she's going to lose her job. But at the same time, she wants to quit. She doesn't know how to handle it.
Yeah. Well, now that's a complex situation in workplaces. She's talking about what you're doing when you have a boss who is abusive. You know, bosses, there are a lot of abusive bosses who can't regulate their royal and aggressive energies and have not got sufficient magician awareness to know what it's costing them. They can't really assess what it's costing them to be that way. They've made wrong decisions about management styles. So it's a real problem, and a lot of people are being consistently abused at work. It lowers productivity and creates a lot of chaos in the system, of course, and that's what the consultants have got to address at the management level. But then here again, we cannot wait around for a world in which we're not going to have to deal with, how can I put this delicately? Well, someone said assholes, and that wasn't me, but that's what I'm talking about. And so if you're going to wait around until you don't have to deal with let's put it this way, very difficult people, you're not going to have a wide range of choices of organizations to work in. So let me recommend a couple of books. It turns out that your daughter's not the only person that has this problem, and there's a couple of books. One is called Dealing with Difficult People, and one is called Coping with Difficult People. And I suspect those people are going to sell millions of copies of those books because, there's a kind of assertiveness training that you can do. And your daughter probably needs to do some assertiveness training because what it helps you to do is to manage your rage response. Because when you've got a boss that's not relating to you empathically because they don't feel like they ought to have to, you're here to help me get my job done. And I haven't got, that's their attitude. It's not a smart attitude, but it's a typical attitude. And so if you have enough assertiveness training, that strengthens the warrior sector in your personality so you do not have to go to your rage or people will go to their rage and blow up and get fired, or they will get their feelings hurt and quit and distance. It's fight or flight. But if you get a lot more assertive and take martial arts, for example, and study, for example, the application of Aikido principles to dealing with difficult people, you can stand a lot more being in the presence of someone who is not regulating their aggression adequately without being harmed. In other words, you have to develop your own shielding over your heart. You've got to be able to think under pressure and to be able to respond quickly and effectively to unthoughtful comments in a way that doesn't put out the fire with gasoline. You follow me? So here's where I would send someone for assertiveness training courses, and I would get them to read these books on coping with difficult people, and I would have them practicing. In fact, couples need to do this. There's a good book by one of my close friends, John Lee, who's written a little book. He's taken a lot of this psychoanalytic literature and popularized it in his good old down-home Southern way, and it's called Growing Yourself Back Up. Growing Yourself Back Up. And it's, it's about regression and how when we run into a difficult person, we typically regress into a child place and feel terribly vulnerable and devastated. And John is trying to get people both in personal relationships and work and the workplace to realize, your adult self has to handle these situations, these difficult situations with spouse and with bosses and coworkers. Your little child self knows only terror and rage. So you don't want to put the child self in charge of dealing with either a spouse or a coworker. And John's got a lot of practical little techniques there in that little book. John, if you hear these tapes, may you make $1 million on this. Yes, back here.
What about the situation in a corporation or workplace in which the leadership really is like Scott Peck's idea of people of the lie, where basically I think it's like almost their sense of self is dependent on maintaining that power and that image not being questioned. And you take, like, for example, the Enron situation where you had this power out of control, and you have the people within that organization that knew what was going on and for their own personal integrity needed to speak up. And there are a lot of analogous situations, and in some cases in healthcare organizations, they amount to life and death situations, and a person's own personal integrity demands that they speak up and shine the light on what's going on. But at the same time, Scott Peck's thing is lying. This type of lying is a kind of evil, and he says it's dangerous. Get as far away from it in a sense as you can.
So how would you formulate a question about that?
So the question is,
what are we seeing there? Are you looking? What is it that we're seeing?
How do you operate or deal?
Well, but first thing but first thing we need to do is to do a structural diagnosis of that. So let's do it, and then let's come back. I want to comment about the energy system and that woman you were talking about further about what would need to be done about that. But you're describing an active independent personality, a la Milan, Theodore Milan's active independent personality, or a sociopath. Now, what is the structural diagnosis of a sociopath? How are they organized?
I don't think they have a cohesive self.
I didn't say they had a cohesive self.
I mean, on your picture,
they have a structure, though.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't be as effective if they didn't have a structure.
I suppose their warrior self is large and probably Possibly the magician, so?
Well, could be. In fact, I would even argue that anybody that's achieved very high levels in leadership positions has probably got a pretty good, strong magician function, too. It may not be optimized or integrated, but they didn't get there by being stupid. So basically, this type of person you're talking about probably have a lot of royal energy coming in, a lot of warrior energy coming in, probably a good bit of magician, very little lover, very little yin in their personality. It's almost all yang. And so in a way, they're structured similar to this woman that you were talking about. What is the difference between them? It's the level of the possession of the person by the grandiose energies. It's a continuum. A very, very strong, productive leader, if they get to shooting up, mainlining archetypal energy a certain number of notches more, will become a sociopath. It's not a long distance between a very productive leader and a sociopath. It's all related to what we've been talking about this weekend. It's regulation. When the person no longer can maintain their humanity, then they are possessed by these energies. And so Scott Peck is not a very systematic theorist on any of this stuff. He does understand that some things are downright evil. I've been, in this Facing the Dragon book, I talk about the psychology of evil. But actually, basically, all you need to know about the psychology of evil is that evil is caused when grandiose energies break the structures of human being and create monstrous behaviors. That's what you need. That's what you need to know about that, and that's what Peck is talking about. Some of these forms of narcissism that he talks about, he's just describing somebody whose grandiose energies are just running the show totally. And then you raise the question, well, what do you do about that? Well, this exists in business, it exists in government, exists in the military, exists in the gangs. This is very widespread in the world, this type of phenomenon. You have to think about the self-object function here. This is a way to bring in the self-psychology literature. If you're not powered up in a very strong way in your own archetypal sectors, you become roadkill for these people. Every sadist attracts masochists like flies. So if you're in a situation like that, you have to be able to maintain your sense of personhood, and then you've got to be extremely smart so you don't just do something ineffective. If you're going to deal with a person like that, if you're going to try to deal with them, you have to be effective when you do whatever you do. And so it's a huge challenge, and most people just cower before them and get into dominant submission patterns. That person is into dominance and submission. They dominate, you submit. So read Theodore Milan on that. He's got an extremely elaborate scientific, psychological database on that, yes.
So people keep running into the same pattern and if they keep running away, they may end up isolated.
Well, the point of it is you can't turn your world over to those people. It's a recipe for disaster. And this is what people don't want to face. It's like, let's appease these people. Let's just let them alone. But you know what? That's what's happening in the world now. We're letting them run things. And the truth is, you have to take those people down. You have to take them down, or they will destroy the world or turn it into hell. And this is not what people want to hear. They want to hear, well, let's meditate them. Let's meditate on them and see if we can't send, white light energies to them. Well, that's what they want you to do. Yeah, Randall.
It seems like all these people, when they're in a big struggle, they're more integrated, then when, let's say, they become a CEO, then their grandiose energies take over, or they become a celebrity or a person of power in government. Why does it happen then instead of earlier?
Thank you, Randall. This is very important, and this is the seduction of the spirit. And you've got to realize, we'll get to this after we take a break in a minute. You've got to realize that, you know, I have an agenda. I'll put my cards on the table here. I'd like for you to get more optimized. I'd like for you to power up and be more creatively powerful in your life. I think the world needs that. I don't think the world needs people walking around asleep. You know, there's too much stuff that needs to get done. If we're going to have a chance as a species for more than the kind of disaster that looks like it's looming now. So I'd like to see you power up, but I have to say, just like Jung said, you know, if you do start drawing on these archetypal energies and stop using all of the depressive defense mechanisms or the other sideshows to regulate the energy, the ineffectual, non-creative means of regulating your energy, you're going to start getting seduced by the God energies. And so, in other words, the more creative you are, the more tempting it is to go over to the dark side of the force. I mean, read Tolkien about this. The Lord of the Rings. This is what the Lord of the Rings is about. And I'm not as pessimistic as Tolkien. But I want you to know that ring does have a seduction. And it's the seduction of the ego, the I. I alone am going to be in charge of this power. And that's a God claim. That is an existential idolatry, whether you're a philosophical atheist or not. If your ego, if you have not worked on this ego archetype axis, ego self axis, getting your ego into dialogue with the rest of your personality, then your ego is in danger of inflation, and the more creative you get, the more tendency there will be for you to believe your own press and not be able to keep a sense of humor and not be able to maintain your humanity. So now that's where we get back to relationships. Real intimate relationships, loving relationships, will help you stay in touch with your human being. Friends are enormously important. You know, friends that really don't care so much that you're the greatest artist in the world, or the greatest writer, or the greatest scientist, or the greatest business leader. You know, I mean but friends that don't hate you for being that. You know, I mean, you know, there's that. If they haven't dealt with their own grandiosity, they will hate you for your creativity. If you got any friends like that, that's one of the black holes that your energy is going into. You know, friends that hate you for your creativity. You don't need those. But you do need friends that got a sense of humor and can remember that you're who you are and you're not a god or a goddess. And so that's really important. What happens to these, what I've noticed, and I work with a lot of lion men and lion women in my work in individual coaching, and I've noticed it's awful hard for them to cultivate friendships, real friendships. They cultivate allies, useful people, better stallions in their stables, right? They love those. And they have pretty good relationships with them sometimes. But I'm talking about friends. Yeah.
Somebody gave me of what they think that archetypal energy, archetypal lover, and magician energy looks like, at least what it seems like coming through them.
Okay.
And
you want to show that to me?
he doesn't want to be the center of attention, but at the same time he does.
Okay.
So
okay.
he's kind of nervous.
Okay. All right. All right. This is beautiful. I wish I had a overhead projector.
We can pass it around if you want.
Yeah, we can pass this around. Now, if you want to know what gold energy looks like, take a look at this. Now, this is in all of you. It'll pass it around.
Yes.
It's this is what I would say. This is one image of fire. When I said transforming fire for this workshop today, it's no accident that in all these yoga traditions they're talking about fire. Shiva dances in flame. The great arhats are often pictured in sitting, meditating in flame.
Also, let me put it this way, he won't be needing to take any Viagra anytime soon.
I'd say that someone that's sort of in the flame and has not yet been burned to a crisp probably doesn't need any Viagra. Probably right. But let's talk about this. Living in the flame is about what we're talking about after the break, because I believe it's possible for human beings to live in the fire. Some achieve it. That is a human thing. It's not, I really believe that's a human thing. However, someone who can do that, it's related to Csikszentmihalyi's theory of flow. If you know any really extremely high-level martial artist, you will. Some of those people live in that kind of flow a lot, and you can't tell it by looking at them unless you know what to look for. But it's to say the goal. We'll come back to riding the dragon. When I say riding the dragon, that's what I'm talking about, being able to live in the fire. And but it's not losing your sense of self, little less self. Because when you lose your sense of little less self, you're psychotic. And this is not the spiritual goal. It is possible for someone like Rumi and some of these great mystics of the different traditions to be aware of being able to sense the great self, to sense the subjectivity of the great self. Let me put it that way. It is not psychotic necessarily if sometimes in your states of spiritual illumination you can sense in you that you can look through some of the subjectivity of the great self. It's all through the mystical literature, and it's very widespread. It's related to what's known as cosmic consciousness. It is not psychosis necessarily, although if a person finds that pair of glasses before they have a self system and before they've created a spiritual discipline to help them contain spiritual energies, then if they take one look through those, they'll be psychotic and they may never come back. Do you follow me? So that is an image of fire. It's in everyone. In high levels of psychological integration, what Gene Houston's talking about, the possible human, what Maslow talked about, peak experience. This is the farther reaches of human nature, and it's very likely a species possibility that we are hardwired for. And my view is that it's likely that in our species there's been a lot more incarnation of that in the past than there is now. In tribal visions, tribal expressions, not as a species-wide expression. So anyway, that's the good side. What's the bad side? The bad side is if you fly that close to the flame, that you're aware of that flame like that, then you got to work on an exercise program. You got to get into the body. You probably need to start meditating every day, twice a day. Forms of meditation that start getting you grounded. We'll come back to that after our break. But that is an image of fire. Make it that kind of thing, if it was done in multicolors, it'd make a good book cover. Yeah.
Say more about sort of talk about, we have talked about sort of the royal warrior.
Yeah.
Say more about the lover magician.
Okay, the lover magician thing, the thing you've got to remember what I said yesterday is if you have got a load of erotic energy and a load of magician energy, the challenge in your personality is to access sources of ordering, because the magician maps but doesn't really order. There are a lot of people that think they can really be ordered through the magician, but that's a magician possession. A lot of these people that parade themselves as gurus and as very highly attained people, they're not highly attained spiritually. They are possessed by the magician archetype. And once you study the magician archetype, that's an impersonal pattern. And these people that think they're so highly spiritually developed, they all are the same. They're cut from the same archetypal cloth. So you know they're not individuated. It's an archetypal pattern. Individuation is balancing these archetypes and becoming human. So the challenge for someone that's got a lot of lover, they have a lot of passion, and they have some tremendous mystical gifts, because a mystic can feel the whole. You know, it's in that lover sector that you have the capacity to actually feel the whole, not think about the whole. You can feel the whole. It's all this nature mysticism. And so you can have what Freud called oceanic feeling. You can feel the oceanic merger. Well, I don't pathologize it as much as Freud did. I think a lot of mystical experience probably is actually literally feeling the whole, the universe, feeling the whole. And the only problem with that is if you don't have enough sources of structure in your personality, in your little self system, trouble is you may feel the whole one day and will be all right, and feel the whole the next day and be all right, and feel the whole on a day that you didn't sleep well and that you have a virus, and you may not come back. So what one's got to do is to work on the sectors that are under-structuralized to help in creating the vessel for the energy. Now let me come back to this, the principles of this. I've got to teach more courses on the actual principles of integration of self-systems, because it's not rocket science. It's fairly simple. It's geometry and physics, basically. But like this woman or this man who are just flooded with this royal and warrior energy, with the magician probably being a third, the lover a very weak fourth. That person's libido is lighting up those sectors, but a lot of the passion is in the unconscious. And it is eroticizing a lot of other things that should not be eroticized. You know, the early Freudians talked about necrophilia, you know, the love of death. If you get too souped up in that sociopathic sector, all your erotic life, all your love life is going into power, domination, and aggression. You follow me? It is the psychology of the SS when they were planning the Holocaust to become more technically effective with it. You follow me? There's a lot of stuff coming out on that. A new book has just come out upon the high-level, sophisticated, elite SS troops of the Nazi elite circles. And those people, they chose the death's head as their emblem. Well, right, because it's necrophilia. Whenever you've not brought in that erotic energy in a human way, it will make you love death. And you will have a compulsion to create suffering, and there's a sadistic compulsion to act out and dominate and destroy opposition. It's a rapist mind. It's the mind of rape. And so what one's got to do is to find ways to work on bringing that empathy, capacity for empathy in, capacity for intimacy. It's all in the lover sector. Capacity for compassion. You know, royal energy without that lover thing helping, it doesn't really have compassion. You know, so you've got to have the consultant and or therapist or analyst has got to help the person find the valves to get more libido going into those shadow sectors. And the only way they'll cooperate with that, most people, that especially this type that we're talking about, is if you help them understand that they will not become less effective, that they can become more effective as human beings and leaders of the human species, not the bane of its existence. Okay, let's take about a 10-minute break now, and then we'll come back and we'll go into more of this optimization process. Okay, what I'd like to do now is just to spend a little bit more time just talking about anticipating this issue of riding the dragon. You know, I don't know how many of you have heard that phrase, riding the dragon. That comes from a legend about something that Confucius is supposed to have said about Lao Tzu. And the quote something like this, that I ride the ship of state, but Lao Tzu rides the dragon. And I thought that was a wonderful image of someone who is very highly personally and spiritually actualized, to the point that they don't have to be asleep in order to regulate the energies of the archetypal self. And so I think that's a remarkable image. I've got to see if I can find that image in the iconography of world mythology, see if I can use it for a book cover. But in any case, let me just go through the steps that I think are involved in that. In other words, this is in terms of the trying to optimize your creative life. And I've been talking about, well, I don't think it's bad news, but it's challenging news about what is required in order to create the kind of a structuralization in a human little s self that makes possible containing and channeling more energy without getting weird. You know? And I want to return back to one of those comments I made about the Chinese view of qi energy. And I just don't, I want to keep this simple in a sense, in that the theorists of qi in China believe that that your sense of well-being depends on how well you're accessing qi. And they don't mean psychic well-being, they mean all of it. That is, how you're feeling today depends on how you're relating to qi. And that means how are you feeling physically? How are you feeling mentally? How are you feeling spiritually? And I just want you to think about those times. Just take a moment, think about those times when you really felt most alive, and you really felt most in touch with your gifts and your energies, and felt most in touch with your body, felt most in touch with your capacity to stand in your own shoes and to project your creative selfhood into the world. Now, you've all had moments in which that's what Tillich would call an ecstatic moment, when you really were sort of going higher than your benchmark, right? You know, you got this benchmark, which is kind of a wave line that we each have. You know, you can think about the assessment on the DSM-4. And you know, there's that kind of basic level of adaptation that a personality has reached. And when you're diagnosing a person, you don't diagnose them based on a temporary symptom problem without taking reference about what their benchmark is, what their current level, what I would say their current level of integration. But now, you've all had those moments in which you were going way past your benchmark. And if you were unkind, you would say, well, I was really manic that day. Right? Say, man, I don't know what I ate, or did somebody slip something into my drink, or, you know. I think this is the attraction and the seduction of cocaine and other types of drugs that are a chemical means of plugging into some of these dragon energies and having the capacity to experience them in unregulated form. You know what I mean there? I mean, you have that experience of that. So you need to think back to those times when you've really, when you weren't depressed, or you weren't low, or you weren't sort of lethargic. Think of those places where you were experiencing a state of your full personhood arousal and really enjoying it. Heinz Kohut would talk about the way a healthy self, cohesive self is. And when it's really vigorous, it just projects such a sense of a kind of a joyful radiance. And so I want you to think about that, and I want you to consider that following in a way that's very parallel. I'm very close to Kohut here. That as you work on integrating your cohesive self, a little less self, you can stand more of that before you have to kind of fragment into more defenses against the numinous energy. So my sense is that the real challenge spiritually, unless one is wanting to live one's life as a joyless Puritan, well, there are many people that seem to want to do that, but I'm not one of them, and I don't imagine you are either. Then we need to really be very conscious that you want to try to go for as much joy as you can in life. You want to go for as much vigor. You want to go for as much creative arousal as you can go for without having it go, as Tillich says, demonic and breaking your human structures. We need to get clear about that. People that are aware of the seduction of the grandiosity will really de-emphasize the human potential, because they know that when you power up, the temptation to a really destructive inflation comes right with it, and that's true. But I think if you're serious about spiritual development, you have to, step into that risk consciously. And this is basically consistent with Jung's view of individuation. I'm simply talking about individuation here. Individuation, what is that? It's taking this archetypal birthright that you've got and seeking to incarnate it as fully as possible in a historical personality, in your own idiosyncratic, unique way in history. All of us have a different point of incarnation in history. We come into a particular culture, a particular gender, a particular biological inheritance, all of these particular racial experience, particular national experience. And so the power of the destiny pole, what Tillich calls the destiny pole of your existence, that very much individualizes and personalizes the setting in which you can begin your individuation process. So for Jung, individuation is not trying to ignore the particulars of your actual historical existence, but to beginning there, seek to make the absolute most of it as a person. And I think that's an important way for us to think about the spiritual life. Now, some of you know I teach clergy, rabbis, priests, and Protestant clergy, and occasionally a Muslim, and occasionally Buddhist and others in my graduate school teaching. So I have been pretty familiar with institutional religion in a variety of forms. And you know as well as I do that institutional religions are not too invested in high-level spiritual attainment. They're into nurturing institutions, which is an important thing, but the kind of emphasis I'm trying to put on this today is I think very important if we're going to have the creativity we need and the leadership we need in this next stretch.
Could you repeat that definition of individuation?
Yes. I wasn't trying to give a formal definition. I was simply saying that there's two things you've got to keep in mind. You have got this incredible inheritance. What Jung called, what the man I admire, Anthony Stevens, called the 2-million-year-old self. You know, Jung's thing. In fact, you want to look at Anthony Stevens' work in relationship to mine. Look at Theodore Milan's work and Anthony Stevens' work. Together, they are very, very similar to mine and expanded in significant ways. But the 2-million-year-old self, there's this code that took a long time to develop, and that comes in with you if you have not had chromosomal damage. I mean you got to be realistic about this. But if you haven't had a lot of genetic damage, you've got an enormous potential. And but you are born into a very specific historical era. If you're a woman and you're born in the 19th century, that has enormous implications for what you're going to be able to do in your individuation. If you're born today, the gender still has a tremendous impact, but it compromises your freedom much less than it did in earlier eras. So the way Tillich talks about this, you hear my Tillich, the Courage to be Transformed lectures, there's a destiny pole that you cannot control. That's when, where, gender, race, culture, religion, and so on, family, birth order, all those things. That is not in your control. And when you face your individuation task, all that is going to be operating. Now, you're not free to change that. So there's the destiny pole. And you need to think in your work on your understanding yourself and your life experience, the way in which that destiny pole has influenced the way you have appropriated the archetypal potentials. Because every one of those destiny factors has influenced how you have incarnated these archetypal potentials. And they have made it one-sided in some way. And that's what you need to think about So in order that, not that you feel more imprisoned, but that you know what your options are in optimizing your integration. And so the freedom, what is the freedom you have? The freedom is to be conscious. You've got to get conscious. That's the first step. You've got to awaken not only to the destiny aspects of your existence that you cannot control, but you also need to awaken to the structural potentials that are in you and the enormity of the creative potentials that are in you. Cultures tend, and Freud talked about this very early, cultures tend to want you not to know too much about your creative potentials. Schools do not exist to evoke your creative potentials. They tend to try to channel you into the way society wants you to be, where it wants you to be in terms of social class, where it wants you to be in terms of the workforce, and so on. It's very insidious the way this works. So what you need to realize is that you've got to wake up to your potentials, and then you have to face the strategic and tactical task of developing your own, quote, life/treatment plan to work toward optimization, toward individuation. I'm just trying to put more flesh, concrete flesh, on the term individuation so you know what it is. It is taking your archetypal potential given and actually seeking to incarnate it given the constraints of your destiny. Does that make sense? See, I'd like to recruit your help. I'm going to try to collect a little book of aphorisms on how do you know you're grandiose. You know you're grandiose when. That's the beginning, you know. And I got a lot of these already, you know, and you got to help me with this. Send them in. But you know you're grandiose when you don't have a plan B and a plan C. Take it to the bank. That's true. If you don't have a plan B and a plan C, you're grandiose, you know, because humans have to have plan Bs and plan C, you know. But another one is, you know you're grandiose when you have not taken a serious look at the destiny-based constraints in which you're operating your individuation process, and that you have not beaten the hell out of yourself about that. You know, comparing yourself to a person who was much more privileged, who was born in a more socially approved ethnic group, in a more socially approved suburb, et cetera, you know what I mean. People who do not pay attention to what actual constraints they're operating under tend to be very grandiose, and they tend to get very, very malignantly discouraged when their individuation process is difficult. You follow me? So you've got to look at the destiny pole, but you've got to not let that shut you down, put you into despair. See, there's a lot of despair. I got to give a workshop on the dynamics of despair because it's fascinating, absolutely fascinating. It's a seduction. You got to understand, despair is not passive. It whispers in your ear. It says, "What makes you think you could do that?" You know. And you got to learn to recognize the voice of despair and not heed it. That's where you can read a little Nietzsche. He was good on that. You know, get fierce. Nuke the despair, you know. Go forward, you know. Okay. So, consciousness of destiny and consciousness of your freedom to individuate in spite of that. Yeah. So that's one, conscious awakening. Second is the containment business. Now, that's what I've written about, the need for containment in these two recent books, The Archetype of Initiation and The Magician and the Analyst. The role of that magician part of your personality in arranging adequate containment of that energy. The magician in your personality has got to be an engineer. The magician in your personality has got to not just be into posturing as the very wise person. It's really got to figure out where you are, and it's got to be able to figure out how you need to adjust these energies. And first of all, how to not get fried by them. If you tend more toward depression, then the magician in your personality has got to depathologize that depression, and it's got to start finding more creative ways to regulate. You know, you can either be depressed or you can have a really good exercise program. You know, I'm serious. If you got a depression problem, you need to be exercising 5 times a week. And it needs to be moved toward aerobic. And that needs to be seen as part of your spiritual practice. Anyone without a serious, systematic exercise program that is really training has not got a serious spirituality, in my view. Because if you really, and then you can move that into something even more serious, like a serious participation in a serious sport, or into martial arts, or the highly developed forms of yoga. See? But you've got to realize that a spiritual practice that works with the things we're talking about today, with all this dragon energy, it's got to be organized, it's got to be regular, it's a ritualization. If you're going to contain these energies and channel them, you have to have a regular vessel, and the vessel has got to be a behavioral vessel as well as a mental vessel. You follow me? And as well as a relational vessel. So you've got to get the containment going. There are very few things that function as well as getting into the body in a serious and regular way for containment. It's very simple, too, to see why that is. If you're really working with your body, you know you're human. Because guess what? You're going to hurt. You know, you're going to hurt. You're going to notice it after you've worked out for a while. And I'm such a wimp on these things, you know, personally. But I'm lucky. See, I have some friends who are really serious athletes. And you know what I do? I get on that treadmill, or I get on that track, or I get on that machine, and I imagine this friend with me. Just right there with me. They don't have to be with me. I can just imagine this friend with me. And when I imagine that friend with me, read that self-object function. Right? This is my efficacy self-object function friend. And you would be amazed at how much more disciplined I can be when I'm training physically, when that friend is with me in my imagination, than when I'm alone. Does that make sense? So there's just some sort of basic 101 containment, and you can use your meditation for that. You can use the beginning of a prayer life for that, unless you've got one of these idiotic ideas that people that pray are less smart than people that don't. There's a lot of folks that have that kind of fantasy. But meditation, prayer, spiritual reading helps, what they call a kind of a lectio divina, spiritual reading. Centering prayer. I don't know if you know about centering prayer, but there are a lot of people around the city here that will teach you centering prayer. I don't know whether you've heard of focusing, gentleman's focusing, but there are a lot of people around the city here who will teach you focusing. And what I recommend, and I'll be focusing more when we do this Riding the Dragon workshops. You go in more deeply into this. But you really need to tailor-make your own ritual spiritual system that is appropriate for you in terms of your destiny and your path, your trajectory that you've been on. You have to be you have to stay low altitude in terms of choosing what really feels egocentric to you. It's got to feel right. It's got to be right for you. It needs to be tailored. And if you're a therapist, I really believe, you might not want to tell your boss this in your clinic, but I really think you could usefully spend some time with your clients helping them address this problem, about working that out for themselves, perhaps with the help of a spiritual director or something. But what you will notice clinically is that a person who is working on that task, suddenly they're a lot less crazy. It's just amazing. If they are consciously addressing, developing a personal program of spiritual practice and ritual, suddenly even what I like to say, even the loosely organized persons suddenly are a lot less crazy. And so that's the containment issue, and you can look at my Archetype Initiation book for some insight into that. And for the technical stuff, you can look at that Magician and the Analyst. It should be out within a month. But it's not enough for you just to kind of get that sense of this archetypal potentials. You really have to go into a discernment process about vision. I put it in the wrong order. It should be vision first and then mission. In those lectures on the courage to be transformed, I talked about the transformative process requiring a diagnosis of what's been wrong, a vision of what is possible, the courage to address both of those, and the energy to fuel the courage. Well, if you're going to ride the dragon, you've got to get the energy if you haven't had it, and you got to get access to it. You've got it. You just may not have access to it. And if you've been flooded with the energy, you got to regulate it better, so you can plug it into your courage, so that your courage can help you engage honest assessment of how you've been structurally messed up. And then not stop there, though. We're not problem-oriented here. We're optimization-oriented here. And so then you've got to, given your destiny and the particular path you've been on, you got to think about, okay, so what is it that I want to achieve? It's that royal agenda in your personality. And so I tell people the first place to start is with your 100 BID list. The 100 things that I hope to do, build, achieve, see, know before I die. In the time I have left, probably statistically, what kind of Camelot do I want to create? And who do I want to have it with, be in that with me? Who do I want to be the people that are my travelers, fellow travelers on this pilgrimage? Because, see, if you don't know where you want to go, it's awfully hard to decide who ought to be with you and what sort of friends go with that vision. There are a lot of people, because they do not know what they're about, they allow certain relationships to go on that are extremely destructive, vampiric relationships. Seriously. Vampiric. And so this, I cannot emphasize. You know, George Bush Sr. Never could get the vision thing. Well, that's too bad, because if you're a president, the president of your life, which you are the president of your life, whether you have realized it or not. And you have to be about the vision thing. That cannot be farmed out to anyone else. If one farms that out to anyone else, it's giving away your sovereignty. It's a codependent pattern. And so when you're looking at the vision, it has to be consistent with the constraints that you deal with, the actual constraints that cannot be changed, or its grandiosity, right? You follow me? Like at this point in my life, you know, there are a lot of things I would like to know that I don't know, you know. And there are a lot of things that I would love to study if I had unlimited time. But it would be only my grandiosity that would get me into trying to achieve a lot of those things at this point in my life. They would take me away from an authentic, grounded vision for me. Do you follow that? So you've got to think about a vision that is consistent with the actual constraints, but does not play to your despair, does not humor your despair. Does that make any sense? Okay. So, and then the part of that vision would be, you know, the mission. You think about the mission. What is it that I'm here to do that, you know, if I believed that I was sent here, if I got into my mythic imagination, which all religions do some way, and I said, what was I sent here to do that is consistent with the things I know about me? We in a lot of the work we do with men today, and increasingly women through the Mankind Project and the Women Within groups, we raise very upfront this questions of vision and mission, and we feel that every man and every woman needs to be conscious about this and really engage these questions. And that would be true if you're going to optimize your spirituality. Then the next thing we'd say, I mean, that's a task that you've got to do if you're going to optimize and regulate these energies, and not just sort of camp out on the side of your road and forget you're on a pilgrimage. Like in the Hebrew scriptures, they talk, by the waters of Babylon they lay down, and they forgot about Zion. You know, well, human beings do that a lot, you know. They forget that they're going somewhere, and they just sort of get tired and in despair and camp out. Then we get this issue of regulation and relationship, the one that you were pointing out earlier. If you're going to optimize, you're going to need intimate relationships that really love you and are invested in your optimization and are not really an enemy of it. Now, you don't need many of those. So let's don't make this harder than it really is. But you need to find friends who, and relationships. They can be lovers, they can be spouses, they can be, sometimes they can be siblings, believe it or not. They can be people working on similar projects, but it needs to be some people that are not invested in your being a minuscule person. You know, people that are not invested in your remaining small. And so, and there's as we've already talked about this quite a bit. If you get isolated, then you get in more danger. If you're really taking your energy seriously, because then the energies that are supposed to be going into relatedness and love will begin to come in erotic forms in ways that create trouble and don't really move you toward your fulfillment. And then I want to give you an image then that I've used quite a lot for years now about what life in this kind of mode would be like, and I always use the image of dancing the four quarters. And I took that from the lore that we know about from historical studies of the Chinese emperor, because I like to say that these quadrants are really the house. You see these paintings of Shambhala, the holy city of Jerusalem, the city built 4 square. The palace of the Chinese emperor was quadrated. These are archetypal projections of these instinctual codes. And it's fascinating to know that the Chinese emperor would live in one quadrant, one part of the year, another quadrant, another part of the year, another quadrant, another part of the year, and would in effect circumambulate the 4 quarters through the year. Now that emperor was doing it for the cosmos. And just as Shiva dances in the fire for the world, that the world waxes and wanes as it's appropriate, it is a dance. You can't just stay in one quadrant. Because if you stay in one quadrant, it's a possession state, it's a prison. It's not joy. And so the real vision is really this dancing the 4 quarters vision. And I think, and from time to time in conferences, I've had people, that were really good at dance. I've had people dance that out. And it's really fun to see that done in multimedia and things like that. But the image is that it is a moving, dynamic thing, and that you access these energies as appropriate for your mission and your vision in life. And with the whole thing, hopefully, moving toward a more joyful, vigorous satisfaction in your existence. So I like to think that along with Tillich, and I'm going to say just a couple more things, and then we'll discuss this, what I've been talking about here. But I've taught advanced seminars in Tillich's philosophy now for a number of years, and I've really benefited a lot. And if you really want a serious scholar about all sorts of issues relating philosophy, culture, and the human sciences and ethics and so on, you won't go wrong in shining up your magician by studying a Tillich. But Tillich had the idea that there really is a true spiritual community. I love Tolkien. In fact, I dedicated the Facing the Dragon book to J.R.R. Tolkien because I think his work has such a tremendous sense of the seduction of archetypal energies. And the Fellowship of the Ring in that series is a group of people who are determined not to claim for the ego, not to claim the ring for the ego self. But if you think with Tillich that there really is a true spiritual community, then there would be a fellowship of the true ring. Kings, royal figures, and people pretending to royalty have always given out rings. So if there's an image of an authentic sovereignty, and in the mythology there's always an inauthentic sovereignty and an authentic sovereignty. And the authentic sovereignty cannot be simply your ego, because if it is your ego, you're inflated in a royal inflation, and you're going to become a Darth Vader or worse, So in other words, I like to fantasize that, well, while there's a fellowship of the ring to take the ring back and not claim it for the ego, there's also got to be a fantasy, a mythic image of a fellowship of the ring, of the true ring, a fellowship which would not claim the ring for the ego, but would always do what spiritual masters throughout history have done and not claim the true ring for themselves, but try to stay in touch with its true sovereignty, its sense of cosmos, peace, and justice. Now, Tillich believed that there actually is in history a true spiritual community, but he did not believe it was one-to-one with any religious group or any religious tradition, that it is an actual community of people that really are seeking to embody the power of being, the divine power of the sacred, in a way that that does not go into an idolatrous claim of the ego, the compulsive quest for the idolatrous power of the ego, but that they are capable of maintaining a sense of the transpersonal other with a capital O, however it is symbolized. And Tillich believed that when those individuals could disavow that claim of the ego's claim of power and open to what he called the spirit with a capital S, which he did not associate with a particular ecclesiastical body. He said when the spirit with a capital S is present, then you start having people lifted up into what they are really what's possible for them. And so that he has a vision of an ecstatic way of spiritual life, which is really very rich, and which the theologians don't teach. They don't teach that Tillich believed that, but he did. So it's a theology of ecstasy, and he believes that you can touch that and not be destroyed if you don't get into identifying it with your ego. And so he believed this actually exists in the planet, and he believed that wherever that exists, the persons that are participants in that true spiritual community are people who manifest the marks of the Spirit. And what were they? Love, the actual capacity to love, not just self-objects, objects. Hope, not despair. They don't give in to their despair, even though they know they're being stalked by it all the time. Commitment to peace and not moving immediately to warfare. A commitment to justice and not domination. Not easy acquiescence in domination and dominant submission patterns. Courage. They have courage. They have a sense of taking responsibility for the visioning of a world where humanity can really flower. In his view, that actually exists on Earth. There are some people that are a part of that in Tillich's view that think they are atheists. Because he's talking about actual fruits. And so what Tillich does is to say that, you know, the authentic spiritual community that you want to become a part of is that one. And you can become a member of that community, whatever tribe you're in. And it has really to do with an authenticity in your psychological and spiritual development. And it doesn't have to do with being in the right tribe or in the right group. And in this Facing the Dragon book, when I'm applying this stuff to spiritual groups, I make it very clear that the more a spiritual group claims exclusivity, and because of its exclusivity, the capacity to dominate others, the more you know that the grandiosity and the personalities of those individuals has simply been displaced on the religious group. It has not been regulated. And so I've got, I forget how many dragon laws I've got at the end of that book now. I think it's something like 70. But I recommend you take a look at those when that comes out later this year. It'll probably be about 8 or 9 months. So that's what I've got to say, and we've got a little time to dialogue here. Yes?
Spiritual traditions, practices that are out there today, is anything close to what you described?
The question is, as you look at the spectrum of spiritual practice in the world today, does anything come close to what Tillich is describing? I think they're all over the place. I think, but what you got to realize is you don't look to institutions for this. You know, religious institutions are important. They do a lot of good work, and they're not getting, in my view, they're not getting enough nurture. Religious institutions of any form are not getting enough actual nurture, except those today that are being used as vehicles for hate. Those are getting lots of nurture. But as you look around, there are many, many different forms which are serving as partial vessels for people that are doing tremendous work, and they're from all over the spectrum. What you got to look for is the individuals who are really doing their work and really incarnating these potentials, these spiritual gifts of the Spirit. And if you haven't heard about the World Parliament, Council for the World Parliament of Religions, you know, we've been having international meetings for the last decade around the world, here in Chicago and in South Africa, and there'll be follow-up meetings. The religious leaders of the world are now getting together and doing something that's really a miracle. If you don't believe in, Tilly believed that a miracle occurs anytime you see people kind of stepping up into this kind of cooperative vision across tribes. I mean, so there is actually a kind of a miracle occurring in terms of a willingness for different religious tribes to work on the human future. And so you can meet a lot of people that are actually doing that now. But you can't look at a particular tribe, because in any given tribe you've got the entire spectrum from fundamentalism to a very, very sophisticated, compassionate, loving post-tribal mystic. So that exists in every tribe. So the very spiritually developed people of different tribes are a lot more alike than they are with people that are less developed in their own tribe. You know what I mean? So, so there are a lot of folks out there, and the important thing is to not do too much idealizing of them. You can admire them and use it for encouragement in your own development. Other questions, comments? Yes?
I would like to ask about some practical spirituality. I am the kind of person who did all kinds of meditation but has no idea how to find a decent job. So I remember Jack Cornfield saying to somebody, learn your zip code. When he answered also his spiritual.
Oh, good. Learn your zip code. I love it. You see, as you no doubt know from studying with me a little bit, I think that spirituality has to deal with all the four quarters. And if you don't know your zip code, your efficacy challenge in your spiritual life is very, very poor. And so, so that's a wonderful story. What's your spiritual challenge? Learning your zip code. Learn, you know, I say, you know, go to a Stephen Covey workshop, you know, get it more effective, you know. That's a spiritual challenge, you know. Thank you for that. Other comments, questions? We got a few. Yeah, go ahead. And then we'll get random.
Based on your experience, what sort of meditations would you are more useful to regulate the energy? Something like the bodily sensation, like the passion sort of type, or using imagery?
Yeah. I would go to just look at the research Herb Benson has done, the Harvard group on alternative medicine, and Herb Benson's book, the old classic, The Relaxation Response, is a good place to start. And then because what he did was a lot of study of different meditation groups, and that's the first place you get. You know, the kind of meditation Benson describes. They studied transcendental meditation stuff, you know, it was as part of that. But basically it's trying to get your physiological systems tuned to the point that your anxiety level is not just bouncing off the walls. And if you meditate using Benson's method or any number of other methods, what you're doing is tuning your arousal states. And all the scientific research now on anxiety in relationship to neurophysiology show that that a lot of our anxiety, read that flooding archetypal energy, does not respond to verbal intervention. And so we therapists have underutilized psychophysiological techniques that actually are proven to tune the arousal states in persons. So if you've got somebody that's loosely organized and you're working with them, whether it's you or somebody else, get to meditating on a regular basis in addition to your exercise program. Now, I start there because you got to start building that basic platform. That's what that's a basic platform, basic ability to get calm, get that anxiety. Once that anxiety level goes to a certain point, your capacity to think goes away. They've proven it now. As anxiety rises, there is a very definite, clear physiology that turns off your higher brain functions. It actually shuts them off. It also actually shuts off your hearing. I didn't know this, and they didn't know this until recently. But anxiety shuts off your hearing circuits in the brain, and it shuts off your problem-solving circuits in the brain, and it shuts off your higher brain function. And you're left with the old reptilian brain running your life. So that basic Herb Benson meditation system, just 101, takeoffs and landings, that's what you start with. The problem with visualization techniques, including active imagination, is that if you're already ungrounded and you start doing a lot of visualization techniques to really rev up your archetypal energies, you may just take off. You may just start levitating right there. And of course, if you tend to be really leaden and waterlogged, we need to kind of bring in a little of that animation through visualization techniques. But you've got to make a structural diagnosis first and decide what you start with. You can't go wrong in doing that basic tuning meditation, lowering your anxiety level. And I actually begun to believe that biofeedback techniques are more important than I had thought. So I think we have to look at more biofeedback stuff as part of a total treatment plan. Yeah, Randall, and then we'll get you. Yeah.
I've heard it said that the individuation process is not easy for the ego.
Is not what?
Easy for the ego. How does one discern what direction to take?
Well, you heard right. The individuation process is not easy for the ego. And that's one of the whole idea of getting over the idea that it's not a struggle. That's one of the first steps. You got to get over the idea that individuation would not be a struggle. So if you're a comfort type, as the Adlerians something call certain type, if you're a comfort type, you got all that lover energy. And if I have pain, I'm not interested in gain, that sort of thing. Then it's going to be real difficult to face that. So that's a real fundamental truth. But the issue of how to know, which way to go, this is where I haven't talked about dream interpretation at all here, but it's very important. Dream interpretation and active imagination. If you understand this code, it helps you a lot in being able to decode what dreams are about. If you have no sense of the symbolic map of the unconscious and you get a lot of dream symbolism, you go to your dream dictionary, but these dream dictionaries have no idea about the structure of the unconscious. So they're not really going to help you. It's good to study symbolism, but it's not if you think that symbolism is random. And the fundamental teaching of my theory is, folks, mythic structures, the mythic imagination is not random. It is structured. And so if you study this stuff, and then you look at your dream for archetypal themes, and then you can raise the question, depending on what's going on in your life at a particular time, what is the dream trying to do to compensate the position of your ego? You know, Jung's assumption was dreams sometimes dreams, I got to teach a course here on archetypes in dream interpretation, because it's a lot more clear than most folks will tell you. For example, if we were working with the person you were talking about, who has very little conscious appropriation of the erotic dimension of life in their conscious structuralization, if you worked with that person and came up with a treatment plan that gradually inoculated them with some erotic involvements, there would come a point at which the dreams would begin to surface. The lover area of the psyche would get close enough to the ego consciousness that they could begin to dream about it. One of the things you'll notice is if a content is really deeply in the unconscious, it will not usually come into dreams unless the person is very fatigued, and then it'll come in a nightmare form. So you want to do a lot of work with your dreams, and then once you have a sense of the fundamental pattern of your structuralization, then you can use active imagination techniques to invoke those energies that are not present in your ego system. And I've gone around all over the world leading people doing active imagination in the four quarters. And I will, Jean Boland and I are similar on this, except she thinks that you need to have consultations with the different gods and goddesses on a regular basis in your psyche. And I would say, well, I have a parallel to that. I think that you need to have audiences with these different figures, archetypal figures in your psyche, where you actually do journaling. You could use a Pro-Golf. By the way, I got these Pro-Golf the Pro-Golf journaling workshop flyers here for you, those that are interested. But you can do regular journaling and active imagination in your journaling around these places which are still in your shadow. So it's really a very active part of your inner work. And if you don't know Robert Johnson's little book called Inner Work, you need to get that. That's a simple introduction about how to do it. So we've got time for one more question. Yes, go ahead.
How did you not, being one of those people who came out of the New Age movement, sending white light to people, which enables them, by the way, pointing that out. But how do you then get you where you're going, but not have some of those same people feed on drop? I mean, I can see why some people say you just walk away. Because, okay, they feed off the white light, but they also feed off the drop. So there's a problem there. There is a time to take your medicine, but there's a problem.
Well, the thing we have to do is to deal with our own personality integration first. And because you really have to attend to your own integration challenge, then you have the kind of force of personality you need to, as the Bowen theorists say, be a solid self in all these relationships.
Is there a place though where the warrior is no longer ever needed though?
No.
Having come from that New Age model.
No, that's a New Age fantasy. That's a New Age fantasy, and that idea that we're going to get to where we're going to evolve to where we don't need boundaries, that is a New Age fantasy. It's an erotic fantasy. The New Age is dominated by magician and lover energies. And so they can let the military-industrial medical complex carry their shadow, but they don't have to do anything institutional or anything seriously organizational to impact that. And so what I'm troubled about, I mean, hey, look, I admire a lot of the New Age people. I've learned a great deal from them. And I've influenced quite a few of them myself. The only thing about it is that our job as a species is a lot harder than the New Age people want to face. It's going to be a struggle if we're going to be able to go forward. We're out of time. I'll talk to. Course in Miracles is got the same problem. I'm not. You know, people look. Here's the thing you got to understand about spiritual groups. All of them. They're often right in what they affirm. Parts of it are always right, otherwise people wouldn't be attracted to it. They're often wrong, usually wrong in what they deny. They split. All of these spiritual tribes split archetypal energies, and they major in one or two. And this is true of Catholic religious orders. It's true of Protestant churches. You can have fun thinking about how the archetypal splitting is going on between the Muslims and the Jews right now. But this is true of all spiritual organizations. There's no such thing as a complete, holistic spiritual tribe. It does not exist. Spiritual tribes are as partial as you and I are. And we just need to have a good sense of humor. And we need to face that. And we need to follow Jung's vision of assuming responsibility for embodying a radiant spiritual presence wherever we are and whatever tribe we're in. I want to thank all of you for coming and making this possible. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. What a joy. Thank you. Thank you very much.